All right, I never really know exactly when the stream starts, so I'm going to give it a moment and see what goes on here. Um, Welcome back, everybody that's here. There's a lot to cover, so the way I want to organize this is through perhaps a rapid fire overview of the rapidly developing situations with the wildfire, and then we can do our question and answer time afterwards. I may only have an hour here and before I have to go, but then I can come back. I do believe sometime in the night or early in the morning. So I'm going to wait for people to trickle in and just orient myself with links here. There's so much that's just occurred, and I have to make sure that I have everything organized fashion here. So let me try to monitor my own stream and set that up. Let's see here. Click on my own channel and make sure that it is here. And hey, Carney, hi, welcome. You are really a quick draw. I think I just pressed the button and you're like, boom, you appear. So I'm going to analyze my own stream here, make sure that the links make sense. I just updated as best I could on the fly the description with the appropriate links. So I renamed it to Tamarack Fire, Dixie Fire, Butte County, Bootleg Fire, Klamath Falls. Um, and I sort of tried to organize it by area, such as national links, um, maps here, Oregon links, California links. It's my work has just begun. I was running into the character limit, so you can only type so many words in description. So a bit later tonight, I'm going to go through all of that and shrink down the URLs so that they're nice and manageable and don't take as much space up in the description, because the way that people need to get all the information is with a million links. Unfortunately, there's still not one grand central station for everybody to get information. So I'm going to mark the stream as beginning about 10:20 p.m. and then I shall take notes on what I'm covering first, and then I can direct people back to, like, say you're interested in a bootleg fire. Well, that was covered at 10:20 or whatnot. So it's unfair for people to look at the 7-hour streams and go, oh my God, where's the info I need? So another disclaimer: I'm feeling terrible, uh, just nauseated. So every once in a while I may have to take a break, but I'll do what I can do here. I didn't plan on doing a stream tonight, but duty calls. This is an insane situation. So at the timestamp of what we got, 10:21, let's go with the most important stuff, the breaking news sort of stuff. We've got a rapidly evolving situations. So I'm going to read from the National Fire News for a general update right now. Let's get that going. National Fire News: the nation's preparedness level is 5 out of 5, which is the highest alert level. So this was updated a couple hours ago for July 16th, 2021. Currently, 70 wildfires have burned over 1 million acres in the United States. And hang on a second, let me make sure I got monitoring up here. More than 17,000 wildland firefighters are in personnel that support them. And incident management teams are assigned to the fires. Fire managers prepare for predicted dry thunderstorms across the northern Rockies and northern portion of the Great Basin. That's terrible news. Many people love to go camping and enjoy the warmth from a light from a campfire. However, they can turn dangerous and costly because left unattended, it can get out of hand. So please be more careful than ever with wildfire and prevention. Weather: an upper low will remain off the Pacific Northwest coast today with southwest flow aloft for the northwest and northern Great Basin and portions of the northern Rockies. Elevated conditions will continue in the afternoon for the interior northwest, northern Great Basin, and portions of northern California and the northern Rockies. Isolated dry thunderstorms are possible for central Idaho into southwest Montana and northern Wyoming during the afternoon. So I guess this wasn't updated exactly recently. Scattered wet thunderstorms are likely for Utah, Colorado, southern Wyoming, and the southwest. Localized flash flooding will remain possible over Arizona. I've seen some of that. That's nuts. And southwest New Mexico. A cold front will move to the eastern Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley with locally heavy rain and potential flooding. So the whole nation is hurting right now. Temperatures are forecast near average for California and the Northwest, but remain above normal for the Great Basin, Northern Rockies, Northern Plains, and Great Lakes. So daily statistics: there are two new fires. Uh, two states currently reporting large fires. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead here. The number of active large fires are 70, and the total does not include individual fires that are located within a complex. So you've got 17 in Idaho, 12 in Montana, 10 in Oregon, 8 in Arizona, 7 in California, 6 in Alaska, 4 in Washington, 2 in Wyoming, 1 in New Mexico, 1 in Colorado, 1 in Utah, and 1 in Minnesota. Acres from active fires is over 1 million. There are 3 fires in containment currently. So that's the state of the nation. If we look at individual states, California is reporting 0 new fires and 0 contained. I'm sorry, but we have new information on that. There definitely were new fires today. Kind of questioning the National Interagency Fire Center's update here. I think they should have updated a little bit earlier. So if you're just joining, very much, turn my volume up a bit. Okay, I'll try that. And I hope this is better. Let me know if it's better. I'm questioning the accuracy here. Oregon has 1 new fire and 1 fire contained. But I want to skip over to what is kind of, as of this afternoon / evening, sort of breaking news. So that was our national update. Let's go to the rapidly evolving situations. There are 3 new fires near Yosemite with door-to-door evacuations taking place. So let me get a link for that news articles. The Tamarack fire and the Hunley over there have exploded today. We are also in red flag warning conditions for parts of California and southern Oregon by the Bootleg fire. So this is what we are going to examine first. So evacuations have been ordered after 3 wildfires start near Huntley. This is near the Yosemite National Park area. We have Alpine County affected as well. We're at pretty high elevation stuff. The wildfire season is exploding Friday night near Huntley Project as 3 fires have started, and all are said to be very active and intense. This is a news article I am reading from ktvq.com. Fire crews in Yosemite, Yellowstone. Sorry, this is Yellowstone. I read Yosemite on a different page, so excuse me. This is Yellowstone. We'll be in Yosemite area in a second. So the reason that was confusing is in California there's a fire called the Huntley. Go figure. They never really got their stuff together with my big criticism last year was please don't name fires the same thing in 2 different states. But here we are. So the wildfire season is exploding Friday night near Huntley Project as 3 fires have started and all are said to be very active and intense. Fire crews and Yellowstone County Sheriff's deputies are on scene and door-to-door evacuations have started up near the areas of Pryor Creek, Indian Creek, and Arrow Creek. The exact location of those evacuations are not yet known, and how many acres have been burned is not yet known. Yellowstone County Sheriff Mike Linder asked the public to stay clear of the area as they try to contain the blazes. That's a developing story. Check back for updates. So, excuse me, sorry, I thought we were looking at the one that was related to to Oregon. So let me get the link for Oregon. Sorry, excuse me, California. Like I said, guys, I'm feeling pretty ill. Bear with me. So we do have, going back to the Tamarack fire, which is down there by Yosemite in Alpine County, California. I'm going to link to us the InstaWeb right now. Right here. Tamarack fire. This was updated just an hour and a half ago. Currently standing at approximately 500 acres. So here is Tamarack fire. You can see, if we zoom out a little bit, that's Lake Tahoe, and you're up here in the high mountains and somewhat near Yosemite. Yosemite's kind of ringed by a mess right now. So this is north of Yosemite, but that is the landmark that everybody's familiar with. So we'll use that as a point of reference. The Tamarack fire is estimated to be 500 acres burning in the town of Markleeville, near the town of Markleeville, excuse me. Firefighters are on scene and actively engaged in suppression operations. 2 helicopters, very large air tankers, single-engine air tankers, and air attack are on scene. Fire is burning in timber and brush. Fire is active on flanks and exhibiting high rates of spread. Like I said, this one exploded. Ground and air resources have been working together to establish an anchor point to begin containment lines around the flank or sides of the fire. Currently, air tankers are using retardant to coat the vegetation to try to inhibit fire spread. A Type 2 incident management team has been ordered for this incident. Evacuations are in place for Markleeville, Grover's Hot Springs, and the campground, Shea Creek, Markleeville Village, and East Fork Resort. Now, Markleeville, as of the 2010 census, was a population around 210, but this still must be very scary. Residents can sign up for evacuation notifications at alpinecounty.gov/204/sheriff. And I'm going to put that link in the chat right now because I think that's quite important. So let me do that for the stream. There it is. Evacuees can report to Alpine County School in Paynesville. The public is advised to avoid the area. Visit InstaWeb, blah, 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 for continued updates. That is where we're at, isn't it? I don't know why it would link to itself here. That must be a blanket statement and shared with the media. So the fire's location, hazards to the firefighters, conditions on the ground, the past fire history, resource availability, and weather forecasts are some of the factors taken into account when selecting the management strategy for any wildfire. Safety of the firefighters and the public is always our #1 priority. So this was a current update as of 9:01 p.m. So it's 10:30 right now, Pacific. Lightning caused this fire. There are at least 50 people on the scene right now. The size is approximately 500 acres. So let's look past the overview, and it doesn't have a whole lot of information right here. Let's go to the media instead. I'm going to go back to my links here. Bear with me, because this is we have the Record Courier that we can look at. This is regarding the Tamarack fire north of Yosemite by Markleeville in Alpine County. So it is, as you can see, pretty serious. That's quite a smoke column right there. It looks volcanic. So as of 8:30 p.m., evacuations were in effect for Markleeville, which we just read with InstaWeb. So I'm going to see if we can find out any more information here. A big cloud of smoke is rising from the Sierras due south of Carson Valley, and it could be coming from either the 1,000-ish acre Henry fire or the 37.5 acre Tamarack fire, which is burning near Pleasant Valley southwest of Markleeville. Or it could be coming from both of them. It's that big. Both fires have been burning for some time without producing large amounts of smoke, well, until today. So, the Tamarack fire burning along the Blue Lakes Road started on the 4th of July and has been monitored by firefighters. The Henry fire, which I'm going to go back to the map and show you just exactly where we're dealing with this here. Henry fire is nearby. See, here's Tamarack and Henry. There's Lake Tahoe. The Henry fire has been burning since it was set by lightning back on June 16th, but has been burning slowly until this week, when it more than tripled in size. That's the difference that red flag conditions or high wind and low humidity. That's the difference a week makes. So, smoke from the fires in Markleyville were in the moderate range. Actual smoke levels in higher elevations are likely to be higher. So, they were going to have 2,000 riders for the annual Death Ride on Saturday. I do believe that's a motorcycle event. That has definitely been canceled. I did read about that, or postponed. So that is down there by Yosemite. There has been other news as well. So I wanted to get to the new evacuation information first. So let's go here. Let's go to Oregon. I wanted to cover the Brûler fire, which is by Detroit Lake, and we'll come back to California. We'll look at the Dixie fire definitely, and the others going around near Doyle, because that is one horrible mess there, with structures lost and a lot of sorrow. As we can see here, and let me fix there. Color is back to normal. This huge pink swath here is our red flag warning for the weather, and you can see it's just a giant chunk of south central Oregon by the California border and bleeding into the California border. So there really isn't any good news to report regarding the bootleg here and the log fire. They are expected to possibly emerge. So let's, for the moment though, check out Detroit Lake, which is called the Brûler fire. Excuse me. Where is that shown? Here we go. Right there. Because we have some good news to report with that one. And I wanna pepper some good news in with the bad. So as of 11 hours ago, the outlook for this Brûler fire was looking much better. Projected incident activity was that fire behavior is expected to remain moderate in all fuel models, with creeping, flanking, and possibly some isolated interior torching. And if you look at Detroit Lake here, they have been absolutely traumatized. The Beachy Creek fire that took out pretty much all of these towns in this swath towards the west along this highway, plus Jawbone Flats and other smaller ones. It pretty much burned down the town of Detroit Lake last year and trapped 75 residents, literally backed out on the docks in the lake, surrounded by fire. They barely made it out alive. They are, of course, extremely antsy this year about it. Here we go again. And that's why I wanted to be soothing and say, look, the overnight humidities and such, the levels are like 65%, and it's looking very good for this particular one. So the crews will continue working the lines as direct as possible to inhibit ground fire and possibly continue to use T2 helicopters with buckets to cool off the hot spots in the heavy timber that's in the northwest corner of that fire, which people are antsy about because it's, well, the northwest corner of the fire is looking around towards Detroit. So as of 24 hours, the 24-hour outlook on the Brûler fire is mop up and snagging of direct lines and beginning work on alternate lines around the incident. Little movement of the fire is expected. That is such good news. And like I said, it'll be a little bit cooler with humidity increasing. Temps will be in the upper 60s, and low end relative humidity will rise to around 40% for most of the area. Ridgetop winds will be northwest at only 3 to 7. miles per hour in general, and the gusts could be up to 15 miles an hour, but in general, this is looking like a better situation. So let's go to the places that are not looking so good. So we can do a big update on the bootleg. Hi, Sean. Welcome back to the chat here. The fire down in the Tahoe area is now pushing into the little town of Markleyville. Yes, I just covered that. So I just covered the evacuations, and I'm making a timestamp. So it was 10 to 10:30 p.m. that we talked about the Yellowstone, and then the Yosemite slash Markleyville area, and then ending up with the Brewler at Detroit Lake. So this will be easier for me to mark this so people can rewind the channel and go find out the information that they need. So like I said, this big pink here, this is red flag, a warning for the bootleg. It's not particularly looking good here. There's nothing good to report except this one bright silver lining, this bright light at the end of the tunnel. And that is a news headline from KGW. We've got people coming from all over. Firefighters deployed from across the U.S. to fight the growing bootleg fire. So help is on the way. That is the bright light at the end of the tunnel here. I have a link here to show you, which is Paisley Volunteer Fire Department has a link to evacuation zones. Oops, excuse me. Let me log into Facebook, otherwise I can't share that. So bear with me there. I'll just drag this window over like so. Here we go. So they apologize for the poor quality of this image, but they said they were working on getting a new one up for the public. I have put the link to Paisley Volunteer Fire Department in the description of this video, along with several other very helpful links. I will work on updating those with more as the night goes on. So the Paisley is right here, right here, and so they're still in the green level 1 evacuations getting ready stage. A little bit later we can watch the town meeting. I have not seen that video, but they did have a town meeting regarding the fire danger and the threats to that community, Summer Lake, and others all around here. But with red flag fire conditions, it's a terrible outlook. It's very, very grim in the short-term future. So let's see here. The InstaWeb for it. We also have official Bootleg Fire YouTube videos to watch with their incident command explaining some things. And unless anybody has a current question about a current wildfire, we might just want to go right into that content and monitor the bootleg. Today I have to report people were a little bit antsy around Marion County, Oregon, by Salem, because smoke was seen in the area, and I'm happy to report that these were agricultural, permitted, prescribed birds. They were completely kosher. But people, of course, are concerned. And if you know anything about fire, burning away brush when you have control of a situation and limiting that load on the ground is a good preventative measure. So no worries about Marion County right now. Hello from Morgan. Hello, Nick. Thank you for being here. Glad to have you. Let me go and click on something in chat. So we have timestamps. I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit. My sound's a little low. Gosh, yeah, I've been fighting that. Let me turn myself up a little bit more. The risk of this is if I turn myself up too much, you're going to hear a lot of and lip smacks and the like. So I hope that is a little bit better. do give me feedback, and I'll try to do what I can with the controls. So let's take a look at information. We have the InstaWeb. Let's first look at that for the bootleg fire, and then we'll watch some videos concerning like the town hall meetings and whatnot. So, oh, it's updated 10 minutes ago. We are lucky. Well, we have a 22% containment. Is that correct? That would be nice if that was correct. It's 73,000 acres in size and some change. Well, I'm glad that I didn't start with the bootleg fire, because 10 minutes ago I would have been giving older information. So this is wonderful. Mr. Aviation says, sad to hear the 747 super tanker won't be in use for a while. The company went bankrupt? Oh, is that confirmed? Gosh, you know what? I had an idea about that yesterday. I think legislation should be put in place so that no matter what, critical aircraft like that can maintain flying. We can maintain it flying because, I mean, these are emergencies. Wildfires are desperate emergencies. No matter what's going on in the private sector, if a police car is in a police chase and their police car breaks down, they're allowed to commandeer a civilian's car and say, "Excuse me, ma'am, get out of the car. I need to take your vehicle." And there should be something like that for wildfires. Like, state of California or the West should be able to, take command of the thing and just write a check. Just write a check for whatever it costs. We need it. We need that thing. It's a wonder. It really hammered all the fires in Napa Valley and other places, and the Paradise Fire. Yeah, bring in the National Guard. I mean, I do have a feeling that we should probably modify our own military to assist with wildfires, because if you think about the purpose of a military, it's to help protect the nation, and we're actually more at threat from our own natural disasters than other countries right now for the moment. Okay, back to bootleg fire. Red flag warning 2 p.m. Friday to 8 p.m. Saturday. So it is in effect. Red flag warning is in effect for the Klamath Basin and Fremont-Winema National Forest. Impacts. The very dry and unstable conditions will continue to support extreme fire behavior with locally generated erratic and gusty winds. I can read an article a little bit later if there's time. Locally generated means the fire making its own weather. It's even generating its own lightning in some instances. Spotting could be problematic. As we know, spotting is, winds carrying embers and throwing them across the landscape and starting fires away from the fire, ahead of itself downwind. The affected area is the Bootleg fire in Oregon, which is, of course, we know where that's at. The wind is southwest, 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30, and that's terrible. Humidity is as low as 8 to 12%, which is also terrible. In for a bumpy ride for sure. On the bright side, though, I keep saying we do have help on the way. They are calling for help, and national teams from around the nation are converging. So more crew, more boots on the ground are on the way. The National Weather Service in Medford has issued a red flag warning. Blah, blah, blah. It's kind of repetitive. Avoid tossing burning cigarettes on the ground, parking hot vehicles on dry vegetation, and using equipment that can cause sparks. Oh yeah. Follow all fire restrictions. Yes, definitely. And when they mean parking hot vehicles on dry vegetation, it doesn't mean that your vehicle's overheating, just the normal temperature of your undercarriage underneath whatever you're driving, whether that be a car, truck, or say a motorcycle even. If you are going to be driving over, say, tall grass or something like that that's in, say, a dirt road area, you could be starting a fire just by driving past it. Do not pull over to the side of the road where there's dry vegetation that could be touching the undercarriage of your vehicle. That definitely could just, in these critically low humidity and high temperatures, boom, that could just start a fire. The vegetation is that dry. So we did see this happen in California. My friends were driving north towards my area, and they told me about how I-5 was briefly closed around the 4th of July weekend because a vehicle pulled over to the side of the road on I-5 and started a fire. So that was over by the lava fire. So, yep, they have a slogan: one less spark, one less wildfire. They are also saying familiarize yourself with your evacuation plan. Where will you go? How will you get there? Who will you call to let others know you are safe? Visit ready.gov/wildfires for more information. I do have that link in my description of my video if you would like to click it there. A red flag warning does not mean that there is a fire. It means critical fire weather conditions are either occurring now or will shortly. Well, we know that there's a fire too, but they're just defining what red flag means. It means don't dare light a match. Don't light campfires. Don't burn. Don't drive vehicles into vegetation, etc. Now, when they're talking about your evacuation routes, I have an easy four-step plan. As far as evacuation goes, what you should do is have 3 different roads that you can take to evacuate out of your location. Have 3 different roads. If you don't have 3 different roads in opposite directions for evacuation as an option, then you should consider yourself one level higher than the actual evacuation level that you're told to be. So, for example, if you're at level 1, get ready, but you only have one road out of your town or out of your away from your house or home, then you should elevate yourself to level 2. If you're already at level 2 and there's, say, just one road away from your house that could possibly be blocked by falling debris or fire itself, then go now. Don't wait to be told to go. Always consider your own situation. And it's perfectly fine to go before you're told. It's highly recommended. So have 3 different evacuation routes in 3 different directions. Just get out your paper map, get out a highlighter, plan things. And your 4th plan should be what happens if fire, say, sparks right next to you and there's no time to get out. Or say that it moves too quickly, or you don't understand in time that you should have left earlier. Well, don't panic. Your 4th plan should be sheltering nearby your home in a safe place, which could be under a bridge, under a culvert, golf courses, recently plowed fields, baseball diamonds, track and fields, and even the parking lots of big stores like Walmart. Those places are safe to just chill in your vehicle and let the fire pass by. Don't think that you have to get out of town or get out of the county and drive through fire. Note that when evacuations are called for, it is a window of opportunity to evacuate by car, and it closes. And if you cannot guarantee that the road in front of you is open, and if you see flames, that window might have already closed. Go to your nearest place where you can shelter, and that may be just grabbing a blanket and your cell phone, a wool blanket, and a jug of water, and going underneath the nearest culvert or underneath the nearest bridge, or to the nearest parking lot, or a place where there's a pond or a swimming pool, like a neighbor. So that's fire survival tips there. Oopsie. Let's go back and monitor the rest of the bootleg fire. So for information here on it, there's an incident overview. We can go on. Hi, I'm looking at chat. Hello, Catherine. Always love hearing your knowledge. Just gonna lurk. Sure. Thank you for coming back, Ms. Kathy. Good to have you guys. Good to have everybody here. This is open questions and answer time. If you guys have a fire you want me to look at and cover, I'll be looking at the Dixie fire next as a plan, but if you have any questions or comments, I can go ahead and give you my 2 cents and look up more detailed information if you have a question. I'll be happy to do that. Just go ahead and put your questions in chat. So going back to the Bootleg fire, it continues to burn actively on the Fremont-Winema National Forest, approximately 11 miles northeast of the Sprague River. Or if you look at any map, it's just a big giant chunk of south central Oregon. Sadly, yeah, you could think of it that way. Let's see what I mean? So, smoke from the fire is visible from Oregon State Highway 140 and Chiloquin and the surrounding area, and it's like a volcanic, huge pyrocumulus column is what they're calling it these days. An interactive map showing the evacuation areas and fire perimeter from the overnight infrared flight is available here. So here, let's take a look at it. And this was updated. I don't know when the map was updated, but that information was updated about 25 minutes ago. So, like I said, it's a giant chunk of Central Oregon. Now, the red is not the fire perimeter. This outline is the fire perimeter, and the smaller log fire adjacent. The red is mandatory evacuations. Go now. Level 3, just go now. Evacuations. This surrounding it, if you're red-green colorblind, is a yellow, and that is the level 2. Like I said, just consider yourself level 3 if you're in the yellow here and you have very limited places to shelter nearby or very few roads to evacuate. And then the green is what is on the extremities here around the perimeter, going right up past South Shore of Summer Lake over to Paisley. Paisley is on edge right now, and they're monitoring that situation carefully because this is deja vu from last year. But Paisley was saved last year. They could be saved again. You know, there's a lot of things that are helpful in this situation concerning Paisley itself. The fact that they made so many different fire lines up here in the mountains above Paisley. They can be utilized again for this year. So all the work of last year is going to be helpful for this year. Absolutely. So that's silver lining to that. The negative to it is that a lot of dead vegetation is right here because of the fires of last year. But I'm confident that they have taken many steps to minimize impacts to this surrounding area because firefighters know that they got to work year round to prevent the next bad wildfire. And boy, did they do a great job last year. They really did. It was pins and needles, and they came out. They came through it. So sadly, there's been structure loss and so many other smaller areas around here that have been impacted, and so many tales of sorrow here. And of course, we're supportive here, and want to know that our thoughts and prayers are with you. And my best advice for anybody who is evacuated is relax. When you have done everything you can do, which is get yourself to safety, just relax. What will be, will be. And no matter what happens, you'll get through it. And anybody considering being evacuated, what you can do is do all you can do. Just educate yourself, stay abreast of the situation, have your bug out bag, have your ducks in a row, make your phone calls, make arrangements to go somewhere if necessary. And what will keep your anxiety down is staying alert and abreast of the situation and knowing that you have a plan. So once you do all you can do, relax. You should not worry about anything that's completely out of your control. Just do what you can, which is what is inside of your control. I have a favorite quote from Teddy Roosevelt. When people want to do something in a disaster, he says, do what you can with what you have, where you are. And I add something to the end of that right now. Do what you can with what you have where you are right now. And then be satisfied you've done everything. Okay, so let's go back to the InstaWeb about it. If I highly recommend signing up for emergency alerts for Lake County, and you can go follow this link here. Now the InstaWeb, if you want to have this link, I'm putting it in the chat. And it's also, you can reach this link. You can reach this link in my description by just clicking on the Bootleg Fires InstaWeb link. And then you will have this that we're looking at right now, and you'll be able to click on this and sign up for everything. You can also go to alerts.klamathcounty.org. That's Klamath County Alerts. And the other link I put in chat is Lake County. So there are fire information public phone numbers such as 541-482-1331. Looking back at chat, Major Flat D, welcome back, by the way. Your fire know-how has given me calm. I know the closest bridge. Good job. That's what everyone should do, is break out the maps, like I do with Cal Fire, Cal Topo. You can just look at maps like this and make your own plan. You just zoom into where you are and use Google Maps as well, and turn on things like satellite. Follow roads and that are near your dwelling, and figure out where there might be bridges and culverts, and then you can then drive around and verify, could I fit under there? Would that be a good place to shelter? Is this bridge a good place to shelter? Is there water underneath it? Is it accessible? Is there vines? Is there a fence? And I say keep your eye open for recently plowed dirt fields, construction sites that might have a bare ground, going even to the nearest big parking lot of the nearest big box store. Baseball diamonds, track and fields, open grassy areas, old racetracks, places where the grass is green and short and there's just nothing else around you. It's perfectly fine to drive there and chill out and wait it out in your car. That would be superior than, say, driving down a road which may or may not be open. If you have a lot of smoke and you can't see in front of you, don't assume that the road is clear. It may be a better idea, if the S hits the fan, to just pull over and say get under a bridge or culvert and ride it out, rather than drive through flames or anything like that. I want to point out too, let a little bit of the air out of your tires ahead of time. Everybody in this big evacuation zone area, I don't mean give yourself a flat tire now. I mean, let 10 pounds out or something, whatever is appropriate for your vehicle. As you drive away from a fire, the road is hot. You're going to be driving over a hot road, and the air in your tires is going to expand and eventually explode the tires. So if you feel that you may be driving through on hot roads, then let a little bit of air out of the tires, so there's room for the hot air to expand. The tube will expand fine. It's just if you give it some space. So just don't, of course, make it so bad that you can't drive your vehicle. But keep that in mind, and take with you not only your bug out bag, but wool clothing. Wool clothing is great. You might think I'll be too hot in a fire, but it's fire resistant, and so is wool blankets. If you end up in a pond or something, you throw the wool blanket over your head, and you trap breathable air there, and the wool blanket will resist fire from sparks landing on it. And it'll also filter in the air that as you breathe it, it will be a lot more breathable, and you'll be a lot more comfortable. And people don't realize, if you're sheltering in a pond or something like that, when fire moves around you, you can still kind of sunburn your face. It's really uncomfortable. It's all the difference if you have a blanket. Plus, if you have to get yourself in water or you get wet, it's actually going to be a really cold night. If you can't move, wool will insulate even when it's wet. So that's another awesome factor. If you've seen the 1800s movies where people are beating out a fire, Little House on the Prairie style, like a brush fire with blankets, that's what they're doing. Um, will really resist fire. And if something should say a burning log roll up against your car, you could wrap that blanket around your leg like an oven mitt and kick that away from your vehicle. It could be a burning, trash can, anything. But you want that as like a full body oven mitt. That's the best way to describe that. So let's go back more to percent contained. They're saying there's 22% containment of the bootleg. I'm flabbergasted by that. We had 7% yesterday. I hope that's an accurate thing. That would be wonderful if that was true there. So let's look here, and cause is unknown of the bootleg fire. Um, started on the 6th of July. Yeah. The significant events are extreme fire conditions, crowning, the fire is running, fire is spotting, and we'll be able to look at the Caltopo in a second. And we verified that yesterday. You could see all the heat signatures from um, satellite images showing that the smaller fires were being blown. The embers were being blown ahead of the main fire and starting smaller ones ahead of it. That explains why it could explode in size so quickly. Is spotting. That's one of the worst things to see. The fact that we're under red flag conditions and they're expecting 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow means that spotting will definitely occur if these conditions forecast are in effect tomorrow. So the outlook, the fire will continue to be extremely active in unchecked portions of the perimeter with unstable air conditions and extremely dry fuels. So the outlook is poor. It is in general heading in an easterly direction and towards Paisley, towards the signature last year of I'll show you here on the map. This is fire history. This is not active. This is fire history button I just hit. So if we go up to, hey, where did K Falls go? Hang on a second. So if we, there we go. We move over here to Summer Lake and Paisley. Why don't they label things? Come on. Fire history. What? Steel. Okay, we're in California. Excuse me. I'm squinting at this monitor, and it's further away from me than, there we go. And scroll up. It's further away from me than my other monitor. So let me scooch up my chair. So you can see the Bratton fire right here. The Bratton fire is what happened last year, and we almost lost the town of Paisley, and they heroically saved it. This is a very small little community, very quaint. I made plans to go visit it, as well as Summer Lake Hot Springs before the fires happened, and I bit my fingernails along with everybody else. Like, is Summer Lake Hot Springs, which is over here, going to be saved, and is the town of Paisley going to be saved? And they heroically saved it. It was wonderful. We cheered them on. Huge, massive effort, boots on the ground, dozers, and air attack. It was great. So that's one of the lights at the end of the tunnel is this entire Bratton fire here, which is what happened last year, 2020. It is dry, dead vegetation, but it is full of dozer lines and fire breaks that they did last year. So if you look and see what is going on with the current situation, this is the bootleg, with the red being the new fire detections, heat detections, I should say, from space occurring less than 12 hours ago. You can see the direction the fires traveled. Erratic winds pushed it a bit north on the northern part of this fire, and the erratic winds pushed it generally towards the east, towards a little bit south of Paisley, and it kind of blossomed out here in the northeast portion of it. And on the southern perimeter here, it is headed towards, what is this highway? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this area. Quartz Mountain and why isn't this labeled? What highway is this? The highway that goes to Bly. Goodness gracious. So the orange here is what happened in the last like 12 hours. But excuse me, not 12. Excuse me, 24. See, 12 to 24 hours old detections. And please bear with me. I'm feeling pretty ill, so I may misspeak here, and I'm trying to rush through this because I may have to go. I will probably be back for an early morning stream, and I want to polish some of the content and update my links and such. So we can look at, we know the winds are erratic, so we could turn on the wind meter here. And yeah, when you zoom in, you can see it. Winds out of the north, but it's generating its own winds within this general area right here. So if you think about this as this is where the fire is covered, it doesn't mean this is out. It's just a smoldering situation. Within this whole perimeter, you're going to have some pockets of green that were untouched. You'll have some pockets that are still burning, some that have completely burned and are just sort of cooling off. It's a big mix, and as wind changes, you can have this this situation change from hour to hour where, say, there's green pockets over here that are fine, and then a smoldering area can be whipped up by the wind. The wind changes direction, and you can have huge flare-ups from within the fire perimeter of it finding new sources of fuel. And then you can have the wind change, and while it looks pretty safe over this way, for example, you can have suddenly red pop up over here, and you can have it go in a different direction. And that explains why the um, evacuation levels here are so huge. And you might be scratching your head like, what? Like way up here? Really? Yes, way up here. The type of fuels in the situation out here in the desert, basically, it's the desert, can ignite, and the fire can run and race across the landscape. We're talking your sage and your little scrubby pines, very oily juniper type fuels. And then we have rugged terrain. So if you look at Cal Topo, this looks like it's not that big of a deal, the terrain. It actually really is. If we add a base layer here and we go to shaded relief, see what I mean? That's some serious difficult rugged terrain to work with. So that's why they're just painting the evacuation levels with a broad brush because, frankly, a huge swath of this entire region is in danger. So, and right now, the only two things that are silver linings to this cloud are that more help is on the way. There's more than 2,000 people that are going to be on this. I do believe that they could put more aircraft on it. And even though there's red flag and bad weather forecasts, it is being taken very seriously, and they are pouring their efforts into it. So that is always wonderful to see. So I do not know when the satellite data was updated. Let's take a look here. Let's look at GOES live. So red here with the GOES satellite is this is a lot less accurate, but it's a lot more up to date than what we were just looking at. Now I have to zoom in and explain this. You see this giant chunk of land. That's like, say, this orange thing right here. Any detection of heat that the GOES satellite detects could be a small, tiny patch of something within that giant area. You can tell that this is a huge, creek bed, gully wash, so to speak. It doesn't mean that the whole thing is hot. It means that accuracy is so bad with the satellite that this entire area is going to be where the heat detection is located. So we have the similar color code. We're red. If you look at the GOES satellite, where's the key for this one? There used to be a cute little key for how long ago that detection was. It's something like less than an hour ago. It's something that accurate. Like, it's maybe within the last 3 hours. This is not the 12 hours ago like we were looking with Modus plus Veers. So you go to GOES. We're talking about a different animal, different satellite. This is for low accuracy but really fast, up-to-date information. So this gives us information right now, like what's happening right now. Like that information was what they compiled and just published, but they compiled that information hours ago and then published it, say half an hour ago. But what's happening right now? So we have heat detections from very recently, right in this section. So let's tone down the shaded relief and try to get a handle on where this is. And we can see the town of Paisley located right here. We know that it's headed in that direction. So Paisley is situated at a much lower elevation, and if you were to use Google Maps and like see the images here, it's flanked here on its west side by these very steep, almost cliff-like embankments, and it's down in the lowlands. So the fire from last year, the Bratton fire, just kind of raged out of control up here for a bit, up in the hills, and they just kept it up there. With heroic efforts of lighting fires in front of the fire, which is called making a backfire, so that when the real fire came towards Paisley, it was hitting already burned, scorched earth, and it had nothing to burn, and so it stopped. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to do another thing like that this time around. Like I said, they have all of the dozer lines they made last year are still in place. The roads will be there for a while, and a fire line is in a road, or they're very often the same thing. So let's look away from the bootleg fire right now. We're going to go to the Dixie fire. If anybody has a specific fire they want me to cover right now, we're going to go back down to California here. We'll probably come back up to Oregon to look at the Jack fire. But the Dixie one is of special concern to me because I have kin in the area. And then once we do a quick overview of it, then we will watch some videos, some town hall meetings and such related to all this. So they had that for Paisley, had a town hall meeting in their little community. Plus, there were some updates, incident updates for the Dixie fire and the bootleg as well. But that's our incident overview. Let's look at the Dixie. And look at that right now. Scrolling back up off camera here. In related news to Butte County and the Dixie fire, locals contain small fire in paradise. That's so wonderful to hear. Paradise is on edge. And that's what the Dixie fire is basically giving people a PTSD deja vu in the whole Butte County area, which is where Paradise is located. The Dixie fire started in exactly the same location as the Paradise fire 2018, late 2018. So we don't know the cause of it, but it's burning underneath power lines, just like it did similarly when the Paradise fire occurred. The main difference here is it's not Santa Ana wind season, thank God. The Paradise fire got out of control and within 24 hours and became a monster killer because Santa Ana winds are like dry hurricane force winds, I should say, that come out of Nevada, and that's seasonal. That's in winter. So the fires of summer are actually less intense often in California. California doesn't have a set fire season. It's year round. So Cal Fire and others are trying to encourage people to stop saying fire season about California. It lulls people into a false sense of security that they can drop their guard at different times of the year, and you never can. You should always, before you burn or do anything outdoors, check on burn bans and see if there's any reason to not light a fire any time of the year. So the Dixie fire, let's go back down to it. Excuse me. I wanted to get our map there. So we're on CalTopo right now. We'll probably be looking at other resources too. Hello, welcome, average to best. So is the Dixie fire still raging or what? Yep, that's exactly what we're going to get an update on. There's some good news concerning it. And like I just said, I don't know if it was ember caused, because here's Polga, where the Dixie fire is at, right here. Started the same place as the Paradise Fire. And these are ridge tops up here. So drifting over towards this area and landing down here in this canyon, steep canyon, and racing up the hill to the town site is what went wrong in the 2018, Paradise/Campfire. And so they're on edge right now. The locals are just on a sort of a fire watch situation. And apparently there was a small fire today that locals put out. Yay, in Paradise. I don't know if it's related, but it very well could have been. I just read that as a headline. So, hey, Morris, welcome back. Morris says, how you doing? Nice to see you're back on. Pretty good. How are you? So, let's turn on the fire activity, and we can see the, wait a second. There, sorry, I didn't zoom out enough. So here's what's going on with the Dixie Fire, and I'm about to read you the information. We're going to look at Facebook, which is CAL FIRE Butte County. So let me get that link up. And we're going to watch their little explainer video on it as well. So, oh, I already had it up. Here we go. So here's the incident update as of 7 p.m. today. This is their flyer that they distribute to the media. So it's a vegetation fire of unknown origin. Started on the 13th around 5 p.m. is when they noticed it. It has 9% containment as of today, and it is almost 9,000 acres though. So the other headline of the news media was Dixie Fire jumps to nearly 8,000 acres, but firefighters gaining ground and crews are aided by previous campfire containment lines. Like I said, guys, an ounce of prevention is worth tons of cure when it comes to wildfires. Once you make a containment line, it's good for years. It can help you fight fires, and everybody knows that being prepared is better than being reactive. We saw this last year as a ray of hope. A lot of the horrible bear fire that ran down and killed people in Berry Creek was stopped by the existing containment lines for the Paradise Fire that they had before. So all crews have to do is remand those lines, spruce them up, and they have a huge advantage with the fire. So the silver lining here is that the other two fires, the bear and the campfire, which is also called the Paradise Fire, those lines are still in place. The bad news is that it's look at the sheer vertical cliffs of the Feather River Canyon. It's inaccessible. There's these tall pine trees on the tops of these ridges, and so the embers and flaming branches can break off and be carried by the wind. So the I'll just read the article. This is from the Mercury News. A fire burning near the footprint of the campfire in Butte County expanded again Friday. But fire officials were confident that nearby populated areas remained largely protected from its reach. Yay! So that would be places like around Polga, Belden. My fingers are crossed for Belden. That's such a wonderful little historic town. We can't forget about the people around Plumas County, which is just up the road a bit and up the hill. Plumas County people are feeling forgotten because they're acting like this is a Butte County only thing, and there's some evacuations going on in Plumas County. And we'll get to that in a second. The Dixie Fire, which broke out Tuesday about 10 miles north of Paradise, no, I'm sorry, no. That's east. Okay. Had jumped in size to nearly 8,000 acres, spreading up steep canyons and burning through campgrounds and hiking trails. Communities to the fire's southwest, however, appear to be protected from the blaze for the time being, in part thanks to previous containment lines crews established 3 years ago as they fought the devastating campfire, which killed 85 people at least. That my aside is at least, and ravaged Paradise and other surrounding towns. They could just go ahead and say that was California's deadliest wildfire ever, but I guess they didn't know that. In some spots along the burn scar, firefighters are reinforcing old lines rather than building entirely anew, said Kim McGuire, Public Information Officer at CAL FIRE. Fire was 7% contained Friday. It really helps us to have to do less work in those particular areas, and it's a great thing to be able to use and continue their efforts. We really feel confident on the southwestern portion of the area, so phew. Sigh of relief for places like Polga, Orville, etc. We do feel a little lucky. Still, some evacuation orders and warnings remained in effect for both Butte and Plumas counties. Mandatory evacuations are underway in Plumas' High Lakes area and for both sides of Highway 70 in the Rock Creek, Story, and Tobin area. A warning was in place for both sides of the Highway 70 from Tobin east to Belden and Caribou. I don't know what remains of Caribou. That was a gold mining ghost town. But it's a place name, up on the canyon. So it's a good place to a good way to orient yourself. We will be looking at the evacuation maps in just a moment. Butte County Sheriff's officials. Hang on a second. Oh, average to best in chat says, I love Belden. Yeah. I do too. It's incredible. And it's dodging fires left and right. Excuse me. Once again, guys, I'm a little ill right now and doing my best. Vita for Life says, hi, Catherine. What exactly are the lines? Just lines of removed vegetation? Yeah, fire lines are where they just bulldoze like a new miniature road. And so that the fire along the ground can't cross it, really, unless there was extreme wind or something. And so they maintain that line. Sometimes they hand hack it, and it's more like a bunch of trails. They get out with the shovels, picks, and hose, and they turn over the vegetation and throw dirt on top of it so that, like, say, fast-moving grass fires can't go. Then this gives them something. Once they made that line, they will actually light on fire if they can. If conditions are favorable, they'll actually light on fire, say, let's just put it out there, 200 feet in front of that fire line. And they will allow, in a controlled fashion, all that vegetation on the ground to burn up to that fire line. And what have they done? They've made a scorched earth strip because it stops at the line. And so now the big fire comes up, and 200 feet away from it, it has nothing to burn. It stops at that burned area. And now all the firefighters have to do, sitting on the line, is they're on a spot fire patrol, because the wind will push some embers across that burned area and over across the line, but they go over a rush over and smack it out with their shovels, or they spray a little water on it, and they're preventing the fire from moving past that road, past that line. So it just depends. They got a couple of ways they can deal with it. They'll also even cut down trees too, like some leaning dead trees. They'll put them on the ground because those are dangerous, and they might just, like, say they catch fire and then they fall down. And if you think about a 150-foot tall tree, or a 100-foot tall tree, if it was on fire and laid down on the ground, it would push that fire, like the top of it, 100 feet away from itself. So say it fell across the line, and that would be a disaster. So they'll look at the danger trees and they'll put them on the ground the opposite direction if they can, back towards the fire, so it burns on the correct side of the line. I hope that makes sense. I should get out little pictures and make drawings. But it's tree felling, it's road making, it's spraying, it's throwing dirt on top of existing grass and shrubs, masticating it if they've got masticators, which is literally wood chipping a bunch of the stuff, because wood chips on the ground are not going to burn up. They're going to be down. The fire will be burning down on the ground instead of climbing. And so they can even save trees that way. Just go around to those trees and get the brush off and away from it. So masticating is something I'm very enthusiastic about. It's almost like a new technology. They have like bulldozers with buzzsaws at the end of them, and they're really fun to watch. I'll read the rest of the article now. Wind pushed the flames north throughout the week, prompting crews to plan on securing the Chambers Peak and Rogers Flat area over the weekend. They were bracing for steep uphill hikes, large fallen trees, and an exhaustion that stems from fighting in 100-degree temperature. And that's brutal. And I have to say that the one injury here on the Dixie fire was a firefighter, and he or she is back on the job today, like a boss. Yeah, we got to applaud our fighters, man. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. About 1,000 personnel are on the scene Friday, with more expected to fan into the High Lakes and Tobin areas as more crews arrive over the coming days. It wasn't clear how the fire ignited Tuesday at Dixie Road and Camp Creek Road. Camp Creek Road is how the campfire got its name. Several Pacific Gas and electric transmission lines run through the area, including the permanently de-energized Caribou Palermo line that sparked the campfire in the same Feather River Canyon area. I didn't realize they permanently shut it down. That's interesting. PG&E had not filed a report to the California Public Utilities Commission, which is required after serious electrical incidents as of Friday, so it may not be related to power lines. It could be a coincidence the fire is burning underneath them, but we will have to wait for investigation to know. CAL FIRE was advising nearby residents to pack ready-to-go bags and keep checking evacuation updates from the local sheriff's office. And I have a cool link to share with you because Butte County has a really awesome resource for what they want you to do exactly, and it's like a bunch of flyers and handouts. This is how you should prepare. This is how you should prepare your property, and it's pretty wonderful. So I will find that link. Where did it go? Hang on. California Butte County evacuation map. We'll look at the evacuation map, and I'm going to link you what they want you to do. Butte County is really getting their stuff together. They have learned a lot of powerful lessons, and I am very happy with their public communication. It was non-existent during the campfire. Reverse 911 failed, and it's part of the reason why there were so many fatalities, but they have fixed so many things. It's wonderful. So let me show you this website, and I will link it in chat. I wish it was a shorter link. Look how long this is. Like, brr. Really? Can't it be Butte County /fire/prepare or something? I don't know. But you can do buttecounty.net/fire and you should be able to get to this thing. Here is your homeowner's checklist for your defensible space, the rules and regulations regarding it. There's a Benevolent Foundation link here too. And it has all these nice little links of what to do, how to volunteer, stations and facilities. This is very organized and neat, and I think this is wonderful. So if you look at the, say, defensible space, this is clear and concise and wonderful. I applaud this diagram. It just kind of explains in a nutshell how to prep your property. They also have defensible space guidelines. This is all wonderful. So I do highly recommend that. This is in the link to my video, in the description, excuse me, the links. This link is in the description portion of my video, so you can just go ahead and take a look at that, and you'll see all of this lovely stuff. Now let's look at the evacuation map that's currently affecting Polga area and the Feather River Canyon, Plumas, and Butte County both. So my heart is in Plumas County. You know, there's that song, "My Heart is in Havana." Well, my heart is in Plumas County. That's where I belong. My stomping grounds from childhood over there, and so I care very much about Butte and Plumas County. Oh, let me make sure I got the evacuation map. Bear with me, as I have two monitors and I'm clicking buttons over here. So California It's also the link, if you want to beat me to it, is in the description of this video. So, here's the map. Hang on a second. You can also sign up for notifications. Sign up for emergency mass notifications. While I'm looking for the map, you'll be able to see this. This is quite important. And let's see, is this the map? Nope, that is there. Oh, it is. Okay, so this one will work. This is, let me fix the color. This is the Mercury News evacuation map, and we could look at the official one. This is based off the official one, so it's just as good. So you can see Sterling City is on edge here. It's kind of at the perimeter here. They don't have the ready, set, go, red, green, red, yellow, red, green, yellow as Oregon does. It's a lot more ambiguous and less organized. But as you can see, you can see exactly here that Belden is within this purple zone. And this is explaining the evacuation orders. So I am going to, this link I believe is already in the description. I'm going to put it in chat just in case it isn't. So let me do that. And you are very welcome, people linking me in chat. Least I can do. So let me know. I'm getting this error on YouTube saying that the video is not smooth. I don't know if that is real or not. If there's any sort of audio or video error, just please let me know. So I actually was supposed to visit this area next week, and so I don't know if I should cancel plans or if I should speed up my plans to try to maybe even cover this a little bit. I don't have a press pass, so to speak, but what I do kind of borderlines on journalism. So I might be able to say get a special permission. I doubt it though. It's not like I'm affiliated with a news outlet. So if we pull back out here, this is the general area. Caribou being quite further up here. This is another area you have to paint with a broad brush. Do you see the steep terrain? This is extremely rugged stuff. The embers, depending on wind direction, can fly, 15, 20 miles. Is if it was extremely powerful winds, such as during the Santa Anas, like the 80 and 90 mile an hour winds. And we are not in that. We are fortunate, but we can't be complacent because lower speed winds can still push these embers extreme distances. Because if you think about trees being 100-foot tall on top of these, several thousand-foot peaks, these are at least 2,000 feet of elevation, maybe 3-ish at the peaks. They can travel huge distances, just like they did, before, and shocked everybody with just how far they went away. I mean, look at the distance from this ridge where the campfire occurred, and embers flew all the way to here to start the Paradise Fire. So that is a huge distance. And we don't have those kind of fierce winds like the Santa Anas right now, but we can't get complacent, and that's why they paint with a huge broad brush. When fires spread from peak to peak with spotting, they just skip over canyons and lowlands, and they usually land on the top of another ridge. I mean, they can land down in here, but often it's to the top of another ridge. And so if you look at a fire ember here, could land here, and then within an hour you could have another one here, and then within another hour you could have another one here. That is the concept. So I'm very happy though with what they have reported fighting this fire. We'll go to CAL FIRE now and take a look for even more detailed reports. You see the spotting action here, where the wind is up out of the southeast pushing towards the northwest, and so it's driving those spot fires, just like we were talking about. It's going towards the northwest right now. So this is a bit more of the wilderness area, and whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing is, I mean, we always want to see it away from structures and towns and such, but rugged wilderness makes the fire harder to fight and means that it might get bigger. And then the wind can change and then it can go, towards Sterling City or some other place. So let's look at CAL FIRE, and we shall probably watch their video. Current situation, terrain and winds have pushed the fire further north into Tobin Ridge. Yep, this is what we just saw. Steep and inaccessible terrain continue to make containment difficult. Weather conditions are going to continue to gradually warm and dry throughout the weekend. Relative humidity tonight will continue to be moderate with poor recovery, ranging in the 20 to 30%. That means nighttime recovery. With temperatures in the low 60s. At least temperatures are in the low 60s at night. I mean, that's something. Evacuation orders are for the High Lakes area, Story, Tobin, and Rockcrest. And there's not a whole lot of population up in these areas, so this isn't news to anybody who lives there. It would be the kind of thing where sheriffs can go door to door and just go tell everybody. So evacuation warnings, which is like the be prepared to go, are Polga, northeast Concow, Philbrook, and East Tobin to Caribou in place. Those are in place for the community. Okay, they just sort of typoed this. Snag Lake, Chambers Creek, Rogers Flat, Belden, High Lakes area. So the assigned resources are 84 different fire engines, 16 water tenders, 10 helicopters, 50 hand crews, 17 dozers, 4 other miscellaneous, and some air tankers. So they've got total personnel of like 1,200 people on this. And they were talking about, in a different article, having very, very good success with especially the Bambi bucket drops from these real super awesome elite badass, for another lack of a better word, helicopter pilots. They're actually in the Feather River Canyon getting their water. It's not like Lake Oroville. That is such a steep, narrow canyon that even putting a helicopter anywhere inside of it just completely blows me away, because that's extremely dangerous flying. So that's incredible. So we can. I'm looking back at the chat here. Hello, Josh. Welcome. On Fire Photos on Facebook is live at the Tamarack fire. Really? Okay. Let's take a look on Fire Photos. We will, I swear, look at the Dixie Fire update, but since we comprehensively just covered that, the video can wait if there's something going on. I do not see that. Let me take this off to my other monitor to take a look. On Fire Photos on Facebook, is that an actual Facebook page? Is that like the name of a group? Because I do think we should tune in. Yeah. A 15-mile, Major says, a 15-mile ember still hot is difficult to imagine. Yeah, I was corrected. I used to say that was about the maximum that an ember could travel, but I was wrong. I was corrected by Torin and Iceman, the firefighters that drop in from time to time. And they said, no, it could go up to 20. On fire photo videos, okay. I'm trying to find that page. We'll take a look. I'm not finding it. I'm going to do a general Google search on fire photos, Facebook. Okay, Google search. Okay, this one is about. I just found one related to sneakers. Definitely, it's not sneakers. Definitely, it's not that person's. Let's take a look at the next one. On Fire Retail Company, they sell firewood. That would not be it. Let's go to the next one. That's not it either. I cannot find it. I'm gonna make you a moderator for a second, and then you can go ahead and make a link for us. Okay. So use your power wisely. All right, try it. I don't know how long it takes for you to get your moderator powers, but go ahead and give us a link. So I'll continue to search over here, but that would be nice to see something live concerning that. Oh, Miss Kathy says I'm buffering a little. I don't understand why. I'll look into that, but thank you for the feedback. I shouldn't be buffering at all. I've got quite a robust internet setup here. I should have zero problems. So go ahead, Josh. Can you try to paste the link for us? So Tamarack Fire Live Facebook. I'll do that search. There's no buffering on your end? Okay. If you are buffering, you can also go down to lower quality if it's on your end. People can click the little gear icon bottom right of the screen, and you can go to 720p or whatever you need. Thank you, Josh. Awesome. I've got it. Let's pull it over. Here we go. Now I'm going to see if the volume is correct for watching this. And I do appreciate everybody in chat. Thank you so much. And thank you, Lady Slipper. No buffering for you. That's good. So I'm sorry if this is going to be loud. It might blast your ears out. Let's take a look.
Right now, the fire in this area,
it's actually really low.
So CAL FIRE is not currently involved in the. Yeah, Brad, I came in from the Arnold.
Wow, is he on the scene? Is he on the scene of the fire? Wow.
Yeah, in general, the National Forest Service isn't real quick on updating things. So.
Yikes! This is the Tamarack fire.
Okay. Again, for people joining, this is the Tamarack fire. It is burning near Markleyville, California, along Highway 89. We are quite a ways south, but we are south of Lake Tahoe is where you'll find Markleyville.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you. This is one of the ones that exploded overnight. It was a small lightning-caused fire, and then the wind conditions and everything whipped up today. So that caused the evacuation of Markleyville in Alpine County, and that was happening this evening. And I wanted to go live this evening. I was unable. So, yes, I mean.
Right on schedule. Generally, we'll have a couple fires early in July. I take family vacation every year right around this time, right around my birthday, and then kind of expect that once I get back from vacation, that's go time for fire season to really kick in. We have had several very large fires already this season.
Okay, I bookmarked him. That's good.
So right now the temperature where I am is 68 degrees. It's been incredibly hot up here for the last week. 100 degrees plus in Arnold, which isn't great since the house we're staying at doesn't have air conditioning. So we spent a lot of time up at Lake Alpine, a lot of time at Lakemont Pines, out at the beach, in the water. This is not a new fire, so to speak. It's a newly active fire. This fire started by lightning several weeks ago, and it's just been kind of cooking around back in the National Forest.
Okay,
National Forestry has.
I'm going to pause that one because he's kind of telling us what we already know, and we get the idea. Thank you so much for that link. I do want to go back and go to what they were talking about the Dixie fire, and we want to hear the updates and probably the back at Paisley, Oregon. We want to hear about the community update for Paisley related to the Bootleg fire. So we can go back and look at that. But thank you so much for that information. Yeah, it's incredible that he's live, like on the scene, and that's clearly active and clearly of concern. So, what we were going to do is go back to Cal Fire, and we were going to look at what they were giving as a update on the Dixie fire. So let's start there. So hang on there, hang with me. I've got the links over here on a different um, screen. I'm juggling monitors. There we go. So yeah, here it is. This is the Dixie Fire update by Cal Fire, which happened today at 7 p.m. It's almost midnight, but yes, I can still say it's still today. Let's enlarge that, get that bigger, adjust volume.
The Dixie Fire is currently at 8,754 acres at 9% containment with 1,284 personnel assigned. I'd like to bring up our first presenter this evening, Assistant Chief Sean Norman of the Dixie Incident Operations Sections Chief.
Good evening. I'm going to take some time and kind of go over the map for you here, if I can get this out. And we'll talk a little bit about the fire, where it is. Just for a quick orientation, this green line here represents the Feather River Canyon and the Feather River. So Orville would be down here, Quincy up here. The communities out to our west would be Concow, Paradise beyond that, Magalia, Sterling City, and then Butte Meadows up here off the map. So I'm going to start with you down here in Division Bravo. And Division Bravo runs along the highway and then peels back up the ridge. And this has been the part that we're most concerned about the last couple days. And we really wanted to get that buttoned up. If you've spent any time in the Feather River Canyon, you know that really we have two wind patterns. We have the one that pushes up canyon all day, and then around 10 o'clock at night, the wind swaps back around, and we can have very strong winds come down the canyon. So we really wanted to button this up so we stop the southern progression of this fire down the Feather River towards the communities of Concow and Paradise. So today we were successful in getting that door closed on that. It was very steep terrain. The crews inserted off the railroad tracks and they cut up as they were coming down. We've been working on that since the first day of the fire to get line on that portion of it. It's just been steep, rugged terrain where we have rolling material that rolls out and then ignites a fire below the firefighters, and they have to back up and then loop back around it. We worked on it all day. We have a short turnaround time with our helicopters, so we kept them on the fire all day, pounding on that thing with water out of the Feather River. Coming around into Division Foxtrot, Division Foxtrots looked really good today. We have dozer line in since the second day of the fire, and we have good mop up, probably about 150 feet of depth of no smokes within the edge of our line from the fire's edge. Coming up into Division Mike, the bulk of Division Mike is looking good as well. Very little activity in there, no need for aircraft today on Division Mike. The crews got hose in and they're spraying water and mopping all that up. Coming in Division Papa, things are a little different there. The fire's been pushing pretty hard. It's been paralleling them for the most part, but made a run late in the day at their line. They were able to put a lot of retardant in. As that smoke column lays over, it allowed the air tankers to come in, and we painted that whole section of dozer line ahead of them constructing it so that they could keep going and it was safe for them. So we do have engines and crews in there right now, and they're continuing to push north and also east in an attempt to kind of catch the fire and keep it from checking sideways across towards places like Morris Lake, Lot Lake, in that country up there, and then eventually out. It's kind of aiming itself out in that country, in the high country up there. With that, some of the line that we're using is line that we put in last year as a contingency with the North Complex when it had jumped over the river. So we already had that line put in, and so it was been pretty quick for us to reopen that back up, and we've been very successful in using that line to our advantage. The fire's burning unchecked beyond that. Because of the slow terrain, as we're going in there, we're getting into a lot of granite. So we're having to hop from granite to granite pile and then get around all that with our troops and get into that country, and it's pretty far out there. From this area, driving on roads, it's probably a 3-hour drive from there back to Chico. So quite an extended time for our troops to get out and get engaged and then come back. Coming around the fire, that smoke column that you saw here from the valley or from Susanville or from Lake Almanor, that's where that's coming from, is right here, and it's running a drainage out and with heavy timber in there. A lot of fire activity has been in there in the past 15 or 20 years. The Chips fire, the Story fire, there was a Tobin fire, there was the 2008 Butte Lightning Complex, the pit, and the Camp Creek fire that burned through there. So what you have going on is a lot of fire activity burning in that fuel model, which is brush with a lot of dead and down timber. And that's why you see that smoke column the color that it is. It's not that jet black dark smoke, it's whiter smoke because there's no tannins and all that pitch. It's not in that dead timber. So when you see that big smoke column stand up like that every afternoon, that's that fire pushing out here towards that Morris Lake and Lot Lake. Coming around, the fire has slopped slightly over the Tobin Ridge, and you can see that very clearly from Highway 70, and it's a backing fire. It's backing down, again, burning in the footprint of 2 fires within the last 15 years, and so it's not moving very quickly because of the sparse fuels. As we come down along, the fire is backing slowly down towards the railroad tracks. We've worked and we're successful in preserving the trestle that's very important to the rail system over Rock Creek. So working with Union Pacific Railroad, we were able to get our firefighters in there using our equipment and their equipment and save that trestle. That section of the fire along the river here in what we're calling Division Alpha has backed down to the river, and it's just a function of the firefighters keeping it in check. A couple things that have been very helpful for us: we have very rapid turnarounds with our helicopter support, so they're able to dip right out of the Feather River and then get right on the fire immediately. So we've been very successful with that. That's it for my report.
Thank you, Chief Norman. Our next speaker this evening is one of the Unified Incident Commanders from CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1, Chief Nick Durax.
All right, good evening. Appreciate everybody tuning in. I want to talk about a couple things tonight. So as Chief Smith said, we did bring in an incident management team to the incident. We transitioned with the Butte unit today. And then we've also went into unified command with the U.S. Forest Service. So a couple things happening today. One thing I would like to say is you guys, everybody out there should be extremely proud of your local firefighters. Local government, CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, everybody's been out there for 3.5, 4 days. And Chief Norman gave a great update as far as what's going on out there and the difficult conditions and the terrain that they've been dealing with. What the incident management team does is we come in as the incident grows, the logistical needs increase, and so we come in to help support that effort along with operations, public information, those kind of things. So you'll see a little different incident updates over the next couple days. We've got more people in to keep everybody better informed. So that's kind of what we'll be doing in here the next few days. We've got a long fight ahead of us. Most of the effort has been to protect the communities to the the west of the fire and keep the public safe. Outstanding safety record. We've had 1 minor injury to a firefighter who's already been released and back on full duty. Again, very proud of the efforts that have taken place up till now. A couple of questions that we've received so far concerning the upcoming weather. There is lightning predicted to come into the area coming in Sunday and Monday. So it sounds like this area, the main effect will be late night Sunday into Monday morning. They are expecting some lightning in the area, so that can do a couple things. Obviously, any new starts that may come, but also the bigger concern for this fire that we've got. If we get a thunder cell that sets up way up the canyon, and when it starts to collapse, it can create winds, and the direction of those winds we just don't know exactly, but it will funnel down the drainage. Fortunately, we do have good containment on that southwest corner of the fire, and that will continue to be our priority over the next couple days while that weather sets up. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Chief Truax. We do appreciate those that have submitted questions this evening. Both speakers were able to address those questions that came in. We would like you to follow the Cal Fire Butte Facebook page for continued information, as well as tomorrow evening. We ask you to please join us again at 7 p.m. for a Dixie Fire incident update. For additional information on how to be prepared for wildfire, please visit readyforwildfire.org. Thank you for joining us. Have a good evening.
Okay, great. So, not, even though that it has grown in size, not all is lost here. There's still pretty high levels of confidence. So I'm glad we watched that. Let's take a look at other things. I wanted to point out something I was looking at right as we were listening, and that is, yeah, floods in Europe are crazy right now. They really are. I was looking at Germany. I can't believe what I was seeing. Entire towns being washed away, and in the middle of the night, floods just smashing into buildings, taking down walls with the debris and sweeping people away in the night. It's crazy weather. A lot of this has to do with the temperatures of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and science is still kind of studying about how that changes the weather. The oceans are in control of our weathers, but we don't know why they become overheated or cool on certain years with El Nino and La Nina. It's still very mysterious, but there's something going on. I love this. These are handouts, and Paradise has these. This is on the Butte County website. As you can see, buttecounty.net. They have a really cool thing that you can print out here, the home evacuation checklist. Now, this section is great for anyone, not just somebody in Paradise. Remember the 6 P's: people and pets, papers, phone numbers, important documents, prescriptions, vitamins and eyeglasses, pictures and irreplaceable memorabilia, personal computer, hard drive and discs, plastic, including your credit and ATM and cash. That's cute. That's really cute. What you don't need is the computer. I mean, if you have a laptop, bring it, but you just do need the hard drive from the computer. So I should probably make a video about how people can safely remove the hard drive and not feel like they have to carry around a tower. Because when you're evacuating, you don't want excess stuff in the car. So it's wonderful. Prepare for evacuation. Alert family and neighbors. Dress in appropriate clothing. It's talking about cotton and wool, but trust me, wool is superior. Work boots, having gloves. Whoops. Goggles, dry bandana, dust mask. N95s are the thing that help you with smoke the most. Keep those around for wildfire. They're not just for COVID. Like, you don't understand how well an N95 helps you in a wildfire. It's just night and day with one. The little surgical masks and stuff, they don't cut it. But if you tightly fit that N95 to you, oh man, it's best. It's so much better. Your eyes will still burn and sting with the smoke, and goggles are great, for that. Heck, even if they're for swimming. Grab your go bag and add last minute items, and have the following stuff: numbers. Inside the house, shut all windows and doors, remove flammable window shades and the curtains, close your metal shutters. That is so important. Many houses burn down just because the heat is outside enough to shatter the window, and then embers go in and light the curtains. So you put those curtains away from the windows. Even if you take them down, just go throw them on a bed or something. And metal shutters can really mean the difference between your house being saved and not. This is perfect. This is amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the chat. So, oh, the Tamarack might have crossed Highway 89. Josh, are you monitoring that guy's live stream? Is that what he said? Or do we have another? Or do we have another source for that? And Carney says the floods in Europe look like Oregon of '96. Yeah, I remember that. That was insane. 96 was quite bad. Let's see here. But I like what I see there. So let's go to the next bit of media here that I was going to share with. We should go back to the video updates. Let's see, that was the one for the Dixie fire. Let's go back to the Bootleg fire and see about Paisley's town meeting that they had, and the official Bootleg YouTube channel. There is one. There's official Bootleg Fire YouTube channel. So here is a very short video that I kind of got a little bit confused about. It's so short that it's like, really? Could you have taken 1 more minute, please, to explain this? But I guess something is better than nothing. And this was from, actually, this is from yesterday. I'm sorry, this may not matter. Let's look at the thing from today. Sorry, I thought this was a today update. And that would be the public meeting that they had in Paisley, I believe. Let's take a look. Virtual public meeting via Zoom. Yeah, okay, let's take a look.
With the public meeting.
That's not my cursor. Whoa, this is a Inception, cursorception.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the Bootleg Fire Public Information Meeting tonight for July 16th, Friday, July 16th. Thank you for joining us. I want to provide you an update on what's happening on the Bootleg Fire. My name is Chris Barth. I'm a Public Information Officer with Pacific Northwest Team 2. We've got a host of speakers to provide you with the latest information about the fire, and thank you again for joining us. If you do have questions through the presentation, please go ahead and put those in the comment section, and we'll do our best to get to them live later during the question and answer period, and or get to them in response to the feed.
I'm sorry for the garbage audio there, but this is the highest resolution that we can get. So let's keep playing it.
With the public meeting. For tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about what's happening on the ground with the operations folks. We're going to hear about how the fire is behaving from our fire behavior analyst. We're going to learn a little bit more about the weather and the air resource from the air resource advisor and what to expect with smoke. And then we're going to also get the latest from both Klamath County and Lake County from emergency management. And then we're going to get to questions and finally close out with the incident commanders. For everyone's situational awareness, the Bootleg Fire is currently 241,497 acres. We are 7% contained currently. We have just under 2,000 personnel that are assigned to the Bootleg Fire. So with that, I'd like to first introduce our next speaker, which is going to be Kyle Gibbons, Operations Section Chief on the Zone 1 of the Bootleg Fire.
Shouldn't his square be the main? This person doesn't know how to use Zoom. Okay, that's better. It's just 39 minutes long. We're 3 minutes into it, so I may skip around.
All right, good evening. I'm Kyle Gibbons, Operations Trainee for Oregon Department of Forestry, Team 1. And so Zone 1 of the fire is basically the southern and eastern sides of the Bootleg Fire. And so we'll start over on the east side. So on basically the whole east side of the fire, we've had fairly active fire behavior and even going into extreme fire behavior the last couple of days, and also getting a little bit of lightning that's been created from the fire activity and the extreme behavior. So with that being said, on the eastern side, we'll start up at Division Echo Echo and then kind of work south. So that front that fire front, as we're working south, has been moving 1 to 4 miles a day, and then in some areas a little bit more than that. So as we're coming south and we get down into Bravo, Bravo, and Charlie, Charlie, we have the 3-4 road that we've put quite a bit of effort in to try to hold the fire on, and we've had some success, and we're currently have about 1,000 to 1,500 acres across that line. That we got dozers around last night, and we continue to hold it throughout the day. So that the activity's still there with the extreme fire behavior. Crews have been working hard on the ground, and we continue to prep lines and roads out in front, and as we continue to hold the 3-4. So we have kind of 2 different operations going on in case the fire activity kind of pushes us off that 3-4 road and we lose it, then we'll back up and grab another anchor point and try to get around the fire that way. So, and then as we move farther south around Division Hotel, that's where we have direct line on the fire's edge, and crews continue to mop up, put out hot spots, and hold that line. So then moving back to the west, very similar. The activity's there, the weather conditions are there. Crews are working hard to put out hot spots, a little bit of slop over, and then they're getting that stuff picked up, cooled down, and tied back into the main fire. And so it's similar all the way back to Division Alpha, where we've been holding that line for several days now, and don't have any real concerns with losing it at this point. So once again, it's the east side of the fire that continues to be problematic, and we'll continue moving forward. Thank you.
I'm sure there's more. Let's see. It keeps going. And Josh is saying in the chat that the Tamarack fire may have jumped Highway 89, or spotting east of Highway 89 and north of Markleyville.
All right, thank you, and sorry for that brief pause as we were switching back from Zone 1 over to Zone 2. Thanks, Kyle, for that update on Zone 1. Next, we're going to hear from Kyle Cannon, Operations Section Chief on Zone 2. Kyle?
Good evening, I'm Kyle Cannon, Zone 2 Operations Section Chief with Pacific Northwest Team 2. So the Zone 2 area is the west, north, and northeast corners of the Bootleg fire. And it also includes the log fire. So I'm going to start on the northeast corner. Over on the log fire, we put a lot of energy into the log fire to try to prevent fire spread from the log fire to the northeast towards Summer Lake. Definitely, that's one of our high priorities to protect the private property and infrastructure in that Highway 31 corridor. With the fire behavior we've been seeing, we may see fire spread pretty quickly to that area under the worst case conditions, so we're preparing to be ready for that in the event that that occurs. At this time, we're attempting to hold the 28 road. We've had some difficulties with spotting and slop overs with the extreme fire behavior, and we're going to continue to work on that area to hold things together. The main fire and log fire are about a mile apart as of about an hour ago, and we expect them to come together in the next day or two, I'm guessing, based on the weather conditions that are predicted. Moving around, we also have personnel in Division K, in our Division K, in the Sycan Marsh area as well, protecting structures in that area. Coming around onto the north side of the fire, we have had some pretty active fire behavior today, working its way north in this direction between private property and the marsh. We're working in there today to try to hold that and keep fire from spreading north into that private property. Coming around, also in that area, we have been utilizing retardant and bucket drops today to try to hold that and keep it in place. And then coming around onto the west side of the fire, this is where the origin of the fire is, and we had the most time to work. We made really good progress in here. And from our division Yankee all the way around into Division Mike, the line has been holding pretty well over the last 2 or 3 days. We've got a few areas of mop-up to complete, but for the most part, we feel pretty solid that area is going to hold and protect the structures, the private property out here in the 97 corridor. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate that update. And next, we're going to go over to Andy Lam from the Oregon State Fire Marshal.
Good evening. My name is Andy Loudon. I'm from the Office of State Fire Marshal. State Fire Marshal provides structural protection to mostly residents in conjunction with wildland assets. We bring in firefighters from around the state, from departments from as far as the Portland metro area and even local fire departments. Just kind of running around the fire. We'll start with Division Alpha. Initially during this operation, in the last weeks, we were in what we would call point protection, and that's dealing with structures that were within the fire perimeter or immediately threatened by the fires. And that was essentially Divisions Alpha all the way down through Gulf. And those areas have been pretty well dealt with by the wildland assets. And we have pretty much moved our operations out of those areas and started moving more towards Gulf Hotel and assisting wildland operations in their operations to control the fire on the southeast corner. And in conjunction with that, we also went into point protection and structures in that immediate area. Earlier in the operation, we were up in Echo, dealing with structures that are essentially in the center east flank and dealing with the homes and other structures up in that area. We've also been operating up in Division 2, Branch 2, up in the Saigon Marsh area on private ranch operations. And we actually have task forces in there all day today, and they'll be in overnight, as there's still quite a few structures and occupants in that area, including quite a few cattle. We're also getting ahead of any potentials by operating up in Summer Lake area, essentially from Paisley all the way up to Silver Lake, but we're focusing mostly on the areas closest to the log fire because they're at the greatest risk. And so we're up here on Winter Ridge and we're down on the on Highway 31, prepping those houses in cooperation with the Range Association. Tonight, most of our efforts are right here in Hotel and assisting wildland assets and holding their burn operations.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that update. And next, we're going to have Jim Hampton, our fire behavior analyst, to provide us an update for what the fire behavior has been doing and what we can expect.
Good evening, folks. Jim Hampton, I'm the fire behavior analyst with PNW Team 2. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got here, what are the conditions leading up to what we're seeing. I'll cover the forecast for the next couple of days, and you'll get a better idea, a better picture of the kind of circumstance that we're in through the rest of this fire season. We entered this fire season already in the second most severe drought. It is actually considered a severe drought. The only one worse than that is an exceptional drought. We entered into severe drought, getting about 35 to 40% of the normal precipitation that we would get in a normal water year last year. So we entered that this year. And if you look at the graph, that's where we are in the water year so far this year. July 15th is where that black line at the bottom ends. So if you follow that down, you'll see that that is pokes over into the right side of the July part of the graph. The top line, the bluish purple line, is the maximum that we've received in a water year in inches. 37 inches is what our maximum is. The green line in the middle of the graph is what our average is. 21 inches is our average of for a water year from October till the end of September. The lowest ever recorded was 12 inches of water. That would be the red line at the bottom.
And the black line at the bottom is where we currently are, right around 9 to 10 inches of water for the entire water year from October till now. So that kind of shows you where we are right now. We entered in a drought. We are now in an exceptional drought and have been for most of this year. As you that live around the Lakeview area knows, Drew's Reservoir is currently at 2% capacity. So we're really dry. The other thing that we do as a fire behavior analyst is try to determine what the fire behavior is going to be and what the potential is. And the forest, every forest has set aside criteria that are common on large fires. And this is where we tie into what the weather is going to be. The common thread here is if 2 or more of these criteria are breached, then we set ourselves up for a large fire. That criteria is temperatures above 85. Tomorrow is going to be 88. The following day is going to be 92, and the following day after that is going to be 94. The second criteria is relative humidity less than 15%. All of the following 3 days are going to be at 10%. So we've already reached 2 criteria. The following criteria is our large 6-inch logs and above. They're a good indicator of where our seasonality is for carrying the fuels, and that is less than 12. And we're currently in the 8 to 9 range, and that's not going to change unless it gets lower for the rest of the season. So you can see we've easily reached all 3 of those criteria, and those are common to big fires, and that's why we're having this, what you could call a mega fire right now for this area. The other thing I'd like to say is over the next 3 days, there are red flag criteria for winds, 25 to 30 miles an hour gusts. And so we are really setting ourselves up for the next 3 days for some heavy plume dominated fire activity. If you have any questions, please address them and I'll be happy to answer them afterward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And next we have Jeremy Michael, who's our Air Resource Advisor. It's to talk about air quality.
Good evening, everyone. Jeremy Michael, Air Resource Advisor. So we're deployed to wildfires and we embedded with the incident management team. And what
Okay, so you know we've been watching this video. This goes on for quite a long length of time, and if we have a developing situation, we should interrupt this. So what I'm doing is trying to figure out what is going on with the Tamarack fire, and I think we should turn on Broadcastify and listen and monitor that as a developing situation. So thank you so much. Josh, for bringing that to our attention. You're saying that you're trying to figure out where the fire was, and this is the hot springs over here that I can tell. It's not like I'm very familiar with this area. But they're talking about this being evacuated already, and I'm willing to bet this is the Hot Springs Road. And so let's turn on Broadcastify and let's get some live firefighter radio. So just bear with me and I will get that up for us. I have the links in the description to what we were just watching, and anybody can go on Facebook. And if you are interested in more of that Bootleg Fire, there is an official Bootleg Fire virtual community meeting, because Bootleg Fire channel is the official one on Facebook. So let's go back to the Tamarack and the developing situation. So, excuse me. Here is Alpine County, California, Markleeville. This is some miles north of Yosemite in the high mountains. You can see that Lake Tahoe is over there, and we are southeast of Lake Tahoe down here. So we know this area has been evacuated as of the developing situation that happened in the afternoon. The Tamarack fire exploded, which has been a pretty mild and meek fire until today. So it's a sparsely populated place. This is like a town of 200 as of the 2010 census. I don't know about current census data. I'm going to try to get the Broadcastify feed up so we can listen live to the firefighter chatter, because the fire may have jumped somewhere and we want to take the information straight from the horse's mouth. when we listen live, we can know what's happening before the media even tells anybody else. So I'm at Broadcastify. Just bear with me. I'm going to look for California. Here we go. Let's go to Alpine County. Alpine County. That's nope, not Alameda. Alpine. It's a county that a lot of people have never heard of. Like even if you live in California, there's what 37 counties, something like that. So there's what are we looking for? The Calaveras and Alpine Counties fire. Let's try this one. I'm starting the feed, and it's quiet right now. Josh, do you know if we want Calaveras and Alpine Counties fire, or if we want something like if we want the wind system and mature repeater network? Okay, Josh says they were talking about Hot Springs Road and Shady Springs. Oh, okay. All the deputies took off down Hot Springs Road about 10 minutes ago. Sounds like they'll have an updated fire map in the next 45. Yeah, we can turn on fire activity and just kind of see what the heck's going on. That's history, sorry. Fire activity. With the GOES satellite, we do have new hotspots in this entire region. This is less than an hour ago, usually updated, but it's not pinpointing, of course. This is so general that we can't tell anything. If we turn on MODIS and VIIRS, this was the fire activity down in this area, which was quite a ways away from Merkley, as the crow flies. And I think I was looking at the wrong Hot Springs Road. That's Grover Hot Springs State Park there, but it looks like there's another one. Hot Springs and Shady Springs. So if we were to go to Shady Springs, I don't hear anything from Broadcastify. Yeah, we'll give it a second. He's got multiple scanner channels playing. Okay, we might go back to his stream in just a second if Broadcastify won't give us signs of life. But I wonder if he's just got his own Baofeng and he's monitoring channels that are not part of Broadcastify. Yeah. Yeah, it just takes us here to Grover Hot Springs. So it's Shea Creek, Summer Home area. Yeah, that's frustrating. This is the Forest Service map. We could. No, it's the white version. White versions. We could go to TF Outdoors or something. Sometimes these are a little bit more updated. It can depend. Whatever Cal Topo has. They're pulling deputies off Hot Springs Road. Okay, let's go back to his live stream. Let's turn it on.
Been managing the fire. I know the fire's coming, but that homes are empty. Just incredible bravery on their part. You really got to respect that.
Do you hear them talking on his stream? Is that does he have like a radio in his car? Excuse me, there's his channel. Yeah, people are asking in his chat.
Focusing issues here.
Where's it coming from?
Pull back.
I want to give him photography advice. Dude, put it in infinite focus and lock it.
Looks like it's died down quite a bit over here, so I'm going to take another drive down into Markleyville and see where it is there.
Oh, he's traveling. Uh-oh. He's back. Darn it. Look at that hellscape. Hopefully we don't lose him.
Don't have to worry about these trees. I want you guys out.
Alright, so I just crossed the bridge. I'm heading back over into Markleyville. Go see where the fire is. Each pointed at the road there.
I hope to be able to cover fires like this. Yeah, this Vodcastify feed is dead. I'm trying to reconnect on my end. Oh.
Nona, thank you very much for the stars. I appreciate that. That definitely helps pay for these massive gas bills at $4.50 a gallon.
We're still waiting the fire to reach it. You want us to stage, or do you have another assignment? No, I'm good. You think that structure is a standalone if it backs in there tonight?
I just hope he's obeying
I think it should be fine.
evacuation info and/or
I just got a text from
has permission.
my oldest daughter, Annalise, that said you should thank people for the stars.
Yeah,
Yes,
I do.
Again, thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
I agree with you, Josh. I think it's Shea Creek Road, not Shady.
It allows me to continue being out here doing this and driving around. Okay, coming back into Markleyville again.
We can kind of see where he might be going. Let's turn back to Forest Service Road. There's not that many roads in and out of the town, so he may have been going this way, or he may have been going that way. Let's see. In the chat, they're saying there was a flare-up off Raymond View, which is the north side of Hot Springs Road. Okay. His stream is frozen. It's not me. So I'm going to look here on my other monitor and see if I can. Morning, Catherine. Hi, Tim. Yeah, hello. We're monitoring an escalating situation. If you just tuned in here, the fire may have either jumped a line or jumped a highway. In Alpine County, California, the Tamarack fire blew up this afternoon and exploded, and the town is evacuated and the surrounding areas. But there's been excited radio chatter right now about the fire moving. And so we're trying to figure out exactly where that is. We with the help of Josh here in chat, he alerted me to this guy who's live, driving around the town trying to cover the fires live. I hope he has permission. If he does, this is amazing citizen journalism. But he keeps losing connection. So I'm trying to listen. He said he's staying on 89. Okay.
And down this road right here are pulling the officers out.
I wish we could read these road signs. But what a hellscape. It's a pins and needles situation for everybody involved there, I'm sure. I'm trying on my end to look at Broadcastify and get some live radio coverage.
Losing some cell reception. So it may cut in and out here.
What happened there? I was watching him. It's quite the
okay, we got
the analysis. I was quite impressed with his. He arrived at his conclusions.
That's the radio. It's not him. That's what you're hearing right now.
I'm not sure. I don't recognize the name. And even if he did say his name, I probably wouldn't recognize him. But I know I've seen easily, I don't know, eight or 10 videos from him.
They're even talking about him.
Doing a real nice job.
Are they talking?
Truck driver and living in the mountains. I'm not off the grid where I live. Where I live, I don't have any over the air. I don't watch any of the major broadcast news networks. But yeah, I was just watching him on YouTube. It's very interesting. And
no,
he's doing I think a very good job at being biased and analyzing what he can find anyways. But yeah, I wish I knew this guy's name. Anybody interested in that would probably like watching him on YouTube. But the other gentleman out there in Florida, I apologize, I didn't get your name. I've heard them mention the Champlain North, or there's another building that was identical to that, the north building. Now that's not the same building that's still standing, right? That's a different building on a different piece of property. Can you clarify that?
Apparently, firefighters are talking about the Champlain Towers.
I have no idea. Anyway, you got someone else out there that seems to be interested in the same thing. So I'm going to get out of here. My name's Ronald, by the way, and I'm going to bed. So you guys have a good night.
Okay, I'm going to pause the repeater network. That's what we were hearing, and I thought they were talking about this guy, this Matthew Henderson, but they're actually talking about the Champlain Towers. And what I was just showing was the repeater network for this county. That may or may not have been first responders talking about the Champlain Towers. I don't know what it is. It could be a ham radio deal. But sorry, I thought that would have been amazing if they were talking about him. So yeah, it's probably ham radio channel. So Josh says, I think he's back on Montgomery in Markleyville facing the Hot Springs Road. So that would be facing west, wouldn't it? I do think that Hot Springs Road is this, isn't it? Let's look at Google Maps. Because his channel keeps freezing. Hopefully he can find a better spot to be in the town and continue his broadcast. Meanwhile, we can try to figure out what's going on ourselves. I'm going to go to Google Maps to just find out where is Hot Springs Road, Alpine County, California. Okay, yes, that is Hot Springs Road. I was able to verify this is Hot Springs Road right here. So he may be situated in town looking that way, looking kind of a southwesterly direction, if I had to guess. We could even look at Google Maps and perhaps there's that little golden man, you know, the street view. There's street view in Markleyville. That's incredible. So let's see if we can match where he is. Oh wow, this is a time capsule town. Oh, please don't burn. I need to visit this place. This is historical. Okay. If I do think he's right there, then we should be able to recognize road signs and such where he's at. Let's compare. So we have telephone lines where he's at. So there are telephone lines here. We don't have buildings. There's an oak tree. Apparently looks like an oak. Yeah, it does look like a nice mountain town, and you're so close to Yosemite and such. Oh, they kept their historic assets. This is so incredible. Please, please, please don't burn. I just put it on my list of places to go. Cutthroat Brewing Company. Maybe he's right here at this intersection. Let's take a look. So he's dropped the little gold man here. Could be that he's right back here, right? But telephone lines are on the opposite side. Yeah, they're on the left side. Yeah. See that right there? That little white area could be the shutters of that building. He could be situated right here. I think you're totally hit the nail on the head. Oh, he is? He's paused for... He's frozen.
Very long, but
oh, okay. I had to
So
unpause him. Okay. I didn't pause it, but it froze on me. Okay. Now, usually we're hearing the first responders through his radio, but this is maddening that it's being interrupted constantly from him. So, Josh,
okay, sorry about that. Yeah,
never mind.
Crappy cell phone reception.
Wow.
An engine 353 that I can send your way. Do you have a particular location you want?
All right, so it looks like I'm at the Alpine County Library. I don't know where their bookmobile is parked. And I can see flames from here. We're gonna get out, and hopefully the cell reception will stick around. We've got Antelope Valley Fire Department right here.
Wow.
Focus. Okay, so right back.
Oh God.
Right back in there is where there are active flames. Karen, they know that I'm not vandalizing because I'm not vandalizing. I've talked with a bunch of the sheriff's department guys. They've checked my press ID. I have actual license plates from the state of California that let them know that I'm a press photographer. And so yeah, so they know. And I've got stuff all over my truck that says that I'm press. I'll show you my. There you go. That's how they know. And of course, anybody can make that. But when you come through the when you come through the roadblocks, they actually check your ID and make sure you are who you are. So I am at Laramie Drive and Montgomery Street. Laramie Drive and Montgomery Street. And I can see looking through the trees there, I can see active flames right in there. And we've got Antelope Valley Fire is here on the scene.
The van is on Street View. Amazing. Hey, we have a situation here developing. Flames are approaching Merkleyville, California.
Lots of smoke back that way, so I think I'm going to go back and check on my exit road again and see how it's doing.
So today the Tamarack fire exploded. They evacuated Merkleyville and the surrounding areas, which is south of Lake Tahoe, north of Yosemite, about halfway. And Josh, who's awesome in chat, let us know that we needed to monitor this right now as the fire seems to have encroached upon the town from the west, I believe.
So that's where we're at. Reports are that it has crossed Hot Springs Road.
Oh dear.
You know, I can see glow out there. It looks like it's pretty far away. And we're going to go ahead and head back in. I don't know what the heck's going on with my video here.
Any word if the fire is bumping structures? No word on that. We're dependent on his radio. I can't find a station on Broadcastify.
So Markville.
Oh God.
Creekside Lodge. Oh
Wow.
God, dang it. You can see it going there. You know what? I'm going to jump out here and get some photographs in Markleyville. I am right across from the general store. Somebody asked about the general store. There it is.
That's horrifying.
All right, I'm going to jump out and take some photographs here. So hang out and watch the fire.
It's getting close to the town. That's got to be structures, you know, to answer your question, Sean. So we have a developing situation. If you just tuned in, the fire is approaching Markleyville, California, halfway in between Tahoe and Yosemite. A small mountain town, population around 200, and I do believe everybody is out. They've gone door to door. However, we just had excited chatter starting about 30 minutes ago. Josh here in chat, who's man of the hour here, has alerted me to this, and this press agent who is a press photographer who is located in the town right now, and he is live covering the flames approaching. I'm trying to find some sort of a feed so we can listen to the first responders on my end. I'm going to have to mute myself because I'm going to punch it in on my cell phone, but this is the developing situation, and I am scared to death for this town at this moment. Yeah, good job, Josh. You're awesome. I totally depend on people in chat to tell me about what's going on because I can't monitor everything at once. So I'm looking at my scanner radio app on my Android phone, and I'm going to be looking at everything in Alpine County.
I don't know if you guys can see that fire activity up there, but it is rushing. So I'm going to continue down here and get to the other side.
If fire crews are going that way, you should go the way they are going, just in my opinion.
Alright, let's go back over Hangman's Bridge.
Sean says, this is giving me some major deja vu. Yeah.
Coming up on the campground again. So if you're just joining me, again, I'm in Markleyville, California, which is due south of Lake Tahoe.
Yikes.
Coming around that corner and seeing that view is just insane. Back at Indian Creek Road.
Yikes.
Oh yeah, it's going full force right up above me here.
Mike off 353. Okay, you're done for the night. Thank you very much for the work. We'll see you tomorrow.
Let's see how close it is to the road. can actually see it. Let me turn the truck so you can see it. Right. Focus. Right up there. So that's probably, it's hard to tell, maybe 100 yards uphill from the road. And it was cooking pretty good just a minute ago. And it is slowly making its way down, this little finger of fire coming down here. Over to where we can see it again. This is my little rest stop right up here. I can see a pretty good orange glow on the trees in front of me, so I know that it's going pretty hard over there. Oh yeah. Give me a second, I'll get you situated. Never seen that before. You just got a semi with a blue bulldozer pulling up there.
We're trying to tie in with you right now. We're on Raymond View. What's your location?
I want to describe the situation for anybody who's just tuned in. This is developing. Hang on.
3 points that I'm watching. Let me get you off of this thing. Yeah. I'm looking at, okay. I'm watching this spot right here. And then I'm watching that spot right there. And I'm watching that spot
Oh my God.
right there. And every once in a while, get a big flare up.
Yeah, I'm speechless. It's a silent monster in the distance. It's so quiet. People wonder how wildfires can sneak up on people, and that's how. They don't always roar. It's nighttime, but I do believe they completed evacuations in the region. Yeah. Hangman's Bridge, that's where he's at. Highway 89 and Hangman's Bridge. What a name. And the first responders, if you couldn't hear them.
I am on Highway 89 at Hangman's Bridge. There's a big pullout right at the bridge here. I'm kind of sitting up on the hill. And again, for those of you just joining me, I am I'm on the Tamarack fire near Markleyville, California.
Okay, I guess I can talk now. He's by a bridge,
yeah,
which is
so
good.
I just saw somebody talking about the death ride. They have canceled that.
It's a bicycle event.
I asked one of the deputies coming in here because they're going to have Highway 4 will be closed going back over to Lake Alpine, and he said that they canceled it.
Now, if you're by a bridge, that's good. You can shelter underneath bridges. So he's not totally exposed. This is being smart.
So south of where I'm at, it has not gotten to 89 yet. That's kind of what I've been waiting for, but it's going so slowly, which is a good thing. When I first got up here, the fire was absolutely ripping through here.
Let's look at Hangman's Bridge.
And as the night progressed, the fire has laid down quite a lot. Although there are flare-ups every once in a while. And then up on the other side of the fire, from the reports on the radio, it's cooking up there, and the wind is a little bit higher as well. It's a weird thing in these mountains. You can be, where I am, it's completely still, but you drive a mile up the road up to Markleyville and there's wind. So it's odd. You got a flare up going there.
It's the nature of mountains. Look, there's a lot of crowning. Crowning is fire climbing the trees to the tops. That's why it spreads so rapidly. The embers will break off and travel in the wind. It says Hangman's Bridge. He's down here, right next to the town of Markleyville. And the fire is approaching the town, and there's a lot of excited chatter about that. It's been evacuated.
And the spot I'm watching to the right of my truck is definitely getting brighter.
Yeah, look at the wind. Look at the moving trees here. Wind is always fiercer on ridge tops.
I'm facing due west.
God, you're right, Josh. He's facing
kind
the
of
town.
Pointed right at the bridge.
He's facing the town. He's here. Oh, not the town. This is due west. So he's facing here.
And the fire is burning all the way around
Fire's
to
here.
Directly south of me.
And there.
And if I see anything happen up there, I will most certainly spin the camera around. Yes, I am on Highway 89 near Hangman's Bridge, about a mile outside of Markleyville, California.
Alert wildfire cam. Ooh. Let's. I'm gonna look at that cam. Hang on, at my other monitor. If we have a wildfire cam, that'd be great.
It's Sarah. It's a long ways from Tahoe. Kind of headed in that direction, but it's a long ways from there. We got another one torching just behind that stupid tree that's right in front of us.
I didn't even think about these cams. Oh yeah, we got cams. Hang on a second. I'm pulling them up. Oh God. Yeah. Look. Alert wildfire cam. Sorry, I don't know why that's... Why the heck is that gone crazy? Hang on, sorry. This is live images from Hawkins Peak cam looking south of Tahoe in that direction. And you can see there's an inferno on the camera. And he's close to the town, but this is updating every couple of seconds, I believe. That's, you can see where we're at. And these are the locations of other cams. Let's pull back to the one closer to Tahoe. It's not looking any better. People at Tahoe are reporting in his channel, in his chat, that they could see it from Tahoe, and this is pretty far away from Tahoe. This is Hawkins Peak.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been up in this area all week.
Excuse me, sorry.
I haven't really noticed. You know, we've seen a little bit of smoke when we were out on the lake, but hadn't really seen any columns or anything. And then just driving up from Angel's Camp at about 3 o'clock, look up and we turn this corner and just see this massive column going up, and I'm going, what in the hell is that? And yeah, so it did kind of take off very quickly. And when you watch the cameras, if you go back to like the 12-hour camera view, you can see it where it's just kind of cooking.
Hang on, we got scanner radioactivity. I'm muting him real quick. This is a phone in my hand. We can know by the wind. We'll check that in a second.
511 stage 56 medical aid for chest pain 16531 Creekside Drive.
Sorry, that was chest pain. I'm gonna put him back on. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna check the wind in a second. Okay, this is the camera 12-hour time lapse that he was just talking about. This is that same camera. You see how it exploded today. This is awful, folks. Look at that terrain. It's
the
beautiful.
Last estimate we had on the fire was 6,600 acres. 6,600 acres from the infrared aircraft that was flying.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just kind of cooking along. It's every once in a while you see a tree torch, but off to my south, it is definitely getting brighter. I can see some fire through the trees, but nothing to point the camera at yet.
Holy crap. Oh, Nikes. I see what they mean. How it just in the evening.
A little bit of breeze here and now.
Oh my God. Okay. We're getting close to live right now. This is the situation right now. This is the last image. This is the current image right there.
And
from that cam.
These cameras don't really like to focus when it's dark and smoky.
He's in a lot more danger than he realizes. Look at that. It just refreshed. He's good. He's good situated. Like he's at a bridge. He could get out of his car and get under the bridge, but I'm on pins and needles here. God, look at the time lapse. My God.
I would think if they end up setting up a base camp or a more permanent IC, it's probably going to be towards the Tahoe side of things, since they generally like to take over fairgrounds and larger spaces.
I'm gonna try to figure out the wind right now and see where it's going. All we have to do is click on wind, and it's coming up from the south. It's going north. It's being driven towards the town.
I have a little spot fire going a little closer to the road.
It's headed straight
still back a ways.
Straight for the town. He's looking west, and it's going north towards the town.
So the camera is pointed south now.
Southwest.
That little guy right there is a spot fire.
Close to him.
Spotted off of that right there.
This is the Tamarack fire. It is now approaching a town. It may be there any minute, really. This wouldn't take long to reach the town. Embers could be falling towards the town at any moment, really.
So I'm right off the road right off of 89 near Hangman's Bridge.
Oh my God.
Camera's pointed south.
Yeah, that's a spot right there. You can hear it. It crackled. He's starting to hear the fire where he's at.
Fairly slow fire movement. I'm kind of waiting to see what that little spot fire on the right-hand side does. If it establishes that far ahead.
This is our live webcam update.
But it's sure trying.
From north of the town. He just doesn't know.
This is the Tamarak fire.
He just doesn't know how bad it is. He's not looking at these other images. Yes, it is. It's a lightning-caused fire. It's been burning for weeks in a slow pace, but the wind just hit it today and it exploded.
All right, so I think that I'm going to take one more run down into town, and then I might be calling it a night. I'm getting pretty tired. I have about an hour and a half drive down an incredibly nasty, windy road.
What? Dude, the town is about to be erased by a fire, and he's a press agent. He's going to leave? We're about to watch a town probably be...
So the Tamarack fire is burning near Markleyville, California. If you want to Google that, it's spelled Markleeeville.
No, it's M-E.
Markleyville, California. It is definitely within a mile. At this spot, it's within a mile from Markleyville.
Yeah, so the way he's talking right now,
say a couple miles on the other end.
He's like gonna leave the area and go to bed. But what we could be about to witness is an entire town swallowed by this fire. He is completely unaware how bad it is.
Okay, driving. Oh shit! My French. Just give me just a second here. was just driving across and saw that down there.
Yeah, he.
Something to keep in mind. Oh, what the heck? That's me.
The reason I'm saying a bridge is one of the best places to be is he no longer knows if the fire is blocking his way in or out, in front or behind him. He doesn't know. So when you don't know, now he's driving away from that safe spot. If you don't know, then stay at the safe spot. That bridge is a safe spot. If he parks his vehicle on the bridge, his vehicle will probably not even burn because there's no vegetation on either side of the bridge if you parked it right, on the side of the bridge.
Slowly.
But this is a mistake. Like if you're in a fire situation like this, where there's high winds, there's spotting, you can only safely travel down a road if you can guarantee, if you absolutely know that there's no fire in front or behind you. Because a tree or something can block his way, he can go back toward the bridge, and if another tree or another fire blocks him from getting back to the bridge, that's where people die. So this is bad. I'm worried for him.
It's a hell of a view in my rearview mirror, which you'll see when I'm on my way back here.
Yeah, they have apparatus in place, but I don't know if there's enough. The question was about, are there fire rigs in there ready to fight the fire? I mean, it's this exploded today. Oh God.
Okay, so I am in Markleyville now. Wow.
I am typing, trying to warn him right now.
Get into Markleyville. There's the general store on the right.
I'm trying to warn him.
Yeah, so I've been hearing that the fire activity is very high. I'm just not in the areas where it is, because I'm trying to stay on this side of the fire so that I can get back over to Highway 4. Yeah, so there you have it. there.
Yeah, I have to make it clear I'm not trying to steal his viewers. I'm trying to warn him.
Better spot here. Oh, there's some big trees torching there. Right back in there. Give me a second.
I'm giving him the general advice. Don't try to drive on a road that could be possibly blocked by fire or by flames. Go to the nearest big culvert, bridge, and prepare to wet a blanket under there to survive. Just be prepared. Note these locations in case crap hits the fan. Don't drive through flames.
It is cooking back in there. That's not very far from Markleyville at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming right toward the town. It will be there within like an hour. Or, I mean, that's the best. That is the best.
It's still a fairly small fire.
No, it's not. It doesn't. Oh my gosh. He doesn't know. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the channel.
Checked the areas we discussed. We're clear and there is nothing showing anywhere close. Would you like us to continue on this assignment or do you want to reassign us?
You're talking about structure. Nothing showing means they don't see fire in a structure.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and head back. I'll keep the live stream going until I'm out of the area. But I think that's going to do it for me.
You know, what he's not seeing. What he's not seeing is this. You know, this isn't small. He keeps calling this a small fire. It's that's the live images.
All right. So what you're looking at there on the left-hand side of the screen is the general store.
It may be too late to get out of this town. I'm gonna type. I'm glad to hear he has experience. He seems unaware of the danger, though, of the size.
Sorry, I'm out taking photographs right now.
I'm not trying to be a hard ass here. I'm trying to be helpful. But I am very worried for him in this town. I am very worried. Yeah, it is burning towards the bridge. Let's check the wind. Let me check on the wind. Hang on a second. I'm going to windy.com. So I have a lot of experience monitoring these fires as a non-expert, as a layman, but we have firefighters in the channel who will come in and give their 2 cents very frequently. So yeah, welcome. I'm not trying to steal his viewers. you know, I've been live for a while monitoring the situation. I'm going to monitor the wind and see if we can see where this is headed. It may be shifting winds. So Merkleyville, just because somebody has experience doesn't mean they're immune to danger. Professionals die in fires. It doesn't mean that they are not professionals. Yeah, they can catch you unawares. He can't see everything we're looking at right now, such as, you know, that these webcams says oriented south that way, and it's just a monster. It's just a gigantic monster. The spot fires were showing all around him, and you could even hear him. You do, Sarah? Yeah, can you tell me about the situation? Yeah, I'm glad, Sarah, that you guys know I'm not trying to be a backseat driver or a jerk here. What do you see, Sarah? Are you evacuated? This can be seen from Tahoe right now. I'm still looking at Windy. I'm working on getting that up for us. Windy is kind of lagging out as a website. So, Merkleyville, is that double E? Spelled with a double E? Okay, wind in general right now is going in different directions from this area. It's mostly going to the north, but it shifts east. So we've got, if we look at the map here, he was at Hangman's Bridge. He's now in the town, and so when he was here, the fire was right here, and it's going to affect the town very rapidly now because the wind is going off this way, the wind's going off that way. And he was seeing spot fires erupt all around him, and he's talking about going somewhere to sleep, and I'm just thinking, you know, look at the wind. This town may be on fire tonight. I don't see why a journalist would be leaving right now. Markleyville, is it actually have an A? Really? Okay, I apologize. Locals know best, of course. So I'm sorry, I can't hide the agitation in my voice. I'm actually just nervous. I'm not angry. I can't believe what we're seeing. I do respect him so much for being there, giving us this coverage. But I am afraid for his safety. If we look at the GOES satellites, which show activity right now, you see this red is everywhere. There are hot spots and heat detections everywhere around this town, and he can only see some of it. This is high. Fire can hide behind these ridges, so like we see in this webcam here, we can put on the 1 hour time lapse. This is 1 hour. This is huge, and he doesn't seem to understand the size. Keeps saying that it's a small fire. This is a 1 hour time lapse. It's just crested the ridge over the town. Markleyville. Okay, thank you for the correction. He was correct. Online, it's spelled with an E, like Markleyville, Alpine. I found it. Thank you. So the wind has just shifted. It's currently going basically towards the northeast. I'll show you Windy. Actually, I can show you. It's this stupid thing to get off. Okay, why did it change? So you see the wind going towards the northeast. So it's going to blow right towards him if he was still at Hangman's Bridge. But we have fire all the way around the town. There's some over here, and there's some obviously down here.
All right. Oh my goodness, I am tired.
This is nuts, seeing this. Yeah, we have a developing situation. The town of Markleyville is under threat right now. The fire just crested the ridge. Yeah, it's over by the Shea Creek, I'm sorry, area, the Hot Springs Road. We've been monitoring this for about an hour and a half. And Josh here in chat alerted us to the fact that the radio chatter just went nuts and he went live. We can't hear the radio chatter. Okay, yeah, Sarah, no problem. I'm muting him right now so you can hear me more clearly. Catherine, can you please look up Phillip Heights, California? Okay, sure, no worries. Let's go with, I'll do it off screen and then pull this back. Let's see, Phillip Heights. This is Alpine County, correct? Okay, so turning on the... Are you under evacuation? Winds are blowing north towards the northeast. I read the evacuation orders earlier. I'll pull them up. Stand by. Checking on the new evacuation. Yeah, 2 hours ago, ABC 10 News. Okay, here's a 4 hours ago information. Okay. Markleyville, excuse me, let me mute him a second. Evacuation are for Markleyville, Markleyville Village, Grover Hot Springs, and the campgrounds, Shea Creek, and East Fork Resort. They are under mandatory evacuation. Please report to Alpine County School in Paynesville.
It is getting pretty damn close.
25 going into Hot Springs Road, and they're going to go take a look at that Shea Creek just to get eyes on it. It could be impacted later, and then they're going to stay mobile and take a ride up Pleasant Valley toward lava, where we had all those structures and fire around them.
Excellent, good job, Sarah. I'm trying to still get the latest information for you. This is a good link, right there. This is Alpine County Sheriff's Office as a link right there. 3 hours ago. Oh gosh, look at this image. Here's the Sheriff's Office. He posted that 3 hours ago. Don't rely on Facebook for evacuation notices. Yeah. And this is the Sheriff's Office. This is a serious situation.
So back across Hangman's Bridge now. And try not to run off the road.
I would keep refreshing this
All right, so we're going to take a little
sheriff's
peek
office.
up around here and then do it.
Yeah, he has. I don't think he can evacuate south anymore. I think you're right, Josh. North is pretty much the only way out right now. So I'm sorry. Let me look up the Phillips area. We need to get an evacuation map. Let me find that. Tamarack fire.
Fire 21. Hey, do you have one of those engines we could brake lift to go up to the Poor Boy Hill spot up there? Yeah, that's for. Yeah, have to tie in with structure group 4, and she'll guide them into the help spot. Copy, structure 4.
It's never too late to
That
make.
was V-Fire 24 for those of you who are wanting to know what scanner frequencies. I don't know what the actual frequency numbers are. Yeah, it just shows a name on here.
So, Sarah, am I correct?
Just Google V-Fire 24. I think they were using V-Fire 21 as well. And then I've got Alpine County SAR and Sheriff's Department, U.S. Forest Service, but they're not doing a lot of talking. Most of it's the V-Fire channels now.
That's why we can't hear it, right? Sarah, am I correct in assuming that you're over by the Woodfords area? I'm trying to orient myself. Right. It's in situations like this, though, don't count on ever getting like a ready, set, go, like prepare, or and then get ready and then go. Sometimes they just knock on your house and they say go. This is what happened to people today. So there was no like earlier. Really?
'89. Again, this is the Tamarak fire burning near Markleyville, California. Markleyville has been completely evacuated. And it's 1:30 in the morning. Yeah. So you guys have a great night. Stay safe. Thank you for joining me.
Goodness.
Thank you so much for donating the stars and there it goes again. For donating the stars and for Venmo donations. Venmo is @OnFirePhotos. I really appreciate that. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Gas is incredibly expensive. Camera equipment is expensive. Everything's expensive for what I do. So definitely appreciate that. Look at that, man. That is cooking up there. And then it's done. But if anybody has ever driven Highway 4 over Ebbets Pass, you know that is a fairly treacherous road in the daytime. So I'm going to go do it at 1:30 in the morning after having been awake all day long. Very tired. So if you see a press vehicle parked on the side of Highway 4, I'm just taking a little nap. There's another one going up over there. It's very hard to leave. But I feel like this is still going to be another, oh gosh, probably another 2 hours before it really gets down. Before it gets down to 89 and the creek. And I can't be out here for another 2 hours. So, have a great night. Stay safe. Thank you so much for joining me. And I'm going to go finish my vacation with my family. One more day, and then we're headed home, and we'll get fire season kicked into gear probably. Have a great night. Stay safe.
Wow, that was incredible reporting. And he just stay safe. Thank you is what I'm typing. So, okay, now that I can talk without him interrupting and such, my idea is this. The wind right now is blowing away from where you are, Sarah. If you're near the Sierra at Tahoe Resort, if I understand that correctly. So you're quite a bit to the northwest. And so right now I would not think that you would need to evacuate, but the fact that you are prepared is so wonderful. That's what I would be at this point, because the fire can move very, very quickly. So like within a day, the situation can change drastically. It may be saying the winds are 4 miles an hour or whatever. Let me get this to where you guys can see this. It may be saying the winds are 4 miles an hour. They're generally traveling to the northeast, pushing the fire that he was covering. What he was seeing was the fire right here. And as he went in the town, he was seeing that the fire cresting the ridge. And so I can't believe he just is going to go to bed. If I was a journalist in there and saw a town threatened, this would be your Pulitzer Prize winning moment, hanging out there watching the valiant firefight. So I do not know what kind of preparations they have in place for defending the town. I hope there's many. Okay, Sarah, you say Sierra at Tahoe is literally your backyard. Awesome. We could still monitor this with a webcam. This is pretty incredible stuff. We can keep putting it on the last 15 minutes as a time lapse, and this is what alarmed me so much. He didn't see this like what we are seeing. This is the webcam looking that way. So it looks like the town may have a fire on it in at least two sides of the town. It looks like it's south of the town, just like he demonstrated. And we think that it's also east of the town based on the position of this webcam. I'm going to click over to GO's satellite data and such in a second. But when this stops, this is the current frame. This is the current latest frame. I believe this updates every couple of minutes. So we can stop that and go to refresh it in real time. That is the current situation as seen with this webcam pointing down toward the southeast. So if you look at what just happened an hour ago, just look at this craziness. It's compiling the image. That's why it's all janky. And so when it's done, when this reaches 100%, we'll have a smooth thing. But this is the last hour. This is what's going on down there. We know that the winds at wind gauges down towards the lower part of the mountains, like down at the road level, they can say, oh, it's 4 miles an hour. That can be an absolutely different story. At the top of ridges, it can be up to 20 miles an hour. Whenever I fly my drone and I just get say 300 feet up in the air, I could see the drone struggling in the higher winds just 300 feet above me. So elevation absolutely matters. We're talking about the high Sierras here. So what I would do, Sarah, is constantly have tuned into a radio if you have access to it, so you can hear the first responders. I try to do that for my stream, but we've been unable to find one that's active unless somebody can alert me to it. But I'm reading the chat now. Sarah says, I only have one dirt road from the highway with a little bridge over the river between me and the highway. Okay, so then I would elevate myself. Anytime I would find myself a situation where there's no way to have three roads out in three different directions, elevate yourself one. Like say if you're on evacuation watch, then I would consider myself under evacuation go, right? So Sarah is saying the camera is directly behind that one, the Sierra Tahoe camera. Okay, so this is, if we click on that, then we will basically see almost like what you're seeing. Okay, so let's switch to that camera. We can maybe right click and or maybe just create a duplicate tab so we don't screw up our time lapse. Let's click on that one. Sierra Tahoe camera. That looks like it's in infrared. So everything hot is white. That's the nature of infrared right there. And is this what you're seeing basically? That's what I would say is a nightmarish scenario. So the thing is, you should still be on alert. You're not quite close enough to the point where I would say somebody in the household stay up around the clock. You know, if you have reverse 911, that's good, but we know that it failed in Paradise. That's how my brother almost lost his life. You know, that system does not always work. They do try to go door to door, and that does not always work. And the difficulty with, say, trying to figure out how fast would a fire arrive in my neighborhood. The difficulty in the mountains is knowing something. That fires, when they race up to the top of peaks, why am I on Google Maps? Let's go to CalTopo and get a real map experience here. We know at the Paradise Fire, Concow was the town that was closest to the fire, and it skipped Concow. Concow is like a valley, like a bowl, because the way that fire behaves is that when it goes up to the top of trees and the top of ridges, those little branches and embers break off and they travel on the wind. You know, they follow the wind, and then let's put another stacked base layer here for shaded relief. They will skip, 10 miles and then land on the next ridge. So the areas closest to the fire might be the one that's not the one affected next, if you understand what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to do is get a visual aid here. Let's see, what did you have? Sierra at Tahoe Ski Resort. So here's the location of this ski resort right there. If we push shade relief, we can see how rugged this terrain is. So yeah, so here's our spot right here. And the fire, even if it might be down in this direction, you can see it hopscotch off the ridges. So the ember, say, on this ridge could float over here if the wind changed towards you. And then you'd have a fire up on this mountaintop area where they're not able to reach it, especially not at night. They can't do any aerial firefighting at night. And then you could have the wind pick up and it could go to this mountain. And then over here, it will hopscotch and leave these strips of green in between. And then it can completely travel very, very far in the mountains overnight. So that is the situation you need to be aware of. It's not like what the public thinks that, oh, let's see, if we put the fire activity modus and veers on right now, here's the Henry fire down there, and we've got hotspots going on right here. Where's the, it's not even listing Tamarack. I mean, it just exploded today. People think that it's a wall of fire and it travels in one direction, and that's really not the way fire behaves. It races along ridges and it climbs fast up hillsides. And it is a slave to the wind. It will go the way the wind blows. So right now the wind is generally going to the northeast, but we know that can change in a second. So Broadcastify Calaveras in Alpine County. Yeah, I had that. Thank you so much for trying to guide me. Do you see any activity on that Broadcastify channel? Because I do not see any activity. Let's look at the webcam. Keep it going. And here's the Tamarack fire. Let's refresh, see if we've got any new update. Yeah, the last update was 5 hours ago, and they still listed at 500 acres. You know now that it's well beyond 500 acres. I mean, what we were seeing, it probably just spread several hundred acres in the last 2 hours, perhaps. So I'm going to refresh this and see if there's an update. We definitely should be monitoring the sheriff's Twitter and such. Josh says you haven't heard anything. Yeah, thank you for monitoring that. Sarah says they confirm there's no coverage along the ridge lines. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. I don't know. Do you know if they've tried to make a defensive ring around Merkleyville? If anybody's just tuned in, there's an escalating situation of fire surrounding Merkleyville. It's approaching from the south, and it's visible from the town. It just crested the ridges, and unfortunately, the journalist covering the situation live has just left the building. He apparently is exhausted and is getting out of town. I was just thinking, man, I really thought that he'd stay and cover that, but he has gone away from the town. So let's look at the scary images here. This is the latest. This is like less than an hour usually data, because it's goes live. It doesn't mean that this whole area is on fire. It just means that somewhere within these square-sized chunks is a detected hotspot so large that it can be detected from space. And the town of Markleeville is right in the center. And they were monitoring the hotspots and the activity over by the Shade Creek area and Markley Village. These are all under mandatory evacuation. We do believe everybody's out, except for the press and the firefighters. But the way that the mountains work here is even if they requested all kinds of help from earlier in the day, when this exploded in the afternoon, this is more than a 3 to 4 hour, maybe a 5-hour drive from a lot of the areas down in the valley. So like this would be a 6-7 hour drive. It really could be. I mean, they could put on sirens and such, but I wouldn't expect that they've gotten enough help. Carson City, Tahoe may respond too, but I'm just not sure that they're going to be able to keep this away from the town. It may be at the mercy of the wind. We don't know. We're not getting live updates or anything. I'm going to check the news media and see if anybody, like a news outlet, is covering this. Sarah says the fire grew from 37 acres this morning to 6,600 acres at 0% containment. Yeah. This is blown up. This has exploded. And if you would like to see the reason why I'm so dang concerned, this is just the 12-hour time lapse for what happened with this fire, and it's unbelievable. This has gone from a lightning strike lazy fire that was just sort of lazily burning and has been for weeks to becoming a monster in a day, in an afternoon, in this rugged terrain. So it's bad enough, but this is not what we're talking about. Just wait. Just wait for this. This is the current image right here, but this is the 12-hour time lapse of what happened today. And you're still thinking, oh, okay, so as evening wears on, you suddenly see it. Oh, crap. And you can see the smoke is traveling horizontally, which means there's higher winds here. It's not traveling vertically. It's going in a certain direction. So, and look, the camera just pivoted. I mean, let's rewind to where it just pivoted. It's going to pan because it's more than you can see in the distance. So watch the camera pan. It's just unbelievable what just happened today. Oh, it just did a rotation of 360. I'm sorry. But still, it's not all of it's in the frame. A lot of it's way over there. And so we're getting close to now. Like I created this time lapse within 30 minutes ago. So basically, this is the situation an hour ago. And if we were to duplicate the tab, and this is the latest image. It's really serious. So the journalist who is in the town, you can see it on the TV Hill camera in Nevada. Do you have a link, Josh? That would be awesome. And Sarah says, yeah, if you see the time lapse in the camera right behind you, okay. Did we have that? I have a million tabs open. Excuse me, let me look. Just thought it was up here. I'll just duplicate the tab. Thought I put that somewhere. The infrared camera is even further away, but look how bad it is. So let's do the last 15 minutes. this is the situation right now, folks. And so the town of Markleyville is absolutely under threat, and all of its lovely historical, quaint buildings. The people are out for the most part, but they're our first responders there, and until recently, a very brave journalist. Um, yeah, it's been burning for more than 13 days. And it was one of the smaller fires. And when you look at the massive amount of fires, the others, they can't get to them all. They can't slam all of them. Look what's happening to the west. So you got your Dixie fire and such up here. The Tamarack was a small one that was understandably a low priority. You had the lava fires up by Shasta, the ones threatening I-5. You got the gigantic monster Bootleg fire, which has attracted multiple state agencies and maybe even international aid. We've had fires again by Detroit Lake. We've had them on Warm Springs Indian Reservation. We've got major issues in other parts of the state, and so it just wasn't prioritized. Unfortunately, they now are. I can bet you anything they're now spitting out their coffee, putting it down, and saying, go, go, go. Yeah, Sarah says it was so alarming. I can only imagine. So this is why I do this. I try to support people in these situations best I can. My story is that I became extremely fire aware. The Forgotten Cascade Fire, which happened the same night Santa Rosa burned down, 2017, basically killed my family friend. He burned to death in his house trying to defend his home, which is near Paradise in the town of Loma Rica. And so we used to have property in that area, and I spent a lot of time there. And even though we moved away, we were shocked that people we knew burned up in the fire, and other persons in the town barely made it out alive. It was fatal. It was brutal, and the reason it wasn't national news was Santa Rosa was burning down at the same time. And then exactly 1 year later, my brother, living in Paradise, drives through fire and with crying kids in the back to save himself, and his house burns to the ground. And I'm monitoring that fire situation with Scanner Radio live and listening to the firefighter chat and all the heartbreaking stuff. So from that point on, I made it my business to know as much as I could about wildfire behavior. I toured what was left of Paradise, cried the whole time, and I identified places where people were, where there were fatalities, and identified places where people survived. And I've talked to firefighters, and so I now have, as good as a layman can have, an understanding of fire behavior and what firefighters want to pass on to the public, so that they act in a intelligent and rational manner instead of panic during these situations. Because if you know a bit about fire behavior, you're a lot more calm. There are many places that you can shelter in place, and it's a much better option than, say, driving through flames. I mean, as bad as this picture looks like, Paradise Fire satellite image, as bad as this image looks like, there's plenty of people, hundreds and hundreds, that didn't make it out of Paradise and just sheltered in place in places like parking lots. Well, if this would load, that would be great. So what I do is pass on the knowledge that firefighters want you to know. Why is that image not coming up? Okay. So anyway, as bad as that looks right there, I'm sorry, it's small. That's the entire town of Paradise in flames, and the flames going towards Chico. There's thousands of people, and the firefighters is sheltering there in places like the Ace Hardware parking lot, underneath culverts, underneath little bridges, and I identified the places that most people died. They mostly died in their cars, thinking that they had to drive through fire. When in reality, if they stayed put, they could have gone into culverts and just been by creeks, backyard swimming pools, and ponds where a lot of people survived. Golf courses, baseball diamonds, the track and field, the schools. A lot of the schools survived, and But people panic and they think that they have to get out of the entire town, and it's just really not the case. So I say, and sometimes there's too much traffic. So that's why I have the guidance and advice for if you don't have three ways out of your place, elevate yourself and leave early. Leave before you're told to, because too many people that died relied on reverse 911, and the fire moved so quickly it chewed through all of the relevant telephone lines in the area, and reverse 911 call never came. And people just, in a town of so many thousands, there was no way for the sheriff and firefighters to knock on all doors. People were fending for themselves, and it just highlights the fact that with just a little bit of education, people can make their own evacuation and shelter plans, and just know how to survive and know what to do without being told. And it's part of the message I try to get out here today. So if anybody has any questions about, thank you for coming in, Sarah, and sharing all of your information about what's happening. I answer as many questions as possible, and I do have very often real firefighters in the channel giving advice and making sure that I'm giving accurate advice. I never make anything up. I, just pass on what firefighters want you to know, want the public to know, and I talk about my own personal experiences. But it's a wonderful, supportive, little group we've got here. I am humbled by the amount of support that I've gotten with this channel. When the fires broke out last year with Labor Day, I streamed an average of 14 hours a day for 29 days in a row, as the all hell broke loose. And I only took breaks to go and evacuate family members, because up in Oregon we were experiencing hell too. So I was hoping I didn't have to do a stream. The reason I jumped on, I'm just a citizen that studies history and such. And the reason I jumped on and started my fire stream was everybody was confused. The media doesn't do a good job of continuing to cover things and tell people where to go and what to do. And I had 64 tabs open to 64 different county, Twitter feeds for the sheriff's offices, and I kept hitting refresh. And just the public, when the fire's in your area, the public may not even have the ability to sit down at a computer and Google search where to find information. That's ridiculous. So what I decided to do is go live, and people could ask me, and I would look up all the information for them. And that's really the purpose of the channel. It's education, support, and, calm information. Now, the stress in my voice right now is about as stressed as I've ever been on this channel. We did watch some towns disappear live on the stream before, and I'm just hoping that we're not going to be doing that now. But I usually keep it nice and calm and reassuring. There's no conspiracy bullcrap that's allowed here. This is only facts, and I do want people to participate in the channel with relevant information and corrections, and just tell me your story and what's going on, because we're here to be supportive. Sarah says those media images of the torch vehicles stacked up in the middle of the road were haunting. Yeah, I went through Paradise, and you could see the melted sections of the road, and everywhere you saw that was where a vehicle was. The stuff my brother said was just, my brother was a missing person, and so I was biting my fingernails off, waiting for word on him. And then I was so relieved when he finally came through the Paradise fire and got on his phone and just had some unbelievable images. But it's normally we can listen live to radio chatter. I'm so frustrated we can't right now. But I listened live to it, and I had no intention of having it. It's almost like a job now. I really want to make history documentaries, but when duty calls, I want to do as much for the community as I can. So I'm going to go back. Let's see if any media are live in Merkleyville. Can anybody in the channel look at a Google search to see if maybe ABC News has gone live in there? There's got to be journalists other than the gentleman we were just watching. in the town. There's got to be a way to monitor this. In fact, I should keep this on the webcam. Yeah. See this paradise? No, it's not down there. It's up here. But yeah, there's lots of people sheltering in place here, surviving this. And so one of the lessons I teach is shelter in a safe space near your home. Understand that evacuation by car is a window of opportunity that closes. And if you can see flames in the distance, like that gentleman that we were just streaming, you should know that don't count on the roads being open ahead or behind you. When I saw him leave the safety area of the bridge that he could have sheltered under, I became very concerned, because that's the wrong move. If you can see flames in the distance, the spot fire action, the embers that are falling in front of you and behind you, means that you could leave the bridge. This is how some people have died before, like Brush and Berry Creek in Butte County. They had like more than a dozen fatalities. So many of the people, they drove past these bridges and these ponds that they could have just pulled over and been safe. And they just panicked and they drove through flames. And what you're going to encounter is some sort of a tree that fell and blocks the road. You're going to encounter that. Then you're going to try to go back towards that bridge wherever was safe. And then you're going to find that the road's blocked behind you. And now you have no way to get to the bridge or culvert or shelter, or pond or swimming pool or dirt road or baseball diamond, whatever golf course would have been the better place. So what I keep telling people is just chill. Just chill when you see flames and fire over the hill. Use maps like this. Use Google Maps and mark on your map where you think culverts and bridges and ponds might be. Like, you can look at this place. This is looking pretty good. Like, if this is a ridge line, but say that was a road, you don't drive past this, for example, because there's nothing over here, right? So if you're here and you see fire here, don't believe that, if we're pretending this is a road, don't believe that you can go this way and be safe, that's your way out. The wind shifts and it pushes the embers over here. You have a fire in front of you before you can drive there. And if you turn around, the fire embers are now falling over here and you've been blocked from getting back to, say, this pond area. So with these simple lessons, you could stay so calm in a crisis. Just look at CalTopo, type in your own address, get Google Maps open at the same time. There's no live coverage. That's, oh, gosh. So sorry, I was reading chat for a second, and the radio is crackling, but I don't know if it's fire related. I'm going to monitor that. And back to what I was saying, though. Yeah, you should let a little bit of air out of the tires, because you'll be driving on a hot pavement and your tires may explode because hot air expands. And so, letting 10 pounds of pressure out just might be what the doctor ordered, and can mean the difference between making it and not. There's a lot of things you can do. Keeping a wool blanket in your car. When you're in ponds and such, you'll be in a very cold temperature. And so not only can that keep you warm after the fire passes, because you'll be soaked, but you can throw it over your head and trap breathable air there, and it will also filter. Wet wool will filter smoke, so you're not, getting second-degree burns on your nose also, and that you have breathable air. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but in many cases, riding it out is the best thing to do in the best place possible when you're in a fire situation. And so that's just one of the things I like to teach. And if anybody has a place they want me to analyze and say, like, where should we go, don't give me your actual address, of course, but give me somewhere nearby, and I can do the analysis the way I would survive as a courtesy to you. I don't mind doing that at all. I teach that you can develop your plan with CalTopo and Google Maps. So let's go look at what the fire's doing. So I did have the webcam up, and I keep losing my tabs. Sorry about that. Oh, it's right behind us. Okay. So this is, I'm going to refresh it. This is the live image from the area where Sarah in chat is located. And we could see the white here in infrared, that's heat, as well as, you can't really differentiate hot clouds versus fire. But we could see that it's pretty dang serious. And this is the live image from the closer cam, closer to Markleyville. So Markleyville may be, there may be a fight tonight to save it. In fact, that's what I predict. The winds are blowing northeast, and the fire might just obey the winds and go past it by the northeast. But judging by what we just saw with that man's stream, I think the town really is in danger. And so we have a lack of information about what they may have done to prepare for it. We can scan InsoWeb again, but like I said, this is rugged, remote place. This is like a 6-hour drive, whatever, from Sacramento, maybe even an 8-hour drive. And if they call for mutual aid, that may not really arrive in time. And this thing blew up this afternoon. So we have extremely scary time lapses. This is what happened today. I'm going to move it a little bit closer. Is we had a 16-day very lazy lightning strike fire just explode today because we had winds. It is now moving towards the town of Markleyville, which is population approximately 200. And it's in between Tahoe and Yosemite. And it's still as bad as that looks. Just watch what happens, folks. This is so... We were speechless watching a lot of his street. You know, we were just speechless with what he with what he was showing us. Oh my God and dear God was pretty much everybody's reaction just an hour ago. The journalist, he was driving back and forth throughout the town and seemed to be unaware that this is that big. You know, he just left to go have a nap, but I don't know if that town will be there in the morning when he comes back. This is the kind of thing that you win the Pulitzer if you stick around and try to cover the valiant firefight. I'm very surprised that other media outlets haven't taken up shop there. Let's see if we have some other media. Tim Wasson says looks scary on the Bald Mountain, Nevada camera. Okay, let's check that out. Let me do a duplicate of the tab. You can see it from Nevada. Wow. You can see this fire from Nevada. That infrared being this bright in the sky means that's an incredible amount of heat packed within that smoke. And I don't like what I'm seeing. What we would like to see is straight up. We would like to see straight up smoke because that would mean that there's not very much wind action. Instead, see, we're facing the southwest. So we're almost, let's say this is almost due west, right? See everything going north. Because this would be west going north. And even at this point, this even looks like it's going northwest, even though the wind, for the most part, is going northeast. So what we should do is read a weather report. This is some frightening stuff. Let's go to a 1-hour time lapse. This is what's been happening over the last hour. A fire visible from another state. Just unreal.
No further details. Lower Valley Oak Drive and Spanish Grant Drive, 0204.
Okay, I'm sorry, that wasn't fire related, maybe, but somebody, a female victim, was lying on the side of a road, and they're sending out emergency response crews in Alpine County. I don't know if it's related. I keep monitoring the radio on my cell phone, but this fire is so big it's visible from another state. So when he kept saying that. When he kept saying that this is a small fire, I was just like, "Sir, look at this. That this is not small. You know, you are in danger." It kept cresting ridges over him, and then embers kept making spot fires close enough that we could hear the crackling near him. I mean, I think we could rewind and show the viewers who have just come in the incredible stuff we've just been witnessing. let me get my tabs in order. I've kind of moved stuff around on this monitor so much. Yeah, here was his Facebook. This was his stream. The video has ended. We can go. I'm going to mute it, but he was driving around Markleyville. I'm sorry. I keep getting that screwed up. They misspelled it in the media, and I started saying Merkley because of that. So my correction there, my mistake. So let's. Okay, yeah. Let me hit the show button. You have Instagram stories from today. Awesome. That would be great. Sarah says it's only 2.5 hours from Reno, 1.5 hours from Truckee. I believe it's, or not, it's only 2 hours from Sacramento. Really? I would not believe that unless you told me, because it takes 6 hours sometimes to get from Sacramento to, say, Almanor, and that's just north. But if there's smoother roads, and then I can understand that. That puts my mind at ease that the mutual aid might be a little bit closer. So, whoops. Oh no, it's not showing his entire stream. He kept losing connection. Okay. It ends here. So Matthew Henderson was our brave journalist in the town. Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm going to mute it, but he kept finding himself this close to the wildfire. He's just shooting with a cell phone out of the window of his truck, and we could even hear the crackling.
So back to the dozer. Sorry, I'm reading comments and trying to.
Yeah, he was live on Facebook, but he kept getting this close to the fire, just driving around town, and here he was at a bridge, and I was like, perfect, he's at a bridge, and then he pans around. Here he is watching the fire approach, the location he's at this point. If we get out of Street View, it's a lovely little town. He was here at Hangman's Bridge, shooting this way in this direction here, and the wind is going towards the northeast in general, but it's kind of going generally to the north towards Markleyville. Here he was at the bridge, and I got very alarmed that he left the safety of the bridge. Because when you could see fire this close to you, you might just want to stay put, because if the wind picks up, these embers can go north and block the road north where he started to drive away. And just like the scenario I outlined, he then might face fire in front of him, turn around, and see that fire has blocked his way behind, and he couldn't get to the bridge. Sheltering under a bridge is a great spot. So we know that there is wind at higher elevations, and we see torching. The fire is reaching the tops of trees, and that is the most dangerous situation for rapid spread, because at the tops of trees, at the top of hills, just like it's going on here, that's where the embers can break off and they fly off, and they can go 5 miles. They can go 1 mile away, 5 miles away, 15. That's very possible. With the way that we are looking at the smoke laying down, I mean, here it is vertical here at this point, but when we saw the smoke laying down, that means we've got wind. That otherwise smoke would travel straight up. And so here we saw him looking north, and we could see the way the direction of the wind is traveling. Sorry, he's looking west. That means that this wind and fire is traveling north. Fire always goes as a slave to the wind with the direction of the wind. Yeah, he was in a position, just like you're saying, Sarah, as he has only one road out, and that is why it's best to stay put and just see what's going on in many situations. People, here I am trying to warn him in the side of the channel, in the chat, because he's not privy to what we were watching, this stuff. He was not privy to looking at the satellite data that we were looking at with CalTopo. He didn't see this crazy GOES satellite that we were seeing, where hot spots were detected everywhere around the town. That means the embers are going all over the place with the potential of that. So he was filming from around over here, and he drives back to the town, and it was shocking to see that in the middle of the town, um, the fire was visible from the main street. And he drives back in here at this point, and the situation changes very, very rapidly. And here you can't see the fire, and then here's the glow. And I believe he's facing west. This is the Hot Springs Road I think we identified. And you got the glow here, and then boom, the fire crests the ridge. At this point, he's talking about going home, and I'm like, what? There's about to be a battle to save this town. That's probably ongoing right now as we speak, and we're trying desperately to find some news media outlet that will show us what the heck's going on. But look at this. Look at the embers. That is like, if you think of embers and spotting and what that is, I describe it as a fire blizzard. Instead of snowflakes, they're fire flakes. And with the humidity and the extreme heat, the 110 degrees, and the drought going on, that means that all this vegetation is primed to just immediately, any of these embers will, bam, cause a fire. Anything it touches will ignite. And so I just didn't think he was privy to this information about what a critical situation this is. At any point in time, the wind can just pick up and just boom, go. And as he pans around, we were seeing trees really starting to sway. So that indicated that the wind really was going. So he goes down south, turns around, and realizes that, we as a chat here, we in the stream, we could observe that he probably has no way out to the south. He does turn around. And so that's the critical danger that made me so alarmed, and you can hear the stress in my voice even right now. Here, he drives back into town because he finds out he can't go south again, and then boom, the fire's over the ridge. So, yeah, Sarah says no one expects the town to be there in the morning. No. Oh, God. Okay, I just looked back at chat. No, please, no. This is such a historic and wonderful little town. Whoa, no. Oh, we were just looking at how wonderful it looked with the little gold man here. We dropped it, and it's just such a historical time capsule, like it was right around the 30s with many gold rush buildings still standing. Oh no, please say no. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't know if they've taken down these trees, but this needs to go. Do we have cedar shake roofs? I don't think that's cedar, but if there's shingle roofs and such, there's a lot of vegetation by the buildings, a lot of the pine vegetation, this growing right up next to the structures. God, I don't like what I see. This is of course not live. We don't know if they've made the town more fire safe. We don't know, but I can tell you I do not like what I see. This is extremely sad. Yeah, we can still see the trees are still there. Yeah, it's so heartbreaking. Okay, I'm looking back at chat. We need to see if we can find updated information. InstaWeb, for example. This was live an hour and 20 minutes ago. This was a situation. The town could be on fire as we speak with the way that this was moving. Let's check the weather and let's see if InstaWeb is having an update, or if any of the is anyone monitoring the sheriff right now. We have 5 hours ago update. That's when it was 500 acres. It's 6. Somebody said it was 6,000 in the chat. I don't doubt it. It just exploded today. I mean, look at what we saw in the video. This is kind of when he got out of town. This is his drive out. Oh, dear God. Yeah, look at the wind bending the trees. So let me go back to where I had linked things. I gotta tame my tabs here real quick. I'm sorry about this. I have two monitors that I'm monitoring, and I look back at chat as well. And so anybody in the chat, if you can help me monitor the situation. There's a sheriff update. It hasn't changed. The sheriff update has not changed. Okay. And welcome everybody here. We're on pins and needles, wondering if this town is going to be standing in the morning. It likely may not be. This is a journalist and his live coverage just like an hour ago. So I'm looking back up at the chat. I'm sorry, I have to catch back up. They couldn't mobilize large strike teams in time. Yeah, because this exploded yesterday afternoon. It's now 2 in the morning. There's no way I could stop now. Here I was getting on for an hour to give everybody an update, and then I saw this unfolding crisis. Josh in the chat was so wonderful to bring it to my attention on just how bad it was. Because just looking at the official sources, we had no idea, but Josh is the man, and he saw that journalists here are covering this and alerted to what was going on. And we've just been in awe. We've been in speechless awe much of the time, monitoring this situation. It's dire for the town of Berkeleyville, California, which is south of Tahoe. This is as of an hour ago, the fire approaching the town. So Sarah says you'll see the magnitude of what we saw from the Tahoe Basin. Adam S. says tuning in from Douglas County, and you are concerned. Yeah, we're very concerned. Welcome, and we're glad to have you here. We're a big supportive family here at this channel, and this is unreal. Looking down at chat more. Sarah says, there's my IG stories from today. Keep in mind there's no sign of smoke an hour before I shot the footage. I don't see your link. I'm turning you into a moderator so you can add a link right now, Sarah. So try it again with your Twitter. We definitely should go and look at it, and I'll put it on the channel if you're okay with that. It just won't let you share unless you're a moderator. It'll like delete your links. So Sarah says, I live right outside Tahoe at the top of the summit. Yeah, that's a beautiful place. I've only been there a few times. It's so beautiful. This entire High Sierras region is just a gem. Like your bucket list exists for the western United States. There are 5 things to see. It's Yosemite. It's the mouth of the Columbia River at Astoria. It's the Columbia River Gorge. It's Mount Lassen, and it's Tahoe. Like, if you want to go see an active volcano, it's Mount Lassen at Plumas County. It's a best kept secret. But Tahoe, holy mackerel. Sarah says, I took notes about your tips. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I can't tell you how much it means to me to know that I'm reaching people, and that's what keeps me going. And do share. This is, I was sharing earlier in my stream. If you can go back towards what happened at midnight. Let's see, how long has the stream been going? 4 hours. So I started the stream at 10:20 p.m. and I've been keeping notes about what we were covering at the time. And so if you go to 10:20, about the 2-hour mark, I was explaining, and I had many links, and they're in the description, how Butte County, if you go to Butte County website, which is in the links in my description video, they have these handouts and flyers about like what should you have as a bug out bag, what should you take, what do you do, where do you go, and those PDFs would be wonderful to print out and distribute to neighbors in those situations, because we're kind of on our own as far as I cannot understand when the media, there's a snow day at school and they have this scrolling information at the bottom saying, oh, such and such school is closed. And that goes throughout the entire morning. And then when wildfires break out, they just show Lassie and Law and Order without scrolling information for evacuation. So it just made me tear my hair out. Like, and the nation still doesn't have one website with all the information. So I'm trying to do the media and the government's job here best I can. I'll stay up all night if I have to cover the unfolding situation. God, I don't know. They might be able to save the town because we did see them responding to looking at hot spots over by the Hot Springs Road, which is west out of this town. We could have a pleasant surprise. If you go, also I have very good survival information. If you look at my channel, there's something called Red Monday 4.0, and if you go to the just past the center mark of Red Monday 4.0, I do give survival training classes on the fly, basically, about where I analyze satellite data, satellite maps, and people had at the when I covered the Napa Valley fires last year, and the Zog fire, for example, I had a huge audience, and I was just saying, guys, give me an address, and I'll tell you how to survive in that neighborhood, or what I would do. I have to use a disclaimer. It's what I would do. I can't tell you what to do on the ground because you're the one who knows your neighborhood. I'm looking at sometimes outdated satellite maps, and I'm not there. But I can tell you, like, this is the way I would plan my 3 evacuation routes in 3 different directions. And then my plan D, now it's plan A, B, and C. Plan D is shelter in a safe place in a safe space near your home. Don't try to defend your home, but go to a shelter like a bridge or culvert. So this is at the point where he left, and he stops. He's driving away from Merkleyville. This is roughly an hour and a half, maybe an hour ago, actually, because we're at the end of his video. This is the fire starting to surround the town. I do believe, I do hope that he's gotten out and he is safe. He is not sticking around in that town. But I don't know how anybody. He must be exhausted. If I saw that, I'd be wide awake better than coffee. I'd go, whoa. And any amount of sleepiness I had would have disappeared in about an instant. But he could be exhausted. So that's the nature of exhaustion, is no matter how serious the situation is, there's a pull to go to sleep. And so I'm not criticizing at all. But I am alarmed, He goes back to the bridge. We do have some first responder vehicles in that area. And thank you, Vida, for the support too. I'm honored. I'm trying to do the best I can. I never expected to have more than 17 people ever tune into my channel, and when it went viral last year, 8 months ago, and I ended up streaming for 29 days in a row. I just felt a little bit inadequate, but all of my mods in chat and all the people coming in helping me stay abreast of the situation have made all the difference in the world. And of course, the firefighters. I don't believe any are in the channel right now, but Torin and Iceman. I was hoping they'd show up. They might show up in a couple hours. They've been invaluable too to help furthering my education. Layman's education about wildfire. And I was affected too. I mean, I evacuated my mother in Labor Day. I stopped my own fire stream and said, guys, it's approaching my mother's house. I left it running and got in my car and drove through a hellscape to go get my mother out. Thank goodness her house survived. But I don't know how firefighters do it, and our heroic first responders. When I got out to evacuate mother and just load the car with our stuff, I could barely lift things. There was hot ash raining down on my head and my hair and going down the back of my neck. And even though I had an N95 mask, I could barely breathe. And just lifting up big suitcases in the car, I suddenly got exhausted and had to sit down and pant. I have no idea how firefighters can do this and carry gear and do this, and it's 110 degrees. I am in awe of what they do, and we need to pay them more. We absolutely do. In the news, they've talked about Biden going on a mission to do that, and I hope he's successful. Because holy crap, just wow, look at that crowning, that torching. I mean, they need to be paid a lot more for what they do. They shouldn't be on food stamps. Vita for Life in chat says, as someone that wants to live in one of these areas, I can't thank you enough for the information. Oh, you're so welcome. I just God, I wish that our family friend knew this stuff. His neighbors survived the Cascade Fire by, instead of leaving by car, they got underneath the small culvert underneath their driveway, and they squished an entire family in there, except for a girl, unfortunately, who had her legs burned. But you'd be surprised, if you culverts that can barely have a human being fit in there can mean the difference between life and death. He made a 911 call, and nobody, of course, came. It was a hellscape. And his last call to his family was that he and his girlfriend had woken up because there was an orange glow in their bedroom. Rocks, gravel at the driveway was picked up by the 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts and thrown against their window, tapping on the window. There was no reverse 911. All the telephone lines have been chewed through, and they run outside to get in the car. The car is on fire. The roof is on fire. So the last phone call that they made was not to me, but to their own family. Was, we're going to try with the garden hose. But if he had known about getting in culverts and such, I mean, I don't know about his property, but he could have survived like his neighbors. God, look at that. The tinder dry trees, that's probably a tree that was dead already. You'll notice that not all the trees are reacting like that. Some of them are green and alive, but it's very important to take most standing dead trees and get them on the ground, because the resin in them and the dry wood does that. It's almost like a tree being soaked in gasoline, with the amount of pine resin that can sometimes be in these dead and dying trees. Dying trees, they just bleed sap, which crystallizes, and is extremely flammable. It's a survival skill. If you're like lost in the woods, you go grab the sappy, dead, the sap impregnated wood from dead trees to build an emergency fire, because it just takes readily. And so a tree in distress, whether it's beetle attack or if it's a disease attack, will bleed sap to try to kind of flush out, for lack of a better term, the invader, whether it's a virus or whatnot. And so they just they have an incredible amount of sap. And part of preventing these wildfires and keeping them from being so bad is just selectively downing those trees. Don't allow them to do what just happened, which is emit so many dang sparks and embers. If it looks like it's soaked in gasoline, that's what I'm trying to tell you is very, very much like what it actually is. What it actually is, that's the same effect. Eucalyptus trees are even worse. If you have eucalyptus anywhere near you, those are called gasoline trees. They're an invasive species from Australia, and they're making California's wildfires worse, because they constantly try to promote fire. That's why outback fires and brush fires of Australia are just insane, because they constantly drop dry leaves and a eucalyptus sap to try to encourage fire. Eucalyptus needs it. And so when Californians in the early, the 20th century, the 1800s and turn of the century, started planting them everywhere, as part of what the disaster we see today. I'm not saying that was a eucalyptus. It's not going to be in this high elevation, but pine trees that are dead and bleeding sap are the next worst enemy. Pines and firs. We've unfortunately, as we've logged the West, only replaced fire promoting trees, really, because they grow faster and they create paper and lumber, where a lot of the fire suppressing type trees, the oaks and the cedars and such, the fire-resistant trees, were not replanted because they take a long time to grow and they're not that profitable. So there's a lot we can do to regroom the West to be a lot more fire-resistant, and it's just sad to watch. Let's see if we can get any information now. Looking back, this was just an hour and 20 minutes ago now. We do think that the town, if you just tuned in, the town of Markleyville may be on fire at the moment, or there's a desperate struggle to save it. I mean, let's look at the wind. The wind might be the only thing that spares this town, so let's check it out. Let's go to windy.com. I struggle with this website. I don't like it very much. But it can be relatively useful. So if we zoom in south of Lake Tahoe, we've got a split in the wind, which is just bizarre. Some of the wind's going off the mountains. And I guess this makes sense because here's the ridge line, and you got some of it going towards Nevada. So you got it north towards the northeast. You've got some of it going almost due north to Tahoe, which makes sense because if you look at the terrain, it's kind of following a little canyon. So canyons are wind tunnels, and if somebody knows the name of that river, do tell me. I memorized them all as a kid, but I can't quite remember. And so we've got some of the wind going off towards the valley. So unfortunately, this looks very, very bad for Markleyville, that the wind is blowing to the town. You could be on fire right now. We can, put an actual pin on it. That's its location. The fire was here. He was filming from around here at Hangman's Bridge, and we saw lots of fire down here in his videos, and it's going right to the town. If the wind shifts, go south and say due east. That's what we would want to see. Or the wind shift, go blow south. But what is it forecast to do? Yeah, Golden Girlie, welcome, by the way. 8:15 p.m. there was an update. The fire's at 1,600 acres. Yeah, it blew up like a monster. Looking back at chat, Sarah says, I have only 2 other full-time residents in my whole tract and neighborhood. Yeah, by the way, a lot of these are summer homes, so living through winter in the high Sierras is not something a lot of people do. These are usually seasonal dwellings. Very few people ride out the winter. It's like The Shining. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, because you could open your door and have 9 feet of snow and make a tunnel out of your front door, and not many roads are plowed, not many businesses are open, and not many people are in town. It's completely isolating and horrible. And if you get into trouble, it's very difficult. I mean, places like Tahoe, you're going to be okay, but like in the rural communities, most people leave. Sierra winters are hard. So you see the population explode in these towns during summer, and just they're ghost towns in the winter. So Sarah Luna says, yeah, I have really strong arms from shoveling the snow. Yep. In much of the architecture up here, there are 2 doors. There are 2 front doors. There's the ground level door for the summer, and the second and third floors usually have doors that people open. So to leave your house, you go up to the second floor and walk out the second floor door. Especially the Gold Rush buildings, you'll see that again and again, because it's just hopeless. Like trying to shovel the 6-foot snow drifts away from your place is just hopeless. You have to put all the snow shutters on the windows down there so that the snow doesn't break your windows. It's awful. All right, let's see what the wind is forecast to do. Oh, crap. It is 2 a.m. It's 2:36 a.m. and we have a 2 a.m. forecast right here for winds going towards north-northeast, that direction, going towards the northeast with 29 mile an hour wind gusts. 29 knots. I'm sorry, it's not mile an hour, it's knots. Let's take that to mile an hour. Jeez. Oh, it's worse. It gets worse. 34 mile an hour wind gusts. I didn't know what a knot was. I don't know that they could fight that. It's going to go on until at least 8 in the morning. Wait, this is PM. I'm sorry. Sorry. I can barely read that. Let me read. This dark reader thing is really messing me up. My apologies. So 2 a.m. is here. That's 2 p.m. in microprint, and I'm not sitting close enough to this monitor. So 2 a.m., 21 mile an hour wind gusts towards the northeast. And as we get to 5 a.m., 21 mile an hour wind gusts to the northeast. 8 a.m., 23 mile an hour wind gusts to the northeast, and it will increase, as well as the temperature, going from at 53 degrees now towards 66 degrees by 8 a.m. By 11 a.m. it's 78 degrees. 2 p.m. it's going to be 81. And at 2 p.m. it's forecast to be 34 mile an hour wind gusts. Let's check out humidity. Where is humidity? None of that looks good. We don't see any forecast wind changes. That does not look good. So wind gusts at 21 miles an hour, mind you, they're talking about where these weather stations are. They're not talking about the ridge tops. You can have wind be like 10, 15 miles an hour much quicker at the ridge tops. And that is where the fire is going to be shedding embers. Tops of trees and the tops of mountains. It really could be 40 miles an hour up there. In gusts from time to time. So, and plus this forecast could change. I don't know how often they update this. Where's humidity? There's air quality, which I don't think is going to be good either. Wind wave, airgram. We could even look at different. What's the 1 hour forecast? Oh, insert coin. How about beep off and beep? Sorry, I should have a sound effect for whenever I cuss. Beep, beep, beep. Here I am trying to help with my fire stream, and I run into paywalls and all this crap. I think there should be a law, like when fire's approaching in any area, the paywalls drop for the week, so people can monitor their dang survival situation. So I'm looking back. Sarah at the chat, Sarah Luna. By the way, if you just joined us, there's a serious bad situation in Merkleyville, California. The town, there may be a struggle for survival in the town right now to save it, or it may not be being saved. The fire could be eating the town right now. We have lost communications with the town. We can't listen to firefighters chatter because we are not. I have it on my phone and it's been silent. They're not apparently streaming the firefighters' frequencies on Broadcastify, so we are in the dark. But the last thing that we see as a journalist left town is this, the fire approaching it. And these horrible images of the webcams. This is looking in that direction. And it's pretty far away. That fire is huge. You can even see this fire from Nevada across the state lines. This thing exploded today, and they weren't prepared for it. They don't have enough equipment to handle this. I do believe that if I had to predict what the firefighters would do, what they typically do, is they're not going to abandon the town. They're not going to like flee or anything. What firefighters do is they do what I try to train, and they analyze their neighborhood. They know that what structures are there ready to be saved. They'll triage. They will go and station themselves by the structures they think can make it. If they were to park in the front lawn, so to speak, and wet it down, and they will ride out the fire as it passes all around them. They'll try to do what they can, but they are going to use triage. So when we look at, like this main street, whatever's by this tree is probably not going to be saved as a structure. Whatever structure has a non-metallic roof, there is a wooden roof or something flammable, architecture matters too. But for the sake of this small town, I'm not going to mention stuff like bow truss roofs. Here we just have your typical, gold rush through the 1930s structure that's typical of this area. If there's vegetation too close to it, or anything like clutter, flammables, propane tanks, they're not going to want to station themselves there. But if the vegetation is, if it is cut back, and if it's clipped grass down to nothing, and if there's a water source nearby, then they'll sit there and they'll ride it out as it goes around them. And you'll see that structure saved like an oasis, like a green island in the middle of hell when the fire goes by and burns everything else around it. And so you'll see them do a couple things. They'll defend their own firehouses, critical infrastructure, and then they'll triage down to individual structures that they deem important and savable. And that's what happens when they defend towns. Firefighters will never enter an area where they feel that they can be trapped. And when they're riding out a place and making a stand, they're not trapped. They have selectively chosen one of the plans that they have in their head. And if we just go ahead and mimic what they do, this is the way we survive through fires as well. We may not have their gear, but we can just use the common sense. Well, it's not really common sense. I'm tempted to call it common sense. I should amend that statement. It's lessons learned in blood, It sounds like it's common sense that a firefighter will not enter an area where they could be trapped. But that's not true. I mean, that we had to learn by losing crews of 20. That's how we learned the lesson. If you watch those heartbreaking movies, that's the lesson. People had to die for people to really understand, the importance. It used to be that we used to dump hotshot paratroopers in the middle of hell and just think that they're going to make it. And then after some mass fatality events, we learned the hard way that's not true. So, I'm not going to call it common sense. I amend that statement. So, the wind, that's what it's doing. It's not looking good. So I'm looking back at chat. There hasn't been a fire there in 90 to 100 years. Great. So we have a 100-year fuel load of just brush and stuff. Who knows if there's been any logging? Logging can oftentimes be helpful as long as it's not really exactly clear cutting. I don't know if they've managed the area and cut down standing dead trees, but looking at the crazy crowning, and you saw those trees going up like they were soaked in gasoline. Those are the dead ones. So I am not optimistic that enough has been done to groom the landscape to prevent a disaster. I really hope that nobody dies tonight. I don't think that anybody will, but you never know. Firefighters can really get injured. They are heroes because they are in the line of God, I just said in the line of fire, but yes, in the line of fire. This is why I'm a little bit on edge. But the good news here is that the civilians are out. The door-to-door evacuation effort that they had, I believe, has been completely successful. They are acting like on the radio. What little we were able to hear on the radio when the journalist was in town here was that they were checking out hot spots. They weren't like, we didn't hear, oh, go to this address because somebody didn't evacuate. The only thing I heard was there was a victim in a road somewhere in the county, but I don't know that that's fire related. So I do believe everybody obeyed. Golden Girly says, I just watched a video where fire started from the lightning strike. Had they just dropped water on it when it was smoldering, this could have been prevented. Absolutely. Now, technology is going to save us all. Because right now, in order to do an airstrike on a lightning, like after a lightning storm, you would have to do too many steps. It would take too long to get, say, a helicopter out there or like a a airplane. But in the future, this will all change. First of all, you have to get gasoline delivered to the airport where the aerial attack planes are going to be stationed. So they pull up an order and say, oh, there's a fire in town. We need some Class A fuel or whatever that is called for these for this stuff. And then they call up a fuel company, and that person calls up somebody who has a special driver's license to drive a fuel truck, which there's a shortage of these people right now. And then they get on the fuel truck, and there's a convoy of fuel trucks going to that airport, and then they have to go and commandeer and look at the state budget and see if they can hire aircraft. Then they have to contact the pilots and say, hey, you're on duty, there's been a fire. And then those pilots have to arrive in that town, and then they have to make sure that the aircraft is worthy. The mechanics have to look at it, have to clear it, and then you can see how this is going to take days, and this is why they aren't extinguished at a moment's notice. I mean, some places have aircraft at the ready, but they are on fixed stations just dotted throughout the state. So if the lightning doesn't, of course, obey and strike where we want it to, it's going to strike wherever it wants. And that's oftentimes pretty far away. But I'll tell you about what's going to happen in the future. With drone technology, especially if they leave batteries behind and go to something more reliable, such as hydrogen fuel cells, we're going to be able to have a fleet of drones dispatched, because we can detect lightning. We can detect lightning, and the moment that we see that it's struck, even at night, because drones could be equipped with night vision type things, we could dispatch a scout drone. The scout drone could have behind it, in a V formation, firefighting drones behind it. And because they are dispatched the moment that the strike occurs, they don't have to carry too much fire suppression powder or whatever it is on board. Even if we can just get eyes on it, that would be better than nothing. So we would see the drones dispatched, they go over to that area, and people sitting at their armchair like me will be looking at multiple screens, and they can switch between infrared view, regular camera view. They'll switch to FLIR, which is the heat detection stuff. And then they will get to know, they'll have that drone go just feet away from the fire. They'll be able to check it out and know what to make a plan. What do we do about the situation? And then that scout drone will be monitoring the situation, and they can dispatch the fire suppression drones. And so can you imagine a fleet of 20, even 50 small ones carrying fire suppressive powder or whatever it is, the technology they come up with, and they can start fighting it immediately. Meanwhile, they're pressing the buttons to get pilots out if necessary. When this day comes, we're going to have a complete revolution in firefighting, but that is the future. And hopefully we'll be able to replace pilots and have remote controlled operations so that pilots aren't in this danger, because gosh, it's one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. It is so horrible. We need to get them out of there. They are heroes because it's so damn dangerous. There's plenty of aircraft that break up and crash every single fire year, and it's just tragic. There are just horrible instances of that. Not only is there a huge mid-air collision risk because there's so many pilots in the same area, but they're looking down at fire, they're not looking up and around them, and it's just a nightmare. Even if with all the transponders in the world, you've got a huge mid-air collision risk. And and plus, they can't operate at night, but drones will be able to. We'll lose a lot of drones. A lot of drones will burn up, but they can be replaced. Not lives. So Golden Girlie says they could have used a few helicopters. Yeah, but the reason they didn't is, I just showed this map. The reason they didn't use the helicopter is look at the fire situation. They definitely could have used them, but the reason they didn't have everything they needed to extinguish it is there's this crisis going on right now. The gigantic bootleg fire that's eating a gigantic hole out of Oregon, and the unprecedented drought and heat wave situation, the red flag, the tiny little fire burning in the mountains, not very close to too many structures and not many towns, becomes low priority. when you've got the monster fires threatening critical infrastructure, the power lines feeding California are threatened here, and like half of California, not half, but a chunk of California could lose power in the middle of a heat wave, and that could kill people. Like, that is critical infrastructure. So unfortunately, there's just not infinite resources, and there's not infinite money. But the good news is that drones are so cheap, and they're getting cheaper, that we could do more with a smaller fire budget in the future. That day is almost upon us. I want to keep this positive because so many people are like, oh God, wildfires are just going to get worse. Everything's just going to get worse. Everything's just going to get more expensive. No, not at all. Every big fire starts the size of the palm of your hand with one little spark. Every fire starts out as a fire just as big as the palm of your hand. And if we can get to them before they get even to a half an acre in size, most fires will be suppressed the moment that we want them to be, if we have this setup in place. The fact that we rely on human beings to fight fires. Yesterday's fire explosion, last year's fire explosion happened. We were down 75% manpower because of COVID. For example, Australia, we have a deal with Australia that helps California. Since we're on opposite, we call that not hemispheres. We're northern, they're southern. It's their winter when it's our summer. So we had this cool deal with Australia that we send California firefighters in their fire season, and they send theirs during ours. But during COVID, we couldn't have that. We didn't have the international aid that we can usually call upon. People don't realize that 70-odd something percent of California's firefighters are convicts. They're actually prisoners that do a deal that they'll fight fires in exchange for reduced sentencing. And so they let people out during COVID because they didn't want to have the plague basically in the prison systems. And they couldn't train people. We were counting with luck that last year was going to be a not so bad fire season, and we hit the bad luck lottery with the fact that a wind event hit the West Coast that only happens about once every 75 years. And then there was a freak lightning storm right before that wind event. 8,000 lightning strikes hit California in August, and there was a race against time to put them all out while they were little. They did a good job with a lot of them with the crappy small amount of manpower and budget that they had. But they lost the race against time. Just like we're seeing right now, what happened was repeated last year. The Bear Fire was a small lightning fire up in the Sierras. And then when the wind event happened on Labor Day, it was mostly contained people in Brush Creek that died. Thought about evacuating and prepared, and they saw before they went to sleep. They saw that the fire was mostly contained. They went to sleep without monitoring the radio, and that fire exploded and made a historically fast run down the mountains towards Oroville. And people died. I mean, I remember when there were 25 people missing. I think the total fatalities were around a dozen. But that couple that I'm referring to that decided to stay, it was an elderly couple. They didn't make it out. And that's because it can change at night. It could just change. When wind hits, the tiny fires that were ignored or have fewer manpower can become these monsters. And that's what happened last year. There were a lot of fires that for months there was no people to put them on, like northwestern California border with Oregon. Carney, if he or she is still back in the chat, was the person affected by Cave Junction. And I kept saying in my fire channel, the Devil Fire, when we looked it up on InstaWeb, it's unmanned. It's unmanned. This is InstaWeb. And they have daily updates. And when we were looking at the Devil Fire, it just said unstaffed. So let's I'm off that topic. Tamarack Fire still not been updated on InstaWeb, and I don't know that it will be in the middle of the night. I don't know if anybody on the East Coast wakes up early because it's now 6 in the morning on the East Coast, but we should just monitor the sheriff's office for that county. Where are the links that I even provided before? Can this? Hey, I'm trying to merge these tabs. Hey, cooperate. It ain't cooperating. I'll just do this. Let's go see. Let's go see what's happening to this town if we can. Let's monitor the way that we can. Let's use our skills here. Let's pull up CalTopo. Let's monitor this situation. So CalTopo, we should have a new satellite flyover by the GOES satellite. Let's take a look at it. Fire activity looks very much the same, and that was 0954 UTC. So when is 0954 UTC time? Googling that. So this was updated at 2:54 a.m. It is now 2:58. Wow, this is 4 minutes old information. So Tim says most firefighting aircraft are old, retired aircraft pulled out of salvage yard and recycled back into service. Dear God. Yeah. I'm sad to hear that. Okay. So as of 4 minutes ago, what I have to keep telling people is this isn't as bad quite as it looks, because GOES is a very up-to-date. It can give you hourly updates or even minutely updates. I mean, sometimes it refreshes every 15 minutes depending on what the satellite's doing, but it's inaccurate. It makes a fast pass, I guess. And so this huge square, if we look at the code, that was 24 to 36 hours old. There was heat, enough heat to be detected from space, and that almost always means a wildfire. I mean, every once in a while you have a foundry that's melting down aluminum or something, making heat, but if it's the middle of nowhere, it's almost always wildfire. However, it could be a very small detection, like somewhere in this little canyon, but it can only it doesn't give you pinpoint accuracy. Just somewhere within the square is where the heat detection is. In the larger fires, sometimes the entire square is indeed on fire. We can't know. So that's the limitation with GOES live satellite. But this was updated 4 minutes ago. And we have a very similar situation to what we were looking at about an hour ago. But if you look at the code, it's less than 12 hours. So for GOES, it's less than 10 minutes ago. Sorry, that's modus and veers. This is the key. So less than 10 minutes ago, there was heat detected in this red, which unfortunately includes north of this Hot Springs Road, which they were trying to use as a fire line, if I remember right. So that means that the town, being located here, could have fire on 3 sides of it by now. We know that there's some to the south. It may have some back this way by now, because the journalist was driving up this road, and we saw lots and lots of crowning and sparking fires and embers blowing off this ridgeline. And we know the wind is blowing that way. So I would bet a lot of money if I was at a casino right now that the fire could be over in this direction quite soon. Or already is, actually. Because we do have heat detections over here. So we probably have spot fires on at least 3 sides of the town. The northern end of the town, we even have detections as of 10 minutes ago up somewhere in the square that could be south of the road, mind you, because the square is big. But look, it's up here too. And that's 1 to 6 hours ago. So this does not look good. In fact, that means that the fire could be completely surrounding this town at this moment. Let's go back and refresh the wind. We do not see a wind change, so we didn't expect one either. This pokey stick here, that's, if I had to guess, that's their closest weather station. That might be burning up at any moment. We know that Markley Village here, there's a lot of structures. It looks like this was evacuated. I don't have a lot of hope for any of this. This could be very, very sorrowful. I'm so sorry if anybody's tuning in that lives in this area, but you know, the only bright light at the end of the tunnel, the only silver lining I can say, is that if you have groomed your property to survive wildfire, a lot of times, even without anybody being there, you can come back and it's standing. Just because fire is fickle, it follows the wind. And even though your neighbors might burn down, if you have a really good groomed property, sometimes it just might just make it. Especially if you have a metal roof and metal shutters, all the vegetation trimmed back, you don't have a propane tank, like say right next to your house. You see a lot of surprising survivors. When I was driving through Paradise, there's a lot of that. And no doubt, the local fire department will know that when you have groomed your property, they will perhaps make a stand there, especially if there's a water source, an infinite water source. If you have, say, well water and generators and green grasses and stuff, if you happen to be near a big water source, they just might camp out on your property and save it. Sarah says, I have groomed mine recently. Good job. I spent hours over the past few days raking the needles. That's good. That's wonderful. Golden Girlie says, good point about the number of fires and lack of resources. Yeah. By the way, my weather app says the winds are currently 2 miles per hour south-southwest, meaning going towards northeast. I'm not seeing high winds in that area for tomorrow, 12 miles per hour for the southwest. Yeah, but Windy did see that in the forecast. It will depend on where you're getting your information. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Let's look for the official sources. I'm typing into my Android phone right now. I'm going to look at NOAA Weather by Pandemonium Software. I believe it's by Pandemonium Software. Let me double check that. If you have an Android phone, I highly, highly recommend. There's a whole bunch of apps named NOAA Weather, NOAA. But yeah, the one by Pandemonium Software, that one is the one that is good and really, really good. You can click on it and have alerts. I'm going to open it right now. And I'm going to search for the town of Markleeville, M-A-R-K-L-E-E, California, USA. I am clicking the button for it to be a star, and then I'm clicking the 3 dots and I'm making add alert. Current conditions according to NOAA. Updated 10:37 p.m. And the elevation here is 5,804 feet. Current conditions are 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Overnight low scheduled to be 50 degrees. Widespread haze, yeah. Widespread smoke, clear with a low around 50. Southwest winds around 5 miles per hour. But if we were to click on that and read the second part, called Fire Weather Watch, this was issued by National Weather Service or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Fire Weather Watch in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday morning for thunderstorms and strong outflow winds for the eastern Sierra and southern Sierra front. National Weather Service in Reno has issued a fire weather watch for thunderstorms and strong winds, which is in effect. Blah, blah. Affected areas: Mono County, Fire Zone, Sierra Front, including Alpine, Northern Mono, Southern Lyon, and Western Mineral Counties. Thunderstorms scattered, mixed, wet, and dry late Sunday afternoon. Then nocturnal storms Sunday night into Monday morning. Outflow winds, gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible. Impacts: recent hot and dry conditions have created very receptive vegetation to new lightning fires. new fire starts, and they may combine with strong outflow winds to cause a fire to rapidly grow in size and intensity before first responders can contain them. Precautionary preparedness actions. Avoid outdoor activities that can cause a spark near dry vegetation like yard work, target shooting, campfires. Check weather.gov/Reno for updates and livingwithwildfire.info for preparedness tips. So let's do it. Weather.gov/Reno. And I must commend you, Sarah, for being so awesome. You're one of the most prepared people I've ever had come in the channel. Oh my God, look at this graphic. You're doing exactly the right thing. And so I advise everybody who might be a little bit nervous about these things is when you've done everything you can do, relax. Like whatever's going to happen to that town now, I have to tell myself, relax. It's completely out of our hands now. And when you've done everything that you can do, you can definitely pat yourself on the back and you can go to sleep. If you need to, you can go to sleep. Everything's worse when you get exhausted. And so just relax. You'll get through this, whatever the situation is. And yeah, Sarah says, I learned that from spending winters up here. Yep. The mountain people are generally a lot more fire educated than others. And so that makes sense. The fact that entire towns get erased off the map these days and in the valley was something that is why channels like mine need to exist, and why there needs to be a lot of educational videos. I want to buy a film camera. I'm saving up money for it, and I'm hoping some kind people might donate so I can make fire information videos and short videos in conjunction with local fire agencies and educate people and make a playlist of 27 videos that are short and giving you fire tips, structure fire survival as well. And so if I can become equipped with that, if I can get the money, I will definitely make that my priority. Let's look at current hazards. Read more. The drought situations persist. Issued on the 14th. June and early July have been hot throughout the region with some strong isolated thunderstorms. It produced significant precipitation. Limited aerial coverage minimized any improvements in conditions. These thunderstorms have led to above average 30-day precipitation south of Lake Tahoe and in Lassen County, but keep in mind it's easy to get above the average this time of year when climatology is near zero. Yet rain this time of year is almost unheard of. Since mid-June, temperatures have been much above average, with only a few days near the average. For Reno Airport, the average temperature for June was 6 degrees above normal and 8 degrees above normal for early July through the 12th. At 75.2 degrees Fahrenheit, this was the hottest June over 128-year record for Reno, breaking the previous record by 1.5 degrees or 1.1 degrees. This is really talking about Reno. But the summary of impacts is extreme fire behavior on the Beckworth complex and degraded air quality from the smoke. Gosh, I haven't even gotten to the Beckworth today, but I was about to when all hell broke loose south of Tahoe. So yeah, let's read about the Beckworth here. Extreme fire behavior on the Beckworth complex and degraded air quality from smoke. Major impacts to agriculture and ranching. Reports include reduced irrigation water, blah, blah, blah. Many stock ponds and springs are dry. Reduced hay crops, reduced forage, animal stress, reduced stock weights, and reduced grazing on the public lands. Yeah, the mountains are hurting. So is the desert area. Low flows and elevated water temperatures will impact fisheries and stream ecosystems. Somebody asked me last night if this heat wave we had killed fish. I can guarantee you it killed fish because we raised salmon in the classroom. I had the great privilege to learn like everything about salmon there is to know as a kid at a time when I could sponge up information, and we watched them grow from little embryos to fry, eggs to embryo to fry in our classroom fish tank. And I was drawing diagrams and such. The thing about salmon is they need really cold water, and so do many fish. They need really cold water because colder water is more oxygen rich. They're very sensitive to it as they migrate up to spawn. And spring Chinook is, I think it's past time for spring Chinook, at least in Oregon. But other fish are trying to make it to the mountains to spawn, and they won't if they don't have oxygenated water. They'll die on the way there, and so we could have an extremely bad fish stocks plummet for next year because there just won't be that many making it up to breed, at least not the wild ones. And they'll even struggle to keep them alive in the hatcheries. The hatcheries will keep the species alive, but we're in for a bumpy ride. So we've got scary diagrams here about local drought outlook, etc. But I'm going to get out of this because this isn't really monitoring the town like I want to. So we're going to have lightning. We're going to have high winds. Everything is going to get so much worse by Sunday. It looks like I will have to do a daily stream. And we have red flag warnings up north of Shasta, of course, through the Oregon border, where the gigantic bootleg fire is. There's the pink here is the red flag warnings, but it's going to become red flag by Sunday. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't call that red flag. It's absolutely insane. So let's see how else can we monitor the fire situation. This is TFF Doors. Yeah, actually, you know what? There's a big resource I'm not utilizing here. That's the ArcGIS map, and I was hoping that Iceman would come back. He was walking me through this. He's one of our resident firefighters. Did anybody hit the refresh button on the Alpine County Sheriff's Office? I bet there might be some updates. There might be some heartbreaking images too. And Sarah, I'm sorry. Sarah, did you link your... You did. I'm sorry. I've spaced out on that. I do that. Log in to view the story. Okay, let me see if I gotta log in. Hang on a second. Log in with Facebook. Okay, let me click that button. Okay. All right. So sorry, Sarah. Yeah, remind me if I forget. Juggling this is okay. It won't let me into Instagram. Are you kidding me? Because it's going to an old email that I don't have anymore. Fail. I said log in with Facebook for God's sake, and I'm logged into Facebook. Why can't I see Instagram? Stupid. Let me push some more buttons. I thought you could see Instagram without logging in. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put that on the back burner for a second. Let's see. You'll post on Facebook. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. But what I want to do is look at ArcGIS because that's going to show us even more satellite things than CalTopo. It completely skipped my mind. I haven't done this for 8 months, but I'm going to see what I can do with ArcGIS. If you look at my own stream, there's a link to ArcGIS where I call it incredible. So I'm looking down at my own stream. And I'm going to click that link. It's under maps. It's under the maps section in my description of my channel. There it is. And Oh, this is the fire activity map. We might just want to go to regular ArcGIS. Let's do that. Iceman was walking me through this, but that was, like I said, 8 months ago. What? Sign in? Whatever. I'm going to go to the map. And it has so many wonderful, we scraped the surface. When we were trying to figure out if Jawbone Flats burned down, which we eventually found out it did, when we saw the fire approach it, this is a deja vu for me, 8 months ago. Jawbone Flats is in the Cascades of Oregon. He showed me that there's a bunch of layers that I'd never had understood. Wait, you have to log in? For God's sake. For cars' sake. Really? Pricing? Is it the paywall crap again? $500 a year. Oh, for the low price of $500 a year, you could do what you could do last year for free. Okay. Oh, for $100 a year, you can view stuff. I do believe this was free. Okay, I'm going to move that aside. Let's look at our webcams. Let's refresh the webcams. That's something we can actually do. Duplicate tab. It's the latest image. And as I'm talking, this will refresh itself about once every minute. This is the last 15 minutes. Oh dear. Look at the wind. Look at the wind. So we're facing southeast. Facing southeast. Wind going that way. Sorry, this is it's late at night. I'm trying to spatially orient myself. So if we're looking southeast, and the wind's going to the left of the screen, now it's going north. The wind has not changed. It's going to the north by northeast, but with a fury. With a fury. So let's as I screw around with the map over here, and as Sarah gets ready with her pictures on Facebook, then we shall be ready to do that. We are, if anybody's just tuned in, we're wondering if the town of Markleeville, California is standing. The last that we saw was horrific images from a journalist in town as the fire was approaching the town. Right now, the fire could be eating the town alive. By my layman's predictions, and just kind of having done this for a while. If this was 2 hours ago like it was, I mean, here's when the fire crested the ridgeline. It could be eating the town as we speak. So, well, we lost contact with the town, so to speak. I mean, as far as us monitoring it. But we do have these webcams in the wilderness that are facing the fire. We can monitor, you can see the fire from Nevada. The fire's around this area right here. This is the Tamarack fire. It was a very small, insignificant fire before yesterday afternoon, before the afternoon of the 16th, and it blew up into a monster over the course of the afternoon. And it is now going to eat a helpless town. And we're trying to figure out the best we can and monitor the situation without having the benefit of a journalist live streaming anymore, which is what we were watching. He's left the town. We know the fire crews are still in the town, and they are probably doing their triage right now, trying to save it. But we have nothing but bad news as far as the weather. Only a wind change could save it now, or maybe even a wind change of 20 minutes ago. That did not occur. So we are absolutely heartsick for this town. And this is the current state of affairs. They don't have enough people to save it, and they would have had to groom the town cutting down the vegetation from buildings ahead of time. It's a bit too late now. They'll probably save special buildings. I hope they save buildings of historic importance and you know, but who knows? The reason I say that, and I don't mean to sound callous, like homes can be replaced. I do not mean to sound like that. What I mean is these towns, oftentimes tourism, historic tourism, is their draw. It's their bread and butter. It's how they live. They need to have their historic assets, their cultural assets. There's very few things now going on in the California mountains that can sustain any sort of economy for any town. It used to be the gold rush, and the gold rush is the new one kind of going on, but it's not like, the 1800s. They are clinging to life. There are more ghost towns in these mountains than there are living ones. And so the ones that cling to life, tourism is a big thing, and they need to have their historic assets. They need to have their vital infrastructure. And so that's why I get so antsy and so concerned when I see that their historical buildings could go up in smoke, because that really can't be replaced. You could make replicas, but if the character of a town changes too much, you lose your historic tourism. And there's a huge amount of historic tourism for the Wild West. People come from Japan and all over. I mean, the entire world loves the Wild West. But if you don't have a town that looks like the Wild West anymore, the tourists go somewhere else. So I study ghost towns. That's my field of study. Not paranormal, but, abandonment. Great, Sarah. Yeah, Tim, go ahead and... Why are you not a moderator, Tim? Jeez, you should have been one yesterday. You are now. I have promoted you, Tim. I am laying the sword on your left and right shoulder. You are promoted to Knight of this channel. Use your powers for good only. And go with God. So, yeah, you can now share links, Tim. We have to have some humor. We're all gonna bite our fingernails off. So, what was I doing before I became distracted? In fact, you know what? Since I'm spacing out a little bit, I'm going to take a tiny break here. I'm going to leave you with this. We're going to replay the footage. This is a replay. If anybody comes in, let them know this is a replay of this guy's experience around the town of Merkleyville. And I'm going to take a tiny break to go get some caffeine and use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. We're very concerned about Merkleyville right now. It's only dawn will give us the answer of if it survived. Be right back, folks. Just about 4 minutes. I'm back. And for those of you who are with us, thank you for being here. Anybody who's just tuned in, we are very, very concerned for the town of Merkleyville in California. This journalist, Matthew Henderson, we are watching his footage again and again because it's incredible. What he does is incredible. He was in the town of Merkleyville, and he's basically filming its pre-destruction. These may be the last images of the town that we see. It may be burning to the ground right now. We don't know, but as far as we can monitor the situation, we know that the wind is blowing the fire to the town, and this is one of the last images we had of the fire cresting the ridgetop, and the wind is blowing it straight to the town. They don't appear to have the manpower to save it. We don't know exactly what preparations they may have made, but we're in the dark about what's going on currently because this journalist, Matthew, he left. And my viewers and myself were becoming concerned for his safety because he kept driving around this town and finding fire in most of the directions he was driving. So he is, as far as we know, has left the town and driven north. First responders are still within the town, but we can't hear them. We can't hear them chattering. Otherwise, I'd have their radio on in a heartbeat. But with Broadcastify, I have had the one radio station for the first responders in this town, in this county, going on for hours, and there's hardly a peep. The firefighters on another channel, so we can't hear what's going on. The one journalist is out of town, and so Tim says, "Can it be seen on the Goes West satellite?" Tim, I don't know if he's still with us, but if you can make the link for whatever you're referencing, we'll satellite monitor the situation. We've been doing this, and looks like the satellite updated again. This is Go's live satellite, and all around the town we have hot spots. The red are detections of heat less than 10 minutes ago from when the satellite passed over, and the satellite passes over very frequently. And orange is up to an hour ago. Yellow's beyond an hour ago. Oh, you're here. Cool. Do you have a special link to the GOES satellite? Maybe something on ArcGIS? I struggled to use that software. It appears to be a paywall now. You were saying, can it be seen on GOES West? You want the site, and I thought you were asking me if I wanted a link. So if you do have a link for me, you know. And if your pictures are ready, Sarah, we can take a look at it. Sarah's in the chat. We're fortunate to have her. She lives north of here by Tahoe, and she could see it out the back window. We are monitoring best we can with these live images. This is live. You can see it from Nevada. Here's the town. You can see this fire that's so big you can see it from another state. This is where the view that Sarah has right now with infrared. And this is the other webcam where if you look at our time lapse, this is what's happened in the last hour. This is looking towards the town. This is an inferno, and sadly we don't know that the town's going to survive. If I had to guess, it would be a few structures are saved where the firefighters make a stand and protect themselves. They are cool right now. They're cool as cucumbers. The last time we heard them queue up on the microphone in the journalist's vehicle. They were running around checking on spot fires and checking on lines. So they are not at all panicky. At least they weren't 2 hours ago. Sarah says our crew on scene said multiple structures have burned. What? I just saw an update from a local news station. Is that on television, Sarah? God, what station? Let's find their website. Sarah just says just said multiple structures are burned. And if I had to guess, the fire was definitely over here at Markley Village, which is a suburb. We saw that there were a lot of structures in this area, but Markley, the downtown, is right over here. We know that firefighters can't be everywhere at once, and they'll have to let go some periphery buildings. We probably think structures are likely lost at the Shea Creek summer home area and the hot springs. But downtown, we're still on pins and needles because this is one of the last images we had of what the downtown's facing. Oh, it's an article on Facebook. Please link it. You now have the power to link things, Sarah. Let's check it out. God, that's sad. Not unexpected, but quite sad. We're trying to see if any journalists are still there, and maybe they would go live. So maybe even on YouTube itself, and click and see live Tamarack fire. Sometimes they go to YouTube. There was one 4 hours ago, but it's not live now. Taking a look at they're talking about mandatory evacuations. I can't show too much copyrighted stuff. I did show Matthew's stuff live, and I'm sure that's copyrighted, but this is an emergency situation, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind this being shared with the public. I'm basically just streaming his channel, not hijacking it. So I'm looking at ABC 10. Let's look at ABC 10. Maybe they're live. They don't seem to be. What are the local news agencies, Sarah? If you could tell me, I'll just quickly find it. It was on your phone, an article on Facebook, and you're trying to find it again. No worries. In fact, I had Facebook links to this event, didn't I? So let me look at them on my second monitor. This is a not quite a breaking news situation anymore, but it's a pins and needles, very anxious situation that's unfolding right in front of our eyes, with this historic town of around 200 in population, maybe being burning down as we speak. This is the images we had around 2 hours ago, and we're just waiting for news, like what's happening there. So let me, yeah, that's a little bit better. I have links in the description of my own video to some fire groups of Oregon, but I have not found a fire update for California links. So let's take a look. I'm just going to do general search on Facebook. Tamarack fire update. And I'm looking on my second monitor. And I'm going to let that play, but know that that was as of 2 hours ago. We can see on the satellites that the fire is, as of 15 minutes ago, we have hot spots all around and inside the town. We just don't know where because it's pretty inaccurate. Excuse me, let's go to fire activity. So as you can see, the little town is kind of swamped by fire on all sides. So yeah, Matthew Henderson was live 8 hours ago. Somebody named Angela shared this. This is just a person's Facebook. That's how it exploded in the afternoon. It just was a small, pretty much ignored lightning strike fire that was less than 500 acres, and it blew up in size. I think it's around 6,000 now at least. And so that was an incredible turn of events I didn't expect today when I began streaming. Thank goodness people came in the chat and alerted me to the unfolding disaster. Sorry, I moved away her image. You see that massive amount of smoke, and this is why it's visible from Nevada. It's really chewing through the landscape in a pretty unchecked manner with 0% containment. And the weather, I would like to report that the weather is going to get better. It's going to get worse. And they're predicting dry lightning on Sunday, red flag conditions, high winds. We're going to have high wind gusts throughout the night and into tomorrow. So whatever they're trying to do with the town, it's just going to be triage, and it's going to be saving individual structures. It will be luck if much of the town survives. So let's try to find out more information. Sarah has pictures that she took herself. Sarah in our chat here. Okay, you found it. Great. KTVN. Excellent. Let me prepare that to put that on the stream. Two news coverage you can count on. Evacuations in effect for Markleyville due to Tamarack fire. SR 89 closed at US 395. Fire started on the 4th of July due to lightning. And let's look at some pictures. This is copyrighted stuff, but it's quite important. So this is courtesy of 2 News. Generally, slideshow pictures is going to be okay, but I can't play too many copyrighted videos, or all of a sudden there's flags and stuff on my channel, and this is public service. I don't monetize it, but I don't want them kind of like taking it down or causing a hassle, because I do want this to stay up. This stream will be available after I end it as a sort of historical documentation in public service. So yeah, here's the images that we are seeing due to the wildfire cams. And that's so ironic, image courtesy of Pacific Gas and Electric. It's not really courtesy, it's that the state mandated that they put above fire cams all over the state, since they cause so many fires and kill so many people. So that's sorry, that's a little bitter recollection there, and structure loss. That's so sad. So I don't know when this was updated. Let's look. 11 p.m. So it's now 3:41 in the morning. So this was updated 11 p.m. There's no video, all images. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Sarah. So crews on scene said multiple structures have burned. Ugh. And fire looks strange like this when you have this type of photography, and I can explain it. Most cameras can't really see in the dark. There's just a few that can, like the Sony a7S III, which I want to purchase so I can cover fires. But when you have a traditional type of a camera, you have to keep the shutter open a long time. And so when fire burns, it looks weird like this, but this is a normal flame. Because just like when you keep the shutter open a long time, like when you're filming a waterfall, like the waterfall can look smooth. You don't see individual droplets. That's because the shutter's open so long to allow the light in. And so don't think that's anything weird, but that's the way flames look when I think the shutter was kept open for many seconds in a row, maybe at least 5. So the propane tank here being next to houses, a lot of times firefighters just won't try to save a house because they're dealing with that. And that's a very dangerous situation. You can see the propane tank valve is probably, see when propane tanks heat up, there's a, I don't know much about this subject, but I do know that there is a release valve. So that when they heat up too much, they won't just become a bomb and explode the neighborhood and take off in the air like a rocket. They have a release valve, and so as they heat up, air expands inside and the gas expands inside, and they will, of course, rupture if the pressure is too great. And so as an emergency relief valve, just when the pressure reaches X, the propane leaks out, and it's like a Old Faithful, but it's fire. Yeah, the overpressure valve. Thank you, Tim. I struggled to stay awake here in the middle of the night. The ones that didn't have these in the past, like I've seen 1980s videos of like fire crews VHS tape rolling up to a gas station, and they try to fix a propane tank that's leaking, and all of a sudden the entire gas station or Quickie Mart blows up into a crater and multiple people are dead. They didn't used to have these, but they do now because of situations like that. And so the problem is, though, for firefighters is you can put water on this and try to cool it down, but you would better be next to an internal water source like a creek. They're not going to waste their precious water they're carrying around in their truck or call a water tender to just put stuff on a propane tank. So they're not going to be able to cool it down enough, and if they don't, then they're going to have this propane torch of Old Faithful going right up next to the structure. And so they take one look at this and say, unsavable, and they move on. I'm not saying that happened in this situation. I'm talking about in general. So it's just sad so many mountain homes are dependent upon propane. A lot of them are not even attached to the power grid, and they have like old gas lights and such. So this is, let's see if there's like breaking news. Let's go to the main page. Yeah, it was just updated 4 hours and 44 minutes ago. So we'll keep refreshing this one. Oh, breaking news: evacuations in effect. Well, yeah, well, that's not breaking anymore. They started evacuations in the early afternoon yesterday. Lovelock, Elko. Yeah, I've heard of Lovelock. It's talking about temperature. So let's see if we can find any more news. And I want to look at the current webcams. These are live. I mean, this is a time lapse, but these are live. Let's duplicate this tab to see. This is the current image. Nothing is better. Let's look at the last 15 minutes. Yeah. We still have that fast-moving wind. This is not in real time. It takes an image about once every minute, and this is time-lapsed. This is a collection of those images creating a fast-motion animation. However, I can still tell that that's fast wind. You know, that's and we can see that it's moving horizontally, that the wind is moving horizontally. If the smoke was going vertically up, that would indicate not very much wind, but we see it going horizontally, and it's even more apparent in the other ones. If we were to make that, excuse me, refresh. Yeah, it's even more apparent when we see the others. You can see how the smoke isn't going up, it's going sideways. It's traveling across the landscape, and that's typical what you see in heavy winds. You even see some of these trees kind of being buffeted around. So, you know what we can also check is we didn't utilize another resource, which is Flight Radar 24. Let's see if they have any scout planes in the area. Excuse me, I gotta go type my password in over here, and I'll be right back. Let's log in, insert my password. Scout planes operate at night, and they have LiDAR, which is they can literally map the terrain. They can literally map the terrain with lasers, with very brand new technology, which is so useful. Conspiracy theorists think that the lasers shooting out the bottom of the planes are starting the fires, and it's not true. It's mapping. It's just as harmless as a laser pointer. You know, you could put a laser pointer in your hand and there's nothing happening, but that's what fuels a lot of that. But it's actually doing a 3D mapping of the area, and so they usually fly over every single night, and they'll do infrared surveys. Infrared shines at night. Yeah, that's a literal. I didn't mean to make a pun there, but infrared is the best way to detect hot spots, because anywhere that there's heat in infrared is going to glow bright yellow, bright white, just like that. That's infrared. So you can see the incredible heat in the clouds coming off the wildfire, making the clouds have a bright white, which is an incredible heat signature. So, sorry if I'm a little bit inarticulate. It is not an all-nighter that I thought I was going to be pulling. It's 3:49 in the morning. But I can't stop now as this situation unfolds. So let's look at aircraft. I don't see any right now. If we pull back, where are the aircraft? There should be lots of aircraft. Even at night. So there's a helicopter, and there's San Francisco, and there's Sacramento Airport. Oh, that's right. I have a filter, so this is only showing aircraft of 10,000 feet elevation and lower. I need to adjust that because we're at high mountain altitudes. So let's create a new filter for altitude, or at least get rid of that old one. And now we can see aircraft of all altitudes. So you can see your passenger jets going by in general. I was hoping that we'd see a scout plane going out here and mapping, and we don't know if there's enough resources for it. So there's Tahoe, and I just don't see anybody move. In this situation, we have other fires like the Dixie. It's a helicopter flying at night near the Chico Airport. Oh, it's landing. It's going to the Chico Airport. Huh. That could just be unrelated to fire entirely. Beach King aircraft is what we'd be looking for. They're typically scout planes, and we'd be looking for a zigzag pattern. They fly over fires and go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and you can always tell that's a scout plane. So nope, we don't see any. Just looking around, monitoring the other fires. That's the only thing you're going to see at night, unless there's a very rare circumstance where there's a National Guard emergency evacuation, which we saw last year. We won't really be able to see National Guard planes because military. You're not going to have civilian transponders like we're going to see here. I've seen military planes fly over me when I was covering wildfires live. I was in the Paradise area just about a week and a half after it started, and a military drone flew over me. I was going down Highway 70 near Orville. That thing was low in elevation. It was fast. It looked kind of like a flying wedge. It was an unmanned military drone going out there to assess the situation at Paradise. And then I turned on radio chatter, and I could hear the fire chiefs on the ground telling people where to send the military drone to get information. It was pretty remarkable. But looking at fight radar, that military drone, of course, had no transponder from which to be tracked, so it was a silent little ghost. That doesn't. So, like, what I'm trying to say here is that military craft could be out and about. We would not see them. Only people nearby, like Sarah, maybe, might hear that kind of craft going overhead and going towards the situation. Nope.
Jackson Street, across the Sunset, 0350.
Okay, the scanner radio came to life, but it's probably not fire chatter. It's probably this county's EMS. I think the firefighters are on a new channel. We can't monitor that, unfortunately. Let's go back to our monitoring of the fire. So these are the live webcam images. It'll update about once every minute. It's pointing right towards Markleeville. We're looking at south of Tahoe. If anybody's just joined us, there's this unfolding tragic situation in Markleeville, California, where the civilians have been evacuated, but it looks like the whole town really might just burn to the ground. Just putting it as bluntly as I can. It is not looking good in any way, shape, or form. We are looking live at this. This fire is so large now that it can be viewed from a different state, and they just don't have the manpower to save the town. And it blew up today in high wind situation, and too fast for too much of a response. There's too much of the resources delegated to other fires. So this is one of the last things that we One of the last things that we saw was this journalist, Mark Henderson, took incredible shots. This is some of the best coverage I've ever seen of a wildfire. Just very brave, running around live streaming to Facebook. And right before he left town, we saw the fire crest the ridge. There's just it's too much vegetation by the buildings, from what we've seen, for there to be too much of a way for them to ride this out. The high winds and there hasn't been a fire here, I was told in chat, for about 90 years, and so the incredible fire load, the amount of brush and stuff and duff, pine needles, dead trees, just everything all over the landscape, dense tree growth. This is all very bad. So if you look at everything, weather, manpower, fire load, drought, current weather conditions, the humidity, the wind, everything on all of those fronts says that this area is not going to make it. That there will be the most likely scenario is the loss of most of the structures, or many of them. Last thing we heard 5 hours ago from local news crew is that some structures have been lost, and we were looking at that here at the 2 News. But I don't know that they are necessarily inside of the town. But this is a sorrowful situation, and I was hoping that we would get some indicator of what the heck's going on. Okay, Tim, you have a link for us. Okay, let's copy that link. It's a radio chattering again, but I don't think it's fire related. Oh wow, yeah, thank you. This is the one we were looking at. Yes, thank you, Tim. You are a man of the hour. Thank you. I thought it was ArcGIS. It must have been this. This was another one we were using. And so, move slider or click play to animate. You are the man. Thank you. So, let's see what we're looking at. The GOES 17 satellite. You can see the fire here from space, and so that's the animation of it. You can see the smoke column there. Whoopsie, I need to set the colors correct. And let's just pause it back here. You can see how it blew up earlier today. Is there a way to find the time? Yeah, that's 3:06 UTC. I hate UTC. Let's see what time that was. 3 p.m. 3:06. No, 3:06 is AM. UTC is what in Pacific? 8 p.m. So at 8 p.m. this is what it looked like, the inferno heading toward the town, which was sort of to the south and west of the town. And guess what? Look at the smoke. The wind is blowing northeast towards it. And so this begins at 8 p.m. Let's continue playing. You just see this angry red glow, and you can see it moving towards the west and the north. Can we zoom? Can we zoom on that? Thank you for making this animation too. That's incredible. Can we get this bigger? Let's take a look. Yeah, Tim, if you got tips, I haven't used this website but once, and that was 8 months ago. So, yeah, save animation. Whoa. Yeah, save animated GIF. I would like to keep that and reference that. Meanwhile, that'll happen someday. How do we zoom in on this? Oh, it said engine. There's an engine on scene. I mean, that could be unrelated to fire, but it means a fire crew may be responding to somebody's emergency. Yeah, we're going to save that. All right. Storm chasing, local weather, home. Let's go to home and then see if we can do this the hard way. How does this work? College of DuPage Weather Lab, right? And then how do you search for the area? Okay, view global sectors, view continental, regional sectors, view localized sectors. Oh, yeah, okay, cool, we're cooking. So let's click on that. So we're in this sector, and wow, okay, let's even see, can we see other fires with this? It almost looked like cloud cover. Yeah, that's cloud cover, not smoke, I believe. Let's go back to the Northern California. Wow. Yeah, so here we see the Tamarack down there. This must be the Dixie. I mean, where's the Beckworth, though? You'd think that Beckworth would be there. There's clearly the, it's incredible. You could see the bootleg. Let's go back and pause it. Is that, I wouldn't think the Dixie is big enough, but it is kind of on ridge tops where satellites can easily see it. Look at the incredible smoke coming off the bootleg. That's a monster. She's still awake? Yeah, I am. Is this a replay? No, I'm live. Mr. Silent Warrior, thank you for being here. What we have as a replay is this horrible situation. We believe that burning to the ground right now is this poor mountain town called Markleyville, south of Tahoe. This is why I'm still awake. I want to know what's happening. And that may occur with dawn. You know, we won't quite know what's going on. I live on the West Coast, but I don't exactly tell people where I live. I've been located in the Pacific Northwest for a bit. I'm kind of mobile right now, trying to decide where to live. If that answers your question, I shall be in California relatively soon, unless something stops me. But I thought about relocating towards the Butte County area. But God, there's still no housing since the Paradise Fire. That's where I want to live. I grew up there. And there's no housing. So right now I'm in the Pacific Northwest and looking to get down there. And part of the reason for my visit would be to see if I could find a place to live. Affordable, you know. But I'll get to that bridge. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Right now everything's a bit on pause as this unfolding wildfire crisis of the West is happening again, just like last year. So my next visit to there would be probably to cover the fires rather than, say, scout for a place to live. Am I going to sleep today? That's a fantastic question. I told myself I wouldn't do 17-hour streams anymore and exhaust myself, but you know, it's a Saturday. I guess I could take it easy and just take naps and come back and analyze situations. Yeah, I'll sleep sometime today. I will have to. I can't do what I did last year, and you know, man, it's good to see you again, by the way, Silent Warrior. I can't do what I did last year. 29 days of 14-hour in a row streams that broke me. I lost my voice completely. It took weeks to get it back. I tried to make videos of, hey guys, I have to go now. My voice is lost, and it came out like this, and I couldn't even upload. I sounded like some sort of a demon, and that's the opposite of soothing. But we are watching this crisis unfold. You're saying that town won't burn. What makes you say that? What makes you say that? Every indicator says that this area is really in danger. We have the weather against us. We have fire over the ridgeline 2 hours ago. We don't have the manpower. It exploded too fast yesterday afternoon for a lot of other resources to arrive. There aren't many other resources. And it seems like the nearby forests haven't really burned for about 90 years. So there's an incredible fuel load. I don't think they've had time to create enough lines around this town and have enough manpower to defend it. Tim says, I could never live in California again. Oregon has my ex, so I have to stay out of there. So Nevada's your state? You know what? Nevada's cool. I want to tour Nevada. I want to be mobile for a bit, ideally. I'll buy my camera. I'll tour the West. I'll do fire aftermath and fire safety videos. It's so frustrating, yeah. Oh gosh, Sarah, did you give me a link? Did you give me a link, Sarah, to your... We haven't seen your photos yet. Sarah is in the neighborhood here. She's at the location of this webcam. It's not looking good. Look at this. Silent Warrior, I'll show you why the hell we are concerned greatly. Are there any live streams? No. This journalist went through the town, and you won't believe the stuff that he captured, and you won't believe. Okay, this is a time lapse of what's been going on. This is looking down at the town this way. There's an inferno raging right now. This thing exploded. Oh, no worries, Sarah. I'm so sorry about the Instagram snafu. But it won't let me. It won't let me log in. I may be able to fix that by the time I go live, say tomorrow, if you come back. You can't get the ones you got up on Instagram to post on Facebook. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, we talked earlier. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really I have lack of sleep here. But what makes you say the town won't burn? I would love to believe that. If you can convince me, that would put my mind at ease. But this is the fire. Tim is awesome and gave us this image. It's quite inflamed. If you see how inflamed is the best way I can describe this. I mean, look at even the massive bootleg fire. Look at the inflamed areas. This is not good. You just know that it won't trust me? Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? I should calm myself down a little bit because I'm trying to give people advice to relax, and I should exemplify that. I am concerned, but we can't do anything. So we should observe in a calm manner, a calm, relaxed manner, and accept whatever will be, will be. Once you've done all you can do, relax. Just relax. Silent Warrior says, I foresee events sometimes. Okay. What's the next lottery number? I'm taking a note here. You can you foresee the Powerball? Because I'd love to know that one. Oh, radio chatter. Unfortunately, they're not talking about what that is. That's from my cell phone, and I put it up by my microphone. I'm sorry if that's too loud or too soft. Hey, I don't doubt you. In all seriousness, I don't doubt you. Some people have the gift, and I don't want to get into that right now. And a lot of people will dismiss spirituality stuff. I'm a scientist, but I cannot explain some of the weird things that have happened to me. I just get a weird pull sometimes. My heart seems to have like a compass arrow, and I'll be driving down the street and it'll just swing a certain direction, and if I follow it, oftentimes there's somebody that needs help or some animal that needs help. That is what happened when I pulled a fire victim to safety. I just had a weird feeling in my heart to go to a certain location. I had just walked from that location, and as I was leaving, it was in the middle of the night. It just my heart compass swung that way, and I got that pull, and I just trust it now. I walked over to that location, and there was a tube in this attic, and here I am standing underneath it, and it was like a half-completed ventilation tube. And me standing in that spot again, I could now hear a faint smoke alarm, and I realized there was a house on fire, and I ran over and rescued a elderly woman. It's the most eerie thing in the world. Just raises the hair on the back of your neck, you know. But so even as a scientist, I struggle with that. Like, what the hell is that about? If that happens to you once, it's a coincidence, and if it keeps happening to you, it's a pattern. So I just I think that maybe it's subconscious. If there was a natural explanation, it would be subconscious mind can notice details that you cannot, and so it pulls at your heart like, hey, do this, because we are social animals. You know, nature has programmed us to take care of each other, and that's why most people do have a heart and leap into action to save others. And so if you're subconscious, if you subconsciously detect something, hear something, smell something like a fire, and it doesn't register because you're thinking about something else in your conscious level, you might just get that feeling like, go, go over here. And that may be what a lot of those things are about. But then how do you explain dreams? How do you explain dreams that come true? Okay, this is the live image. This is what we are seeing from these various webcams. Let's check on the one that's this one is from where Sarah is located. So basically, Sarah can look out the back porch and see this, and it's quite a monster. The journalist Matthew, I got into his channel on Facebook and tried to warn him that he was getting to be in danger if he may start to think about taking shelter, because he kept remarking about how the fire wasn't big, and we were seeing this monstrous explosion of the fire on webcams nearby, and what he was seeing was little stuff at that point in time. He was just seeing little stuff. You know, he didn't have the perspective that we did, and so I hope he doesn't think I'm a jerk. But it's one of the most incredible things ever, where he goes back past this town. These may be the last images of this town. You know, he got in his vehicle. Are those embers? Oh God, those are embers. I didn't catch that the first time we watched this. Yeah, I'm gonna follow. Heck yeah. Oi. So I mean, he had very poor reception up there with the cell phone service as he was streaming live. And so, yeah, you see that stuff shooting by? It could be insects. But the way it has a raining down feel, that's probably embers. See the vegetation by the dwellings. I really hope you're right. Oh, Sarah has a link for us. Cool. You just posted? Check out Facebook link. Sweet. Yeah, okay, we got new stuff. Thank you, Sarah. You are woman of the hour. KTVN was live. Okay.
Hi, this is Jefferson Tyler again for 2 News here near Markleeville, where the Tamarack fire is burning right now. Markleeville, of course, has been evacuated. I'm going to switch around now so you can see another spot for the fire. This is a different location from where we just were. Let me switch this around so you can see for yourself.
Ah.
That's the Tamarack fire. You can see it's burned down to the road here.
Which road?
Now they have bulldozers out here, and they have ATVs out here trying to fight the fire. It's CAL FIRE that's working on this right now.
Good.
These guys have been working all throughout the night here. Let's see. This fire is on both sides of this road right now.
What road?
There's the ATV we told you about. Or a four-wheeler.
That told us about? Okay, hopefully there's more videos.
I'm gonna step out a little bit into the road right now so you can see.
I want to point out real quick. Okay, let's follow that. I want to point out. Listen to that wind sound, and watch over here as the wind happens. These are gusts, so it's pretty calm until gusts occur.
I'm gonna step out a little bit into the road right now so you can see. This is the Tamarack fire. Realize many of you are living in the Reno area and might have some smoke out there. It's pretty far from here. This is a couple-hour drive. This is south of Carson City where this is happening. So I don't know if the smoke would make it all the way up there.
I hear shouting.
I'm going to take a peek here. There you go. Now you can hear those chainsaws working right now, trying to cut down some of these trees so they don't catch fire. This is unfiltered, so you might hear some things from some of these firefighters out here. Sorry if there's any bad language or anything like that. Look at this fire. It is just making its way down the mountain here.
That's creeping.
Oh, it looks like this tree is about to go up.
Uh-oh. That's the sort of thing you want to prevent. Crap.
Yeah, can you see the flames climbing up this tree here?
If I had to guess, that may have been bleeding sap on that side of the tree, and it's racing up the sap, which is like little crystallized kerosene is a good way to describe it. But this is a good example of how if you do control burns and burn away the brush from the trees ahead of time, that can be so helpful because the fire needs brush around at the base of the tree in order to do the climb. And unfortunately, this wasn't prepared. So I was carefully watching this tree, and it looked like the duff and the pine needles kind of burned away from it, and it doesn't have the sap issue. That may be why it's not going up. But when you see one that does, this will be climbing and The issue with that tree that I'm looking at is these by the road. At a point, it'll burn, it'll crack, it'll fall, and with gravity here, it's likely to fall this way towards the road. And this is how quickly this fire that looks like it's not a big deal, you can turn your back on it, and this tree could suddenly go up in flames, poof, and then fall onto the road and block you, and then it can cause the other side of the road down here to have the fire. And this is a great example of how this changes in an instant. I mean, he literally turned his back. He filmed down downhill, turns around, and this tree is going up.
Way down the mountain here. Oh, it looks like this tree is about to go up.
Yeah, it's a concern.
Yeah, can you see the flames climbing up this tree here?
Shut up, Silent. I will just play it. Fine.
Firefighters depend on roads like this one to try to stop the fire. They're hoping it won't cross over it. One of the ways it does that is if embers come flying across the road. We don't want to get too close either, so we're not in danger. But look at that fire climbing up that
They're live right now? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt this broadcast because they're actually live right now. So, okay, let's go and watch whatever they're doing right live. So, home 2 minutes ago. They were live 2 minutes ago. Yeah, that was the one we were watching 25 minutes ago. Will.
Hey, this is Jefferson Tyler again for 2 News. I am in Markleeville at the Tamarack fire. I'm on Pleasant Valley Road right now, and I wanted to show you some of the damage that's been done besides some of the fire on the mountain. There are some homes that have been destroyed, so I'm going to switch this around so you can see. Right. I don't know what that was. So.
Oh.
This is one of the homes that has been destroyed. You can see what looks like a chimney there. And over on this side, we have another home that's been destroyed, and the fire is still burning in that one as well. So the damage here from this fire is complete on some of these homes. They have been completely burned down, and then right next to it, some of these homes have been saved. So these firefighters have worked hard as they can to try to save as many homes as they can. But of course, this is a very big fire we're talking about. Covering the story, Jefferson Tyler, 2 News.
Yeah, he's not a firefighter. He's wearing a similar kit, just as protective stuff. But yeah, if he was a firefighter, he'd be using a lot of firefighter terms. You know, he would be calling that torching and this backing and creeping, and so time to leave California or build houses out of brick. Well, yeah, that's there's a lot of construction materials choices that can really help the situation. No, you don't have to leave California. You don't have to. We just have to learn the lessons. So I'm going to go back and play the video from 25 minutes ago. That was live 2 minutes ago. See, now at the 4-minute mark. So it was live when Sarah was talking about this. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sad too. God, I didn't mean to just burp. I am sad. You know, this is a sorrowful night.
Wow. That fire is climbing up that tree right now.
Silent Warrior says California sucks, everyone's leaving. Well, California is actually a paradise that's mismanaged. There's nothing like it in the world.
Many of the fire departments are asking that people stay away from the fires. Don't pull over and take pictures or anything like that, just to give them room to work. And that's one of the reasons that we are out here as journalists as well. So you don't have to put your lives at risk, and you don't have to be in situations where you could be close to a fire like this. So it's our job to bring that to you. Are there any questions? Does anybody have anything they want to say here? Realize it's early in the morning here. Many people are tired. These poor firefighters are tired too. Oh, look at that. They're going close there.
I think he's exhausted. Sleep deprivation is the same thing as being drunk. If you look at a brain scan.
Looks like much of this fire has made it down the mountain here. I'm going to switch you around again and see there's the, I'm going to go out a little bit. There you go. You can see the underbrush here catching fire. Someone's asking where in by Markleeville is the fire. I think it started off the west side of town. So
no politics in the chat.
We're gonna get you. Gotta be careful that I don't trip here while getting you this video. That's down to the road right there.
Delete your comments, sir.
This is how close we are.
No? All right. You will respect my authority.
I don't know if you can see it, but
delete your comments, sir.
But I am actually on the other side of the road right now. I can widen out a little bit so you can see for yourself. See? No problem. It looks like they got everybody out evacuation-wise.
Thank you.
Someone said that they have friends and family here. You might want to check on them. You know, make sure that they're all right. Victor Park is going to be here around 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and he's going to take over for me.
How long has he been on duty?
Tonight's going to be a 16-hour shift for me.
Oh, God.
I know many of these firefighters are going through that long shift as well. Step back here. Always give room to firefighters. Okay. I am going to sign off for now. I just wanted to show you guys the full expanse of how the firefighting is going and how the fire spread is going. These guys are look at that. They're working. They're working all night. Do you need to move my car?
Yeah, I just need to grab the...
Okay, so I have been asked to move my news car, make sure that they have enough space here. So I'm moving out of their way. Once again, you always want to give firefighters room. So I have to sign off right now as I move my car so that they can move in here and fight the fire a little bit more.
Well, I'm hoping to go live again because we can ask questions. We didn't catch him when we just watched the other one, but he was live 10 minutes ago. So let's refresh and just see if perhaps he can go live again. He says somebody will leave him at 7 something in the morning. Oh, that's the...
Standard in Tuolumne Road.
Oh, that's medical chatter. But hopefully he'll move the car and go live again. And then those emergency tones. Huh. So hopefully he'll go live again. We'll just ask, like, how's the downtown?
Standard Road at Tuolumne Road. Subject will be in a Chevy pickup across from the ball field, 0429.
Sorry, I was listening to the radio. Yeah, yeah, it's true. The reason I know that he had sleep deprivation is on brain scans, there's actually not too much difference between a drunk person and somebody with sleep deprivation. And I did get a little goofy as hell and slurred my words. And then later I go back looking at my streams going, oh, God. Oh, my God. Tim says, well, I've been out of coffee for a while. I'm headed to bed. Good night. It's 4:30 in the morning. Yep. Good night, Tim. Thank you so much for being here. You're one of the anchors of the channel and really so helpful tonight. I thank you so much for hooking us up with cool stuff. And Silent Warrior, you're funny. I do appreciate your humor. But yeah, God, I was making the stupidest jokes. I think I was trying to role play an alien, and the way an alien might look at the various ethnic groups of California, such as the rednecks. And I was just describing them as mud people, and for some reason they call their vehicles rigs, and I'm trying to translate that, and I'm like, well, why the hell did I think that was funny? It's that's just like, really? Did I say that? That's when I realized I shouldn't do 17-hour streams. Then get 5 hours of sleep and do 17-hour stream. So yeah, good night. Good night, Sarah, too. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here because I don't want to get like him. Oh, you're so very welcome. If you hit the like and subscribe button, then you will see me more often on YouTube. And if you hit the subscribe button, it's going to tell you when I'm live again. You need to make sure it's the ringing bell, otherwise it won't tell you anything. And so the more likes and subs I get, the more my channel is basically suggested to others. There's more legitimacy, and then the algorithm will make people find my content. There's probably a lot of people trying to figure out what's going on with that town tonight, and they just can't find my content. We had like 14 viewers mostly at a time, when there could be more than 75 people just looking for information about this. And I got the most viewers when people went, yeah, and they hit the like and sub button. I've had some of my streams have 18,000 views, and some of them have 184. And it really just depends on how many people push that button. So it does help with the mission here. I am not doing this for profit, that's for dang sure. This is the worst job I've ever had. It doesn't pay very much. In fact, the only way I've been paid so far is with Uber Eats. If you guys want to buy me food, God, yes, I do accept Uber Eats and restaurant gift cards. So if you want to interact with me, catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. This is the way to send me food and talk about sending me money if you wanted to, so I could buy this camera and do what this person's doing, cover stuff live. I may be able to possibly, and I'm not promising this, get some sort of press affiliation. I do know some people in the media. I've been on TV a few times. I don't know if my networking is fresh enough to reestablish contact, but I've been known as Coyote and Boat Girl and Ghost Town Girl. Because weird things happen to me. So, like I've been on Coin News. I don't know if they would affiliate with me, but if I could get a press pass, I'll go do this. This is what you can cover with a cell phone, and it's vital information. But I want to buy a real camera, so enough $5 donations, and I'll get one. Yeah, I will work for food. It was great. I ordered steak from Uber Eats because Bo fed me. Because when I do extremely long streams, I can't make it to the store. I can't work and make money. And so you start to run low on the provisions. But it was delightful. I'm like, guys, I'm hungry. And all of a sudden, I have Uber Eats gift cards. I'm like, yeah. And I get it delivered. So, help feed a needy journalist. It's not really what I am, but what the hell am I? A streamer? Sure. I do accept food.
Fire.
I do want to have, in all seriousness though, I do want to have a channel popular enough so that when I go live with victims fundraiser, that people actually tune in. Yeah, it's so wonderful that people have taken care of me and cared about my nutrition. It's been a struggle with my health. That's why I stopped streaming for 8 months, but I'm back, and not quite back like I was. I can't promise 17-hour marathons, but duty calls when the West is on fire. So let's see if we can have more information about this situation. Let's refresh local news and such. We have confirmed structure loss, and just minutes ago, this was minutes ago, the scene from the scenario. And what this tells me is that even though the fire crews were over here to the left and we could see their lights, we could hear them shouting. It was hilarious where the journalist was saying, I hope there's no cussing. Yeah, sounds like fire crews. So you can see their lights down there, but you can see how they can't be everywhere. This was completely unstaffed and started to torch trees. These are of great concern because they can fall on the road, and that's not what you want. So they definitely cannot be everywhere at once, and we saw the structures going up in smoke, unfortunately. So homes have been lost. He didn't comment about the downtown. That's of a particular concern to me, because the last time we saw the journalist in town, we saw the downtown threatened. It really could be on fire right now. We don't know. This is what we were seeing 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago. 3.5 hours ago. And we just know from panning around here that the weather is going to be worse. The wind is going to pick up. Storms are going to be coming in. The wind is not going to change.
10922 Belmont Drive.
Okay, sorry, that's more EMS chatter, not firefighters. And it's just not looking good in this situation. Yeah, Miss Kathy says, glad to hear you're on the mend though. Yeah, I'm doing what I can. And practicing a lot better self-care. And happy to report that I do not have tuberculosis. I was tested for everything. Yay, that just came back. So, but we'll try to figure out what actually is going on. I don't honestly know. So just got to keep submitting myself to tests and improving my nutrition. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here. I just want to know something. Dawn needs to break. The other crew's coming out at 7 to relieve this individual, a guy. What was his name? He was awesome. He's now my new favorite person. Uh, he may be like, I'm sure after he gets some sleep, he'll be like, oh God, did I looked like I was drunk, but he's awesome. What was his name? You have to find humor in everything, or you go nuts. Do we have older videos from?
Again, and I wanted to show you
Yeah.
guys the full expanse of the fire that's on.
So this is from much earlier. This was actually just an hour ago. Yeah, we get more of our favorite person to watch. Let's watch it. Moore says, I have been told to remember to eat more than once. Yeah. That's the thing. When you're looking at stuff like this, hours just go by and I realize I skipped 2 meals.
On the Tamarack fire right now. Once again, I'm going to switch this around so you can.
I need to see what his name was. Let's go back. He's my new favorite person.
Again, and I wanted to show you guys the full expanse of the fire that's on the Tamarack fire right now. Once again, I'm going to switch this around so you can see how big.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot. If anybody is strobe sensitive or you could possibly have a seizure, please look away. I am so sorry to have played that without realizing it. So seizure warning, in all seriousness, this is a strobing light. I'm going to start playing it again. You need to look away until I say so if you have seizure sensitivity.
How big the flames are and how much they've spread. So here we go. There you go. You can see. Yeah, can you see the fire right there? It's still burning. We're going to move a little bit closer here so you can see. Once again, we don't want to get too close to the firefighters here, so they give them room to work. There you can see the burn they're trying to create. So they're going to burn up much of the fuel on the ground so that when the fire gets to it, there's nothing to burn, and hopefully it goes out. This is what's going on the mountain itself. This is the Tamarak fire that's going on. Someone just asked where. Near Markleyville. Someone said, where is this? This is in California? Yes, that's right, the Tamarack fire. We've been reporting on this all night.
California?
This fire has really spread tonight. Tamarack is in California. Someone asked where Tamarack...
California.
Yes, this is the Tamarack fire. Someone just asked, is this the one they're called the Tamarack fire? Yes. Alright, so let's go in a close-up here. You can see the firefighters still working. They've been working throughout the night. The shift switched over around 1 a.m. Oh, someone asking about the campground out here. Yes, the campground out here, they have evacuated that campground. Now, once again, that's the burn they're doing on purpose. This is the fire right now. That's the fire itself. This is what the firefighters are doing, and this is the fire itself. And we are working all night tonight.
Yeah.
Victor is going to take over for me at around 6 a.m. and he's going to start working tomorrow. So they'll have a story on this fresh tomorrow if you want to see the latest. It's pronounced Markleyville. That's right. And they evacuated that town earlier. Now we have some really intense video from tonight that'll probably show up tomorrow in the evening newscast. And there were full huge pines that were catching on fire, and just and the fire was just overtaking them. You can see it at least 30 feet in the air, maybe even more. Someone said they're worried about that they may see some smoke in Reno. There's actually a couple fires going on. You got the Beckworth fire, you got this one, the Dixie fire. A couple fires going on right now, so you don't really know where that smoke is coming from that you guys might be seeing.
There's an easy way to tell. It's this. You can see the smoke.
You can see the fires at the base of some of these huge trees here. Like I said, we saw some of these catch on fire earlier. I don't know if you can hear in the background, but there are chainsaws going on right now. It sounds like some of the firefighters are cutting down some of these trees once again, so they want to make sure that there's no fuel for this to spread even further. If you saw our 11 o'clock newscast, you saw me right next to a house that's been burnt up in Markleyville. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Once again, that fire over here is something that they lit on purpose to try to stop this bigger one from spreading. Cal Fire took over here around 1 a.m.-ish, so it's a second shift of this fire right now. All right, we're going to stay with this throughout the night, so you might want to keep paying attention here to our Facebook Lives, and definitely for the newscast tomorrow at 5, 6:30. 11,
12.
We'll keep you all up to date as we get more information. There's not much light out here. I'll try to switch it around, but there's not much light out here. So, okay, so there you go.
All right, we're back to a strobe. If anybody is anybody's seizure sensitive, close your eyes.
We'll keep you up to date on the latest information as we have it. We want to make sure that we give these firefighters some room to do the work that they're doing. These guys, brave souls out here. They're out here for long hours, and they're working hard to try to stop this fire from keep spreading like it's been, and hopefully keep it away from as many homes as possible. Covering the story, Jefferson Tyler, 2 News.
Jefferson Tyler, he's my new favorite person. He's doing his valiant best to bring us all this information live, and answered my prayers. This is what we wanted. We wanted boots on the ground showing us what's going on. So hopefully he goes live again, and I'm going to keep refreshing this. And, what we're seeing is like creeping and backing action, but we're also seeing torching where the fire climbs trees, and in a way, that's good to see what's going on, that they're working valiantly. But in a way, we also saw depressing stuff, such as, we saw the fact that they can't be everywhere at once. Instructions are already lost. So down at the level that he was at, the wind wasn't so bad. But we do know that from watching other things, the wind is high on the ridges. So embers, everything could change in an instant, and embers could just rain down all the rooftops here and really endanger the downtown. But I'm just praying and hoping that at least a big chunk of the town portion will be saved, so that people can rebuild. If you lose too many economic buildings, though, there's no reason to rebuild, and people generally don't. But fingers crossed. Here's hoping here. So this is KTV and news, courtesy of them, their live footage. He mentioned that they had some pretty amazing footage that will happen. What did he say? The 6 o'clock news? Because it's 10 minutes to 5. And if they broadcast live like watch live here, we might see stream schedule 4:30 a.m. Oh, and then 4:30 to 7 a.m. They're not on right now. That's July 16th. We got another video to watch. I'll put that on in a second. That's from yesterday. Tamarack fire coverage of yesterday. Monday through Friday, 4:30 a.m. through 7. It's now 4:50. So I would have thought that this would be live. Let's make sure that I'm not blocking. Oh, maybe I was just blocking it. Play. Play. There's a play button, but it ain't doing nothing. So, am I accidentally blocking it with a different app? Autoplay stopper. Just disable it. Play. Play. Alright, let me see if I can get that up on another browser. Watch our live stream. Yeah, it just may not be on right now. Here, I'm going to put this in chat. Can any of you guys double check this for me? Try to play this video. If it's not playing for you, then it's just not playing for anybody. Help me out and let me know if I just have a technical difficulty. I can try to open Chrome or Firefox. This is Edge browser. And let's see if I can get it to play on Chrome, for example. I just don't believe that it will. Yep, allowing firewall access on my different channel here. Let's look back. Meanwhile, let's look at the. Oh, dawn is breaking, and we have live camera coverage from the scene. This will refresh about once per minute, and we got a play button on my end on the Chrome, but I just don't see that somebody can play it. If any of the 5 people that are still with me are awake enough to click that link in chat and test play that video, I would be much obliged. Because I would hate for them to be live right now with us unable to watch it. So, doing what I can behind the scenes to make sure that is not the case, that I'm not accidentally blocking it from playing. But that's been known to happen. You sometimes just have to try a different browser. So, I am checking stuff out. Yeah, I don't think any of my extensions on Chrome would be blocking such a thing. So I have a hunch they're just not live right now, but it says that they do. Morris says, watch for a pressure change around K-falls. Okay, we'll go back and look at it. We'll go look at the bootleg fire in a second. And welcome, Mazapan #1. Are we going to have a similar situation like the one we had a year ago? Yes, in a way. But yes, if you're asking Like, are we going to have a bad fire season? Yes, this drought is serious. It's quite historic. But if no is what I'm going to say as a second part of my answer, because we had like a once every 75 to 100 year wind event that happened on Labor Day. And that created monster fires that threatened like every single populated city in Oregon, where monster fires roared out of the mountains and threatened even Portland itself, where they were issuing evacuation preparedness orders for even southeast Portland. We had the fire encroaching on Salem, Aurora, Canby, Molalla, and all these places. And the only thing that actually saved those towns, Estacada, was pretty much wind changes and rain. It was completely out of control for the most part. So will we have this year another once in every 100 years wind event? No, I really don't think so. That is something we hadn't seen since 1933. That's a pretty damn rare event. Last year we were down 75% manpower, and it's not good because of COVID this year either. But I do believe that they've hired more people, and with vaccinations, we have a different scenario where we can be helped more this year, because we'll have the international help. We didn't have much of that last year because we had COVID and no vaccine. And so, like, the Australian crews were very hesitant to come out and help, as they usually do, because they had mostly kept it outside of Australia. So we're going to have a bad fire season. It's going to be bad. And a lot of the vegetation that went up in smoke last year is now primed. It's been drying out for 8 months, like the standing trunks of trees. And that's going to be prime fodder. Every person who studies wildfire knows that the first fire is not the bad one in the region, because most of the vegetation is still alive. So like if you look at trees, the branches burn off, but it just kills the tree. And then next year, you've had months of drying out where there's thousands and thousands and thousands of dead standing trees with dry, seasoned wood. Unless you salvage log them down, unless you cut them down, then they stand up and they burn, as each one of those logs, each one of those trees, dead trees, is 1,000-hour fuel. So you have 1,000 hours of this tree burning. During that 1,000 hours, do you have high winds, and do the embers fly off in a direction and start other fires? That's why you have to put them on the ground. There hasn't been enough time, there hasn't been enough manpower with these gigantic fires we had last year to do enough salvage logging, or to even just cut them down, and not even log, but just cut them down to prevent a second disaster. So the fact that we're having dry lightning and a drought means that in some ways, some of these fires will be more intense and worse. But the silver lining is that all the work they did last year, the bulldozing, making fire lines, those are still there. So rather than start from scratch and start bulldozing and start making fire lines, there's more of an opportunity to just man the same ones they made last year. So it's going to be bad, but it's going to be bad in a different way. That's why I'm here. I did not plan to have a fire stream for this summer, but I'm here because I do know that it's important to be here. It's important to provide this information and to cover this, because who else is doing it? It's spotty, it's off and on, and I try to be here to answer questions live and give people information live, and give the link so people can know where to go and what to do. So yeah, I have a lot to do in my personal life. I really don't. I didn't want to have to do this, but it is a personal integrity thing, where be there for people in emergencies. And look at what the first responders, these heroes, are doing. They are risking life and limb, and they're exhausting themselves. And the least I can do is within my power to disc jockey from my living room here or wherever I happen to be mobily set up to do what I can to help the situation. I'm a citizen. I help my fellow man here. We're all Americans. We got to come together. So while I gotta balance personal needs and the needs of people in crisis, but I'm just trying to do what I can. So let's see. They haven't gone live again, it seems like. I was hoping they would, so we could ask questions. We missed the opportunity by just a few minutes to be in chat and say, hey, what's going on? So, hey, Morris, can you click on that link that I gave you? Did you try it out, Morris? Could you see if it plays? Because here I'm trying to play this video, but I don't know if they're live or not. It says watch our live stream. This is Monday through Friday, 4:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. That's it's Saturday. It's Saturday. I thought it was Friday. Of course they're not live. Durr. See how drunk you can get with sleep deprivation? I think I'm starting to get there. Now let's watch this video. This is from yesterday. Unfortunately, it looks like we're seeing more structure loss even yesterday. So it's going back in time, 11:01 yesterday. Looks like PM. Let's watch this video.
Boy, a very scary situation in Markleeville, California tonight. Evacuation orders and road closures are affecting residents because of the rapidly growing and dangerous Tamarack fire. Our crews on scene say multiple structures have burned. The very latest in a live report coming up. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ryan Canada. Thanks so much for being with us. You're seeing this strong and heavy fires, obviously, that are burning there in Markleeville. If you are here in town, Carson City, across the Carson Valley, you saw smoke earlier today. And obviously, these flames are causing a lot of damage tonight there in Markleeville. And the Tamarack fire is now estimated to be 500 acres. No containment information at this time. So according to a U.S. Forest Service Facebook post, the fire was ignited July 4th by lightning in the Mukalami Wilderness. It started on, again, July 4th. Obviously, a much different situation and more serious 6 days later. We're going to check in now with our live reporter, Jefferson Tyler, joining us there in Markleeville with the latest. Jefferson.
You can see the destruction behind me. The fire has just eaten through this town. Look over here to my right. You can see the flames that have burnt this house into ash. And this car over here, this car has been eaten out by flames. There's nothing but the shell left. Let's go over here to further behind me. You can see the flames themselves coming off of the gas lines here. This is a very scary thing. There is nothing left of this house here. And there are several houses in this area that look like this right now. Now, most of the town is going evacuated with the exception of a few stragglers on the edge of town. You can see the flames that have destroyed this house here. Now, officials say the fire is moving fast and aggressively. Crews are working to establish an anchor point to begin containment lines around the sides of the fire. According to officials, 2 helicopters, a large air tanker, single air tankers, and air attack were also called in to fight this fire. Now, evacuation orders are in place for Markleeville, Grover's Hot Springs State Park and Campground, Shea Creek Resort, Markleeville Village, and East Fork Resort. Firefighters are on scene working to suppress the fire. Officials say this is a serious situation and residents are asked to get out. Too close, too close. Careful, that could go up. Now, California Highway Patrol has closed down northbound State Route 89 at official 395. Officials are diverting traffic from State Route 4. An evacuation center has been opened up at Alpine County High School in Paynesville, and we are working to gather more information right now, and we'll have that for you as we continue, and we'll continue to update as we get more information. You can see the destruction that's here in Markleeville right now. You can feel the heat that's coming off of this house right now. We're going to move away from it because it looks like it's a gas line, and that could get quite dangerous. But if you look further into the house right here, there are still flames coming up from the debris right now, and it's really, it looks, destruction is total here. There is at least 4 other homes in the area that look like this right now, that look like ash, that look like fire coming out of that ash, and it's destruction. And these are people's homes that they've built their lives to establish. They've lost so much in this fire. It's just devastating. Covering Fire Watch, Jefferson Tyler, 2 News.
Wow, he really is my favorite journalist. Jefferson Tyler, it's inappropriate to be laughing in front of some devastated, somebody's lost their home. But the way he was delivering that was, boy, he is my favorite person. But you can see how he was a lot more with it before he went on his 16-hour shift. You got to applaud the media for being there. This is he's taking risk too, being in this situation. But I absolutely love his delivery. That's the stuff of legends. Like that is the stuff of legends right there. I really can't wait for him to go live again on scene. Let's keep refreshing and see if he does. It's a tragic situation, but he's awesome. So let's see if we have any more videos to watch on the situation. He's been live for 16 hours. There's roller rink stuff. We have 8 hours ago. That's when it first started exploding. Giraffes? Okay. When it first started exploding, see, here's all kinds of normal news coverage, and then they seem to start at this point, which was more than 8 hours ago. Tamarack fire evacuations in place for Markleyville, Grover Hot Springs Park and Campground, Shade Creek, Markleyville Village, and East Fork Resort. Evacuees can go to Alpine County School in Paynesville. I do have a couple new viewers in here, and what I wanted to explain what we were covering here, the reason I stayed up all night when I really was going to go to bed hours ago, is this is the journalist Matthew Henderson. We were watching his incredible video. I'm going to put that link in the chat to him, and we should all like, sub, and basically do the equivalent of subscribing, get notifications when they go live. He, at risk too, was in this town, and as he drove around, the fire was kind of starting to ring the town. We do think he's at safety now. He has left the town. First responders are there, and so is the crew of this incredible coverage from KTVN. We basically don't know if this town is burning down or not. I'm a little bit more at ease after seeing his coverage, but as this journalist was driving around, we could see that this fires got very close to him as he went back and forth around the town of Markleyville, California, and they're dealing with increasingly bad weather, higher wind gusts, and some of the last images we had from the downtown was the fire approaching. The big fire approaching, and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. This thing exploded. It was a tiny fire of less than 500 acres. It had been burning for weeks. Started by lightning on the 4th of July. Not weeks then, but more than a week. And then, manpower was not assigned to this. This is, working with doing what they can with what they have, but manpower's been assigned to the big fires. And this exploded yesterday in the wind in the afternoon, and they did mandatory evacuations. We do think that all the civilians are out. But this is not looking good for the town itself. We have confirmed structures lost. homes and vacation homes. We just don't know the status of the downtown, but it's not looking good for the downtown because we do see vegetation in the downtown. We know that the wind is blowing the fire straight into the town. It's not going to change, and it's going to pick up. And we have even worse news. They say they managed to save the town tonight, this morning. We have even worse news coming with dry lightning and red flag conditions forecast for Sunday. It's going to be tomorrow. So we're going to have high winds, and it's quite historic, wonderful little town is at extreme danger. We're kind of waiting on to see what's the aftermath. Did it make it through the night? Are they still battling to say it right now? There's very little information that we can get. We can watch the live images of these wildfire cams, and here's a time lapse of a very short time ago. Just say, what was this? This is in UTC time, unfortunately, isn't it? Let's look here. But this was just something we were watching live. This is not from very long ago, an hour or two. So let's look at it, the actual current image right here. It updates approximately once every minute. So we are looking from this direction down here. This other camera is looking down from Nevada. We could see the fire from Nevada. So this is a 15-minute time lapse of what's visible from Nevada. You can see this fire from another state. We see that there's wind. There's significant wind. If there was no wind, we'd see the smoke rising straight up, but we could see it going towards the north, which is right towards the town. And so this is a 15-minute time lapse. This is the last 15 minutes. We can then refresh this to look at it live. Now that's the same cam. But if we go back and we show what happened after, this is a 12-hour time lapse from the same view in Nevada. Look at the monster that it became. It just blew up, and there's just not that much to do about this situation. You can call for help, but at nighttime, you can't hit it with planes or anything. I'm hoping that they might scramble some planes to hit it as soon as they have the light. But with this amount of smoke, the visibility would be what determines whether or not they can hit it with aircraft. It's just such rugged terrain that aircraft are going to be pretty necessary to stop this unrelenting march that it's doing. So this is last 12 hours. We're getting towards what happened tonight as we watch this unfold. This is the Tamarack fire that was a no-name fire yesterday morning. It became the monster fire yesterday evening. So everything you see that's blinding white is heat signature, and you can see the hot smoke is carrying a huge amount of heat up into the atmosphere. It doesn't mean that the actual fire is up there. And there goes, is that the moon? Looks like that's the moon. So let's go back to this. This is the live image looking from just south of Tahoe towards where the fire is encroaching on Markleyville. And we were very, very distressed to see, this is a 3-hour time lapse. This is what's happened in the last 3 hours. It's a raging inferno. Now, it's strange. It doesn't look like there's much wind going on with the live coverage that we've been seeing, like boots on the ground kind of thing. But obviously, when you see the pulled out image, you do see the wind is at the higher elevations, and that's pretty typical of mountain terrain. You don't have much wind, down at the roads, and then up on the ridges, you can have wind that's 35 miles faster. Most of the weather stations are down at the road level. It would be hard to figure out at elevation what's the wind speed versus town and road level. But we can get a clue by just watching what's going on, watching the sky. So let's go back. This is, let's look and do a last 15 minutes. The last 15 minutes. This is what's going on live, pretty much. And we see fire creeping around up slopes. So while we conversely see, this coverage that they were doing that looked pretty like lazy, creeping fire behavior.
Hey, this is
sorry about the sound. I meant to mute. Down at the ground level, it's overwhelming, and it's let's see. Yeah, here's where it was just slowly creeping around on a hillside. While that doesn't look like there's fierce winds, that's because it's not the ridges, and so it's really deceptive. But in what we were watching here, it's very illustrative of how lazy it looks, how this doesn't look like this is a big deal and a bad situation. And then he turns his back on this fire, looks over to the left, and then what happens when he turns back? This tree is starting to light up and torch. And torching is when fire climbs up a tree. So he's at a road right now, and the fire crews are over there doing their thing. And what he showed, by the way, is fire down the hill. So the fire crews are occupied over there. They don't have the manpower to see that this is a huge danger, that this tree could go up, fall down, and block this road. It's good to see that the duff is burning off down here, but you got to make pains to make sure that the trees don't go up and block roads, because depending on the height of this tree, it could fall down the slope, and it can not only block the road but start a fire on the other side of this road, which becomes a fire line. So it's less than a minute after he starts his video. Watch that tree go up. And he looks over there. This is why I call this very deceptive. It looks lazy, and it's like, whew, maybe the town will be saved. Maybe not. This is west of town, I believe, on the Hot Springs Road. We never got quite a definitive answer. But in just moments, this fire, what I believe is happening is it's going to reach a pocket of resin. This is probably a injured tree or disease, and they bleed resin as sap that crystallizes, and it's basically like crystalline kerosene. Once fire hits the sap at the base of the tree, it's going to climb and race right up it. So in a way, this is like, oh, it's good. This fire isn't that fierce. But then when you have more of an education look at it, it's still not a good picture, because what we're seeing is they're not able to respond, to all the things that threaten, the fire lines and the roads. And we just watched some other live coverage where, from previous hours, where there's confirmed structures loss and homes that have burned all the way to the ground. So just wait for it. You'll see. This video is only 10 minutes long. He'll keep panning down there to show the fire coming up the hill. And then that tree goes up. We'll see how it's in spotty areas. The wind is raining embers down, and spot fires are showing up all over the place. So fire moves in spots. We're not seeing the Bane fire. We're seeing the spot fires that are moved downwind ahead of the fire, where embers have landed and ignited all this stuff. And so what I imagine is happening is the fire crews are using this road as a fire line, and I'm just not happy with. I mean, I'm not happy. It's not like I'm displeased, but I'm concerned that they don't have enough manpower to really man this. If that tree was not on the slope, I wouldn't be so concerned about it. But every tree on fire eventually falls down, pretty much, and it will go downhill and screw up their fire line. So here it goes. The fire has reached the sap, or whatever is on the other side there, and it's climbing up and really going up. And you just don't want to see fire up at the tops of trees. That means the embers can travel long distances, definitely not on ridge lines. But when we were watching the journalist video where he was driving around south of the town towards Hangman's Bridge, we were seeing a lot of crowning and torching. Torching and crown fire activity. So I think I only have 4 viewers right now. Maybe it's a sign that I should end the stream and monitor the situation and go live again when I'm a bit more coherent and maybe take a nap. But this is the best that we can see here. Somebody's going to relieve this very, very tired journalist sometime around 7 in the morning. It's 5:20 right now. So I was just really hoping they'd go live again. We could ask questions like, how's the downtown? What's the status? What we're seeing on satellites is not good. We see spot fires surrounding the town. And the main fire is headed toward it. So I'm going to go back to what was pretty disturbing. This was the journalist Matthew Henderson. He was driving around and just he turns corners and there's infernos around to the north, to the south, to the west. So the quality of the video changes as he goes in and out of cell phone service. But sorry, let me show you how he turns off the road. And we just watched in dismay as he was live. He turns around and we'll see pretty shocking stuff. You know, fire up there on that ridge. And it was close enough to hear crackling sometimes. So we became a bit concerned for his safety, but I do believe he's gone to safety and left the town. He was exhausted too, but he got close. And as he was filming, spot fires showed up closer to him, and this was quite concerning. I mean, he's in the town now. This wasn't like this. This was totally kosher. He goes and takes a drive for 15 minutes south, comes back, and the fires crested the ridge. This is threatening the downtown of Markleeville. I'll be very pleasantly surprised if everything's intact by daybreak. In fact, I'll be deliriously happy if everything's intact here by daybreak. And everything's against the crew here. The weather, the situation, the manpower. The fact that it exploded very quickly and was close proximity to town already. Everything's against them. If they've done a lot of prep work, though, then the town has hope. We've seen a lot of structures lost, and it's going to be a sorrowful situation either way. And so all we can do is hope and pray. So that's the status, the last status we have on Markleeville. We can check CalTopo, and this is the GOES satellite, GOES 17 satellite. We can see that there's red detections, which were the last 10 minutes, last 12 minutes. We got lots of activity over there, and we have from the last hour from 1 to 6 hours old. And I can tell you it is from the last hour. All around the town of Markleeville, we've got satellite detected fire. I mean, fire is so intense it can be detected by satellite. So this is the best that we can do to kind of get a handle on what's going on. Here's a MODIS plus VIIRS satellite image. And if you look at the thing here, less than 12 hours ago is what red is. And the orange down here at the tip is the original fire. The original small 500-acre fire just blew up. And this is, we had 1,600 acres by the end of the afternoon, and it might be, I don't know how to eyeball this acreage. Somebody put in the chat a figure like 6,000. I don't know if that's accurate, but it's huge now. So we can see that the wind is going toward the north by northeast. It's blown the fire straight towards Markleyville. And this is much more accurate than the other. This is sad to see. So the thing I should point out, don't be too alarmed, is wherever there's this dot, this circle around the dot is giving us the indication of the inaccuracy of the satellite. So that means that there's a detection of a fire within the entire circle. Somewhere within the circle. It does not at all mean that this all red is on fire. It does not mean that. It just means that everywhere you see a dot, this is the radius of inaccuracy. You know, that I'm deliriously tired right now, but this is somewhere within that circle is the heat detection. But you can see why we're quite concerned. We can look at Veer's progression. Now normally, if you look at the key for Veer's progression, we have, 4 days ago there's some gray in a fire, and then 96 hours ago is where it was purple. 36 hours ago, fire activities in the green. 24 hours ago it was yellow. This is where the fire was. And then 12 hours ago it was orange, and then red is like what happened in the last 12 hours. Normally in a fire, you just see all those colors as it slowly makes its way across the landscape. But when you have a situation like this where it just exploded, this is all 12 hours ago. So this fire was away from Markley. And then suddenly they went level 3 evacuations, go right now, door to door, get everybody out. It just goes to show that whenever fires like in the neighborhood, don't count on there being a gradual progression. Sometimes you don't get any warning for evacuation. You just get a knock on the door, go. So when fire's anywhere near a neighborhood, be prepared. And in fact, even when fire's not in your neighborhood, be prepared if you live in a pretty fire hazardous zone. Because lightning is forecast for Sunday, for example, and what if you live over here and lightning strikes right here? You'll look out the window and that's all the warning you're going to get. You better have been prepared and have at least 3 evacuation routes. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm trying to be reassuring, actually. If you prepare and plan ahead, in the midst of the chaos, you can be calm as a cucumber and just initiate your plan. A, B, C, and D. A, B, and C is look at a map and try to figure out your 3 main roads in different directions where you could evacuate. And D is what if fire's on my doorstep and I have no opportunity to evacuate? Well, then what's the nearest body of water, bridge, or culvert that I can take shelter in? Grab your wool blanket, your cell phone, a jug of water, and proceed to that area and ride it out. Just don't try to drive through flames. That doesn't work. That's where you get most fatalities, is people trying to evacuate by car when it's already too late. Evacuation by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes. Oftentimes, though, if you just analyze a map, try to figure out where roads cross creeks and such, and you can get in those culverts and you can go underneath bridges and ride it out. Ponds, golf courses, baseball diamonds, track and fields, parking lots. It may be you just have to drive a quarter of a mile away and just sit there and chill and just relax and ride it out. That's what a lot of survivors do. Do not think that you have to desperately drive 65 miles an hour when you can barely see in front of your headlights from the smoke. That's a recipe for disaster. A lot of times it's just stay cool and implement the plan. It's fire season. Drive around and verify that the places on the map that you see are places you can evacuate to. it may just be across the street. I mean, one of the things that was frustrating is my own brother drove almost through fire, I believe, in the Paradise Fire. He lost his house, but across the street there was a swimming pool with his neighbor, and that would have been a safer option for him. But like most people, it was people think that they have to leave to live through the fire. But plenty of animals and even horses and such just stood in swimming pools and made it. At the end of his street was a huge culvert that was 6 feet tall, and he could have put himself and his family in the culvert. And I'm not ragging on my brother. Nobody thought that the entire town would burn down. They didn't have a whole lot of warning. But when you have fire education and just know a couple simple things like this, you can really have a lot more confidence about what am I going to do. Make your plan and execute it when the time comes. But when you do see fire on the horizon, you won't be able to think very clearly. It's hard to even remember your own phone number. But if you've already made a plan and you've drilled and practiced it before, you'll just remember, I'll just do the same thing I did before. And that's the best thing I could leave you guys with. The best piece of advice is when you actually make these plans, try it out. Have a drill. Fire drills in schools. Kids do it a whole bunch of times during the year so that when there actually is a fire, kids just know what to do, right? And that's awesome. You won't have to think, you will just do, and you will know what to do. I'll do what I did before. This is unreal, we're praying for this town, and I really hope it comes through. We know that our heroic first responders and our very, very heroic teams of journalists are bringing images like this, and they're trying their best to save the town and tell us what's going on. So just thoughts and prayers going on for Markleyville and everybody at the Beckworth and the other fires, the Dixie, there's too many to name right now. Jack Fire and the Bootleg. We can only hope that this red flag conditions coming into the weekend and the dry lightning. We can only hope that people make it through this, and we will. No matter what happens, we'll make it through it. It's a tense situation, and it's another rough year. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but we'll all make it through. So with that, I will leave you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll try to get some sleep, and we'll see what the dawn brings us. We'll see what the day brings. My schedule is more like trying to be able to cover this in evenings, but I'll see what I can do. I'll see how I feel. Good night, everybody, and good luck.